Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're doing something a little gross, which is pretty standard for this channel, but something I've been seeing recently on TikTok and the internet and all the places is Indian street food. It's remarkable. I mean, it's some of the most disgusting shit I've ever seen in my life. You know, we did the worst meals before, but now we gotta get very specific, what is the worst Indian street food? And I wanna get this out there now, dude. India is not a rich country, right? You know, we're very privileged. I'm very privileged I get to go to the store and buy a pork chop. And people deny the whole world has that privilege, but it's still disgusting. And I still think that coming from a perspective that people want to hear from, which is as a straight white man with privilege up to his ears, what exactly do I think of this whole situation? So without further ado, what exactly is the worst Indian street food? Let's get into it. First off, we have yum scrum and sandwich. Why do I feel like yum scrum is a little racially charged there, Nick? What the hell are you trying to get at here, dude? What the hell am I looking at? So it looks like there's lemon slices and tomato slices in one of them. Maybe some corn? Doesn't look too bad. You know, sure, it's a messy kitchen. I just don't know what I'm looking at. So the sounds of it is just way more intense, isn't it? I'm trying to think if you put that on some on the border tortilla chips, if that would just slap. Some lemons, a dash of lemon. Whenever I think of prison food, this is what I think of. What is it, gruel? It's a lot of lemon juice. Oh my God, he looks dapper as hell. I will say the way they scoop, that's one thing that I will notice, and I will go to my dying breath saying is nobody has a scoop game like Indian street food people. Those motherfuckers, it's always the quick scoop right at the top, and they do not care if it gets anywhere. Really, you know, sewer soup, it's not bad. It's not the worst though. I would definitely not say that's the worst. Next we have is just sandwich. Is this a sandwich? I just don't like dipping your entire fist into the goddamn broth. What kind of sandwich is this though, Nick? Is this a sandwich? What could be? Okay, so because there's bread there, it's a sandwich. It's a full-fledged sandwich. There's nothing indicating that this is a sandwich, all right? I mean, just because he's putting his hands in it is just what makes me, I would say it's a little more vile. The problem is I just don't even know what I'm looking at. I will say the first dish aesthetically looks much more unappealing, if I'm being honest. What do you think?
Yeah.
Like, I would say sewer soup is probably worse than the sandwich. I'm gonna go yum scrum, which still feels racially charged, like I said, Nick, so. Wait! Today's video is sponsored by our dear friends over at Bad Dragon. Now we got some bragging rights to do this time. We just won the coveted Bazowie Award for Best Toy out there, and it was awesome. For people who have bought the product, I've heard nothing but rave reviews. But that's just a little taste of what Bad Dragon has to offer. Taking fantasy and the beyond and merging them together for your own personal fantasies is quite hot, I dare say. With their amazing products, amazing customer service, it's hard not to have just an amazing experience with Bad Dragon. If you're looking to spice things up with your relationship, if you're looking to spice things up with yourself or even newcomers, head on over to Bad Dragon and they will help you out however you want. I don't know what your services are, but they have it for you, I swear. The product's amazing. Amazing quality control. You couldn't ask for a better company to be a part of your exotic relationship here. But I will say too, we went to the factory, as we've said before, everything could not be better quality control, made by happier, fucking more amazing people than the Bad Dragon team. So we just want to say thank you so much, Bad Dragon, for sponsoring the video and being a longtime supporter. We appreciate you. And if you're looking to spice things up in your bedroom, please consider Bad Dragon because they are fucking awesome. And seriously, quality is just Thank you so much, Bad Dragon, for sponsoring the video. And back to the video. Next up is Blackfeet versus hand meat. Oh, God. Oh, no. Those slides have seen better days. Those are the new Yeezys. Taking your feet and smashing it in a plastic bin onto what is essentially like a rusted piece of metal that was probably a part of someone's roof is crazy. Oh, looks like the dirtiest juice I've ever seen in my life. God damn, at least he's got some nice arms on him though, huh? Ugh. Foot juice, I'm not gonna lie, we're gonna have to see here. Oh. Okay, so we're looking at, I'm assuming, some kind of meat in a bowl of blood. What the fuck is this? What is this? He's throwing the bones aside. He's like, I think this is meat. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and throw this on whatever little, oh God, I don't know. I'm not gonna lie to you. The guy who was stomping on the fruit was kind of handsome. I feel like if I got to know the guy with the that was stomping the fruit, I'd be like, yeah, dude, his feet are fine. I gotta go hand meat. It's gotta be hand meat. I don't feel particularly good. Foot butcher and fly slop. Motherfucker knows how to work a knife with that foot though, huh? What do you? Ew, the meat is like going against his toes. What is he cooking though? I'm guessing is he just grilling the meat? I don't like how he's looking. He just keeps looking at the camera, just like. I will say, motherfucker is blazing fast, though. I mean, he has not stopped once. What is the... And it's going up against fly slop. Oh, my God. Is this fruit?
I don't know.
What is this? What the hell am I looking at? Some fucking paprika hummus, a bunch of fly eggs. It looks like sliced up mangoes and raw liver. All over the place. Also, I'm having a fucking panic. I'm like, there's so much flies there. I legitimately thought there was like flies in my fucking room for a second. Without a doubt, dude, I would take the guy and his greasy ass foot any day over whatever the fuck this is. That is unreal. It's gonna be hard to beat things where there's just excessive bugs. Cheapest cocktail and just slop. These names, our viewers are gonna be like, wait, what's in the lead now? All right, let's look at cheapest cocktail. That's at least a good title. Oh my God. What is that? What are these little beads in there? Are those like eggs? What the fuck is that, Nick? Oh God. Got some fucking McDonald's fries on top with, what is that conglomeration? Oh my word. Oh dear heavens. It has the same consistency as like applesauce, which I'm sure it's just ground up, but dude, it just looks so. Wait, the egg? Wait, what?
This might be a different drink.
He's putting sugar in with an egg and stirring it with whatever utensil, because we don't care. Here we go. Oh, he's a little mixing champion though, huh? Look at that. All right, so then we're gonna look at what slop is. All right, so it's mashed potatoes. I'm guessing beans. I don't know what the fuck he just put on there. I'm guessing that looks like barbecued pulled pork. That I don't think it is. Little driblets of whatever kind of corn. There you go. Get your hand all the way down in there. Oh, what is at the center? Nick, what is that? That is too much pepper. I can tell you that right now. That is far, far too much pepper. And a big handful of fucking plastic oregano. Ooh, glazed up. Why'd it kind of win me over when it was glazed up, huh? He's dressed up all nice with the red. See, the thing is he's distracting me with the outside of it, but as soon as I see back inside, that fucking throw up. What the hell is that? What is on the inside of that? He just keeps... This is like a forbidden fucking Coliseum. Is what this is, dude. I don't know what the fuck they're making. Because I get this is all cooked stuff, but they're just making a mound out of it, and they're using it like cement block. I just don't know. Once again, I don't know why this doesn't make sense, but just grab a fucking on the border chip. Just start taking down that wall myself, dude. In time, the Great Wall of Slop would probably, like, that would probably win people over at a football party, but that juice is only gonna get more unappealing as the night goes on. You know what I mean? Next up, Handon Pot and Baron Harkonnen. Okay, first off, Handon paint bucket and some kind of weird... I feel like it's racist of me to say, but every time I just see the orange shit, I just think of chicken tikka masala, like tomato curry paste or something. You got the ladle right there. He's like literally the spoon is going around like, grab me, use me instead. He's put his whole ass arm in there. What is that? My mysterious Russian powder being thrown into broth. What is that? What the hell am I looking at? You should have just labeled this Indian pizza roll. That's what this looks like. Wait, so what's it up against? Baron. Oh yeah, Baron Harkonnen.
My desert, my Iraqis, my doom.
Okay, dude. All right, man. Shots fired at the guy who's just scooping stuff up. It's a nice little like tapioca pudding on top of a trash can. He's got that diabetic foot rot going on. I don't blame you, dude. Same. A little sloppy. Yeah, he's, you know, his foot is swollen, but also it's nice. It's like he's using the pudding to mask his diabetic rot. I'll tell you what, though, he is a working machine, huh? Full motion. Look at that. Is this pudding? He's not putting his hand in it, and they're using utensils. Got a guy in the back with a shirt that says Elite. Man, that's pretty sick. And you know what, Nick? I know that you put Baron because you're a bad man, but I think his hair looks kind of cool. So you know what? I'm going with. I would say even without all that, I would say the hand in the pot is just that's more foul to me. Honestly, if I was walking by, I'd probably. I could see myself being like, hey, it looks like, you know, nice little tapioca pudding. Why not? All right, next up we have Rats in the Kitchen. That's never a good way. Rats in the Kitchen versus Master Chef 1. All right, so what we got cooking here? So he's got some mini tortillas. He's got some weird heated milk. Some nice symptoms. Okay. All right, there is a bit of a, oh, it's on the bowl. Oh, it's on the, oh, it's in the bowl. Oh, he's enjoying it. Like, you know what's fucked up is, listen, I get that there's rats there. That's disgusting. There's probably rat shit all over the place. Watching that rat go up there like Ratatouille and just be munching down, and I'd be like, this shit's probably pretty fucking good. I mean, that little motherfucker looked like he was enjoying it. Look at him. Master Chef 1, testing the cleanest food in India. All right, so we have a bunch of basil leaves on top of some mysterious pot. Reach behind him here, touched his foot there, putting his cleaning towel over his bare foot. I just don't even know what that is. There's something about like just a bowl of brown that just is unsettling. I'll tell you what though, this motherfucker has a packed house. I just don't, let me look at the facts here, Nick. This guy had way more of a crowd than the rat dude. Rat dude, everyone's like, eh. You think the rat's one? I think so too. All right, here, next up we have armpit pakora and then just one that's labeled street food. Oh, does look good. What does putting it in the armpit really do for you? Hey, he's missing an arm, so he probably can't smash it down with his hands. I was gonna say you could put it under your nub and you could roll it around, but it's probably way faster that way. You're trying to tell you deep fry those little golden brown donuts? Are you kidding me? Oh, they are up there though. Look at them. That's gonna be a sticky ass armpit later. I'm gonna tell you what though, I'm fighting to keep myself from eating it that quick, because I tell you, looks pretty good. Where is the street food? Oh, they're just eating off the ground. That makes me think this food must be so good that if you're able to eat it off the fucking ground, it must be, you know what I mean? I personally wouldn't eat it off the floor, but sometimes that's what you gotta fucking do. Dude, I'm gonna go armpit. Because it's like the other one is just like, hey, it would be, I guess, criticizing how they're eating it, which that doesn't really stand for taste. Then last for the round one, we have soupy mess and black oil. Oh God. I think I saw some of those McDonald's fries pour through. I need to know what the hell those McDonald's, if someone knows what those McDonald's fries are, you let me know. Knowing my fat ass, I don't know any fucking vegetables, so don't even ask me. What? There's so much of it. I will say, the buckets don't look very good. All right? The old pot as well. I'm not gonna lie, this looks terrible. Got nice little bowls here. I'm just trying to picture, ooh, those pancakes look good though, huh? I would have a pancake. Every time they're kind of winning me over a little bit. There's a lot of people who are winning me over here. Tell you what, motherfuckers look mad standing there though in the background, don't they?
They're hungry.
They are. They're just like, I've been waiting here all fucking day for a basically blown up pancake and spicy slop. What was the next one? It was, oh yeah, black oil. Okay. The video doesn't need, I see his titty popping out. The video doesn't have to have an arrow saying, look at his tit. All right, so he's got some kind of paste here. All right, he's making a little deal. Nice little strips, some noodles. I will say the black oil, that is some, that oil has been used a time or two. I don't think that's fresh olive oil in there or canola oil or anything. I think that motherfucker, that is aged. What is this though? What the hell are these? They're like Crispies? Oh! What is that reveal? What is that? I'm gonna say black oil. I'd say black oil a day. Cause also it looks like those pig ears or cow ears that you give to a dog, you know? You ever smelt one of those? They're fucking disgusting. That's the end of round one! We've gotten out the tasty stuff, so now it's stuff that we have now said that we wouldn't eat. So now we're gonna have to force one of them down each time. We're going back to Yum Scrum, which I'm pretty sure was sewer soup mixed in with hand meat. All right, so these are just a bag of beans. What is it, soybeans? It's a lot of leaves, man. Tell you what, dude, look at that, huh? Nice jaw. Oh, look at that naan. Are you kidding me? Oh, I'd eat that all day. Looks just about as good as fucking Taco Bell's refried beans. You know what I mean? What the fuck am I supposed to do? All right, let's look up hand meat again. Okay, I don't know what. Yeah, I'm guessing. Let's just assume it's white gravy. What is that?
Clam chowder.
Is this clam chowder? What bit of meat is that? I'm looking at it right there. What is that, Nick? You tell me right now what that is. I was just supposed to assume it's chicken. He's plopping them in there. Oh, his hands are so filthy. Oh, you're getting so much extra flavor there. All right, he scoops up some once again blazing, some blazing Buffalo Wild Wings blazing sauce from his pot there. Tell you though, that scoop game. I mean, I gotta go with the hand one. I don't know what. It's just mysterious meat. It's fucking me up a bit, if I'm being honest. Also, the first one, give me a little plate of that with that naan bread, whatever. Come on, dude. Hand meat category is going pretty hard right now. Next up, we have fly slop versus cheapest cocktail. It's gonna be very, very hard to beat anything that has that amount of flies. You know what I mean? Like, it's gonna be extremely difficult. All right, well, we do have a cheapest cocktail too. Okay. Oh, it's just the excessive amount of stuff putting your hands in it. When you have the ladle, what was he grabbing in there? What are these? Oh, they're ice. Okay, I thought that was fish in there for a second. Oh, yum. I need to know what these eggs are. What are these? Is this a fruit? I mean, the fly slop looks so brutal, dude. What the hell is this supposed to be? Even if you threw some of that hummus in the middle there on top of it, I don't think it's gonna. I would probably say fly slop. Hand in pot versus rats in kitchen. All right, here we go. Same guy too. I love that's the same guy. He just loves putting his hands in these fucking bowls. Ooh, it does have a nice little texture though there, huh? Just. Do you have to put your hand in it? He's like purposely doing it. Okay, that's a big plastic bag in there too. He cleaned the plastic bag out in the deal. If you had to assume that his hands were clean though, would that deter you from eating? Because it didn't look like the worst thing in the world. If his hands were clean, I'm like, hey, you know.
But you gotta think he's touching other people's hands, getting money.
You'd have to assume. Oh my god. Look at him. Look at how happy he is. He's like, my feet up. This is for you. Looks pretty good though, huh? That dough kind of becomes. Do you want to share with rats? Oh god, but they're all the rats are legitimately all in the bowl of food though. There's got to be rat droppings all in that stuff. The naan does look tasty. I'm trying to. It's become a mental game at this point, right? The hand. I mean, it's got to be rats in kitchen. Just because I'm picturing actually eating rat shit. All right, next up is armpit pakora or the black oil guy, the cow ear dude. They look good. It was tough even going against him the first time because look at that golden brown glaze. It's hard to go against him. Let's see here. Black oil too. There's another black oil recipe here. I'm trying to think. God, those were both pretty rough. Honestly, dude, I would eat the fucking guy's armpit donut over one of those fucking black oil. Oh god, I can't even imagine like what that taste is. Have you ever had something with like bad oil? Ugh. Next up, in the semifinals we have hand meat versus fly slop. Let's look at hand meat again. You look kind of like how he's holy though, huh? Uh-oh, this is looking kind of good so far, Nick. I'm not gonna lie. There you go. Put the water over your hand and then dribble it in there. Once again, those Hawaiian dinner bread rolls looking pretty good. Doesn't look bad. That does not look for a semifinal finalist. They've been squeaking by apparently. Especially he's up against fly slop. This dude's fucking he's cooked. Fly slop. We have fly chicken here. I'm just gonna give it to fly slop. Move on to the next round. Oh, rats in kitchen versus black oil. But this is a big one. Now we're getting past the deal of can you stomach actual rat feces and piss over disgusting black oil? Let's see here. And this one's called rat milk. Oh, buddy, I wouldn't eat that. Watching somebody actually eat it is crazy. I just can't imagine going there and being able to actually stop and eat something. I'll tell you what, though, those little motherfuckers, like I said, every time are pretty cute, and he eats it. He's just like, see, it's perfect. This is buttermilk ranch. Tell you what, rats are eating fucking good on this alley. He's got a big ass bowl of milk for him. I'm trying to be not a completely closed-minded piece of shit. All right, the black oil thing here. They have a third one just labeled horse shit. I'm guessing I just have to do rats in kitchen, right? I mean, what the fuck else do I actually put here, Nick? So this has come down to literally, do I want to stomach tons of flies on top of rotting food or rats crawling over my food as well? So we have fly slop and rats in the kitchen as the finals here. Okay, so we've gone through, we've looked at rats in the kitchen first here. The guys, to be fair, and if we're looking at this objectively, the guy had nobody at his counter. So we know that the food's not good, right? Versus the other guy had a whole fucking line. Then in the second rats in the kitchen, the rats are feeding on the dough and chilling out, which does say that the dough is pretty good. If the rats are, I mean, you know, rats will eat anything, but at the same time, look pretty good. The naan bread look pretty fucking good, right? Sure, you have to think that there's shit and piss all in the rat piss all over it, but we don't know what that tastes like either, Nick. Think about that. And it's up against fly slop. Oh yeah, the original OG fly slop plate is really brutal. I don't know what the fuck that is. It looks like a plate full of organs, and then just a little thing of hummus in the middle of it. And the other stuff is just disgusting food covered in flies. So I feel like I can really only go off the first one. Oh, Nick, I don't know. Well, let me. You know what I'm going to do though, since you are a third party here. What would you say?
I would say if there's flies around it, it's probably not good.
That's what I was going to say, is because flies eat garbage. Rats also eat garbage, but that does, I guess that does really. I have to think about this. If there was a gun to your head, which one would you do? The naan bread didn't look that bad. The dough didn't look that bad. I'm gonna have to say fly slop wins. I know what that entails, everyone, but fly slop does win. That doesn't mean that I'm enjoying it, but I think that, I think that fly slop is just more disgusting. For me, the fly stuff, too much. Fly stuff, too much. And now we were supposed to go get lunch after this. All I know is this. Listen, we're extremely lucky. We're extremely lucky to be in a place where we get to go to a grocery store, right? I have nice running water, all that stuff. This is nothing against the people. It's just the idea of it is gross. I mean, it's grossing me out. It is. But it's nothing to do against their situation or anything they're in. I want to reiterate that. Whatever. That's my fucking verdict. I'm out of here. I'm going to go throw up. Goodbye, everyone. We were supposed to go get lunch after this. I don't think that it's probably still gonna happen, but still, now I'm gonna picture a fly. That first fly video, fucking show, replay that. I was like, I thought there was flies in the room. I got so even now, it's like that thing where you look at look at bugs or whatever, and I feel like it's in my hair.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Today is May 15th. And I've forgotten what sections because everything is kind of willy-nilly. Today's mostly business.
And security.
And security, that's right.
A lot of business, a lot of security. This is probably going to be a little longer than the government news on Monday, but we were kind of zipping through a lot of the samey news from, Monday. But our first story today is about FTX and more crypto.
The first two are positive. Good news.
I like this because we talked about on Monday the SEC and Gensler, and he's running all in full cylinders. Every crypto is a scam. But, in this case, customers are going to be made whole from FTX. This is really interesting.
FTX customers poised to recover all funds lost in collapse, plus the people will get interest.
118%. So you're going to get back 118% of whatever you had in FTX when it collapsed, which is wild. Although, there are some people that had, say, Bitcoin in FTX. And so this is a little misleading. If you had one Bitcoin in FTX at the time of its collapse, one Bitcoin is worth about $20,000. Today, when we're filming this, one Bitcoin is worth about $65,000. So when we say that you're going to get 118% back, you're not going to get a $65,000 Bitcoin back. You're going to get about $22,000. If you'd just been hodling the whole time, you would be up 60.
Diamond hands.
Yeah, but it turns out that a lot of the stuff that FTX invested in, other than Bitcoin, actually was not a terrible investment. And so, again, it's just I'm sure that Sam Bankman-Fried is looking at this I'm going to have to spend 50 years in prison because we made all the investors whole. That is a gross oversimplification. There was a lot of things that were really done incorrectly. But I also think this is going to make Gensler's crusade against crypto a little more difficult, because had crypto been run more correctly, say with a Gensler or a Jamie Dimon at the helm, then that's just the right amount of screwing the customers and mafioso style running a business in order to make this whole crypto thing work, as opposed to the penny ante Sam Bankman-Fried type of criminality, right? Isn't that how that's meant? I don't know.
Oh, this is our other really good news story this week.
This is our other penny anti-criminality. This is a lot of fun.
PlayStation reverses course on Helldivers 2 PlayStation Network account requirement. We were all very upset about this. Wendell, you came in last week on Friday. We were getting ready to do the news, and you were like, "Did you see?"
I got in on this, and it's a little bit tempest in a teacup.
Yeah.
But the really dumb thing here is that there was a lot of miscommunication. The Arrowhead Studios apparently had a contractual requirement with Sony that you would have to have a PSN account in order to play Helldivers. And so on launch, some kind of technical issue or glitch, so the team says, and you weren't allowed to, or you couldn't necessarily link your account to the PlayStation Network. So they made it optional, and Sony's webpage said it was optional up until Thursday. And then, like, really late on Thursday, before this announcement, the website changed. Interestingly,
The Wayback Machine coming in clutch again.
to say that it was required as opposed to optional. The other problem with this is that there's still 117-ish countries where you could have bought Helldivers, but you still can't play. Like, it's blocked in those countries. And so that's
You can't get a PlayStation account in those countries.
Even though Sony has walked it back, those people are still languishing. So there was review bombing, and then now the reviews have gone more positive. But as of the time we're filming this, for countries where PSN is not available, or it's weirder, like you physically have to have an Xbox, even if you're playing on Steam, in order to get a PlayStation account, which is weird. You can't buy this game in those countries. I don't, like, from my point of view, the game and the, like, whether you agree to it, making it count, is it a big deal, is it not a big deal, it doesn't really attack the heart of the matter. The heart of the matter is that people either like or don't like the PlayStation Network. The PlayStation Network, the PSN, should provide value on its own. And by forcing people to use PSN, Sony's able to kind of go to their shareholders and say, look, we're doing a good job as a company because people want to use PSN. The PSN line is going up. When the reality is people like Helldivers, and they're willing to tolerate the PSN because they like Helldivers. That is not the same thing. Like, if you're a Sony shareholder and you're looking at, is the company doing well? Do I want to be a Sony shareholder? I would have a very different perception of how the company's doing if I look at it as, no, you're just forcing them to do this. We don't actually get very much value from having forced them to do this, versus you built something they actually want to use. And I think Sony suggesting that the PSN is something that people actually want to use is a kind of fraud perpetuated against Sony shareholders. Like, it's just like Microsoft with the start menu thing.
We have an update on that too.
Yeah, Microsoft shoving a bunch of crap in the start menu, and it's like, no one wants this. But it does make some data on some dashboards look good. And so if you're an idiot shareholder that is just a babe in the woods, fools and their money are soon parted, and you look at that and you say, oh yeah, Microsoft's doing great, line's going up in that engagement, you should know there's a dark side. They're holding you hostage, in my opinion.
I don't even know if that's an opinion so much anymore. I feel like that's just truth.
I'm hedging against lawsuits, Krista.
Oh, okay.
Speaking of
Lawyers
which,
don't watch this show. Microsoft Xbox cuts aren't over yet, report says.
and this is again just like so. Microsoft bought all these studios.
Oh,
And they said this is going to be great. It was not great. They fired everybody. This is
a lot. Carnage.
1 year. Somebody dug up the what was it? I can't remember if it was Tango GameWorks or Alpha Dog Studios or one of those. They acquired just about a year ago, and they put out a lot of press, and they said, no, this is going to empower this team to do really amazing things with the power of Xbox behind. And now they're just all gone. It's like, wow, did it really turn around that badly in a year? A year, really? So a lot of those studios are just closing.
These companies that acquire these other companies, that's always good, right? Like,
Yeah, just close. It's all good. This is also a lot of fun.
deep fakes of your dead loved ones are a booming Chinese.
I didn't know how that fight went, and I could, I could have played that better. I was constantly ranging the tanks. Now I know that I need to like stay inward because they were like on the other side. Ranging was an issue for a little bit, but now next fight I know to like watch the room go in a circle like that, right? Yeah. I didn't him. We almost had it. It was kind of messed up, but we could have had that. I should have him. And maybe we
business.
We have covered this, like one of the first episodes.
Let me die.
Yeah.
Like, I don't ever want someone to do this to me.
It's like, what if you have an interactive grave? Like you go and it's like, here's somebody's headstone.
That's exactly what they do in this article. So
Yeah.
they said that it's really common in China after a relative passes away. It's like you kind of set up like a little picture of them in your house, and they're selling kind of like AI powered picture frames, but the person talks to you when you talk to them.
How about, it just takes all the documents in the AI. It's like, somebody passes away and it's like, hey, where was the documentation for this? And it's like, oh, that's in the safety deposit box 61A. It's like, okay, that sounds good.
It's not quite that advanced. It's taking like old voice clips and then it'll ask you things like the guy in here said that I think it was his mother who had passed away and she would say things like, have you eaten today? Or like, that's nice. Like not anything really specific, but still disconcerting, kind of weird.
I kind of like the idea of feeding all of that data to a large language model. And it's like, did you know that there's shares of stock in this that, haven't been claimed?
Just says really intense things, off-putting.
We hid some bearer bonds in the walls. Don't forget to look for those. It's just.
I hope you didn't sell my antiques.
I've got a lot of antique sewing machines. Would anybody like us an antique sewing machine?
That's for patrons only. Patron and floatplane.
Give it a good home, like really like Sears. It's like the finest that you could get from the Sears and Roebuck catalog in the 1960s.
You could probably sell those at like a peddler's mall. I always see them there.
I'd like to see somebody give it a proper lubrication and really just enjoy
Actually use it, yeah.
Yeah, it's just I don't know, because that was like, I don't know, passing down the sewing machine. It's like, look at this amazing thing.
Does anyone in your family sew?
Oh, the entire, yeah. They were all prolific.
Well, no, but does anybody currently, your
No.
generation or younger? Okay.
No, God, no. So, ain't nobody got time for that. Speaking of which,
Google will exit prominent San Francisco waterfront office tower.
this is apparently 100,000 square feet of office space. This is apparently a trophy office space. Or, I'm sorry, 300,000 square feet.
That's a lot of square feet.
And I've been meaning to post it to the Level 1 forums. I read it was leaked. I don't know if they would be unhappy that I post it, but I read a really great, it was a plan, it was a business plan. It wasn't an article or anything like that. It was literally somebody paid an architectural firm a bunch of money to do an earnest evaluation of, we're going to turn a building like this into residences so that we don't lose our shirt on real estate. And that was the document that turned the tide for me on, we've got a deeper problem here. Because a lot of these buildings are not designed for
think of all the plumbing you have to do.
Plumbing, fireproofing, electrical distribution, the way that these buildings are put together, even just double layers of drywall between palatial sized units on each floor, the walls and the floor cannot support the weight properly, to say nothing of plumbing, kitchen, air distribution, and all of the other requirements of that. So the leaked thing that I read, there was Appendix 2 was, if we could convince the city to relax these codes, would it work? And the answer was 30% maybe, 70% probably not. And because it looked specifically at fire code and fire suppression systems.
Also, just you're talking about just things like weight. That's not a code thing. That is just a reality of the physics thing.
Yeah. It was this building is especially a bad choice for this because it uses a cantilevered something, and because of that, when we have this kind of weight distribution, we're just screwed. And so
that's not a code problem. That's just a physics problem. That's how the reality is.
Yeah, it is, but it also
What
means...
an interesting design question, though. How do you design a space that can work for both residential and commercial?
Well, maybe we could transform that into a level 1 into a level 1 video, because it made me think of some of these older buildings, the buildings from the 60s and 70s, were so overbuilt that they are much more amenable to converting from commercial to residential because it's so much more steel and concrete and everything else. Whereas these buildings were designed to be as inexpensive as possible, and they're made mostly of steel and glass. But when you fill them with residential things, then the natural fire suppression properties of steel and glass go away. And that becomes a bit of a problem when we're talking about repurposing a building from residential to commercial. And so now, as a matter of codes, should we build a building to last 100 years as opposed to it's going to be amortized over the cost of 20 years? It's a whole rabbit hole you can go down that is a whole side distraction conversation that I'm just filling airtime with.
Now I'm thinking you'd have to have special staircases for people in every apartment to be able to access it, but there's how much time does it take for someone to get from their apartment to that stairwell? And wow.
That was one of the footnotes in the report that I read, was the fire exits are all built, to the nines, so that people won't die. and the distribution of the stairwell towers was like, hey, we could actually augment the stairwell towers with some more steel, and that would increase our load bearing ability by like 17%. And they were like, does that get us close enough to be able to? The answer was no.
Not even close. No.
So it's like, we're going to creatively use the stairwells in order to do this with this engineering.
I would love to be the architect on that. Well, actually, I wouldn't because I would be miserable. But like, I can just imagine being in that meeting and like
Somebody, I mean, this was the thing that was well over 100 pages, and I read every word of it, and it was just incredible because it was just like, yeah, we attack this problem every different way. Somebody paid a lot of money for that document for some building in some city somewhere. I think it was
the architects ain't cheap.
New York or California or somewhere, and at the end it was just like, I think this is going to be a write-off, and it's just like,
Whoa.
wow, okay, sounds good. 'Cause even if we give people an 8,000 square foot apartment, it ain't going to work. And it's just like,
Incredible.
that's amazing. But you know what's not amazing?
Smart home startup Brilliant has run out of cash, which means lights out for its light switches.
Well, they're going to keep the light switches on, ironically. But yes, they are out of money. This was a company that was trying to do a smart home that was not as ham-fisted as some of the other smart home companies, where they suddenly decide that your garage door opener needs a monthly subscription or your heated seats need a monthly subscription. Spoiler, that doesn't work out. This one is not that egregious, but they still didn't have enough money because the well had been poisoned so badly by all of the other companies. So for a while there, it looked like venture capital and startup and AI FOMO was going to drive the next big, money revolution. Like, we were coming out of the, I love reading about the late 70s into the early 80s into the late 80s, because in the late 70s, with the price of energy and everything, a lot of people were freaking out. And then computers happened. Computers completely changed the economy and opened up a whole new world of possibilities, and were very disruptive. And suddenly the economy, doubled, tripled, quadrupled overnight because of the new levels of productivity. And here the same thing looks like it's happening with AI. It's like, wow, we're going to save society because the productive output with AI is happening as it happened with the computer revolution and the internet all over again. But then
Venture firms double, then halve in stunning reversal.
So line went up, and then line went down real fast.
Is it? I can't see very well from it. Was it like 2020 or 2021 that they started going down again?
Yeah, it's just it got up here, and then but immediately, like in this amount of time, we're back down to over here, which is a long time ago. Interesting. Did you work for a startup company or on a .com or some kind of project recently? Share the triage below, because I'd just be curious to know. That'll be really interesting. You know what else is really interesting?
The Boeing drama.
The unfolding Boeing drama. People who disappear, whistleblowers. Ars Technica has this headline.
Boeing says workers skipped required tests on 787, but recorded work as completed.
Well, that's because they're overworked, and also, the work ethic and everything else. Like, we're just hollowing things out from the inside. Kind of like building high-rises.
More productivity, but less pay.
Line has to go up. Oh, here's the Microsoft article.
Yeah, Microsoft closes Redfall developer Arcane Austin, Hi-Fi Rush developer Tango Gameworks, and more in devastating cuts at Bethesda.
Yeah, this is just why. You can get a credit apparently of some kind for something. Just why?
A token. Some Chuck E. Cheese token.
This reprioritization of titles and resources means a few teams will be realigned to others, so that some of our colleagues will be leaving us.
Realigned. That's such a soft word.
It's weird too, because when you say reprioritize, it makes me think that we're going to take the people we have, and we're going to focus all the people we have on finishing these titles that
The Elder Scrolls 6.
we want to get out the door. When in reality, it just means,
They're gone.
could also mean generative AI is going to replace a lot of jobs. But they got rid of entire studios, so that means they're just going to hand the intellectual property to other teams, I think.
I think did we repeat that story? Oh,
No,
there
I
we
just
go.
misclicked. Speaking of things that shut down, first it was the Python team, now this.
The Google graveyard expands again. Google Fit.
Control used a potion of Gus and then ran into the center. That's what just happened. I misclicked Control 1. I can't believe that just happened. of all time. Oh man, that's too funny. Say that you just launch forward. I have. Uh, I can't believe I did that. Wow. We should. I went my two main heal spells on the last two phases of that attack. Let's see how they handle the next.
Dev APIs shut down set. Fate of Android and Wear OS apps go unannounced.
As Google usually does. Like, you just wake up one day and it's just like,
gone.
oh, Google's decided they're not going to do Gmail anymore.
I don't think it's going to be, I think they said at least a year. 2025 was when the final date was, but I mean, it's already out of like a lot of their products, apparently.
We've decided we're not going to do domains anymore. How do you know that? It's like, you can guess it. And then like 6 months later, it's like, oh yeah, we're out of domain names. It's like,
Yeah.
we're not going to do thermostats anymore. It's like, well, but thermostats are usually good for like 10 to 20 years or more. I've got a century-old thermostat that's actually wired into my new modern system, and it works great. It's a century old. This is filled with mercury. There's not a lot to break. Okay, well, the spring metal actually could wear out, but just so happens to still work fine and still be reasonably well calibrated. But I'm just saying that it's not unreasonable to expect a thermostat to last a century, and this is the world we find ourselves in.
Planned obsolescence.
Speaking of disappointments in the world we find ourselves in,
San Francisco is seeing an uptick in complaints about bed pods. Have you ever seen the episode, or not episode, but it's like, I've seen it on YouTube where it's like those Hong Kong, like, tiny little apartments. That's basically this, except they try to make it sound like luxury living.
So as lawless as San Francisco seems to be in all of the stories that we do from week to week, codes and enforcement shut this down. So some investment companies took some brownstones, I guess, and retro converted them into this, and codes and enforcement showed up and just said, you can't cram people in here like sardines. Like, where's the bathroom? One of the doors locks the wrong way on the way out, so like you can be locked in and you
They
can't
said it was
get
a
out.
fire safety issue.
Yeah, literally, that's federal law. Like, people have to be able to get out without a key. Like, that's a thing.
These are also $700 a month,
Yeah,
which is wild. Just literally like, yeah, a pod.
yeah, not both, not top and bottom, just top or bottom.
This is like the hostel I stayed in on the AT, but like you paid like $20 for a bunk. Like, come on.
$700
And you're only there for a
a
night.
month.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is, just why? But one of the operations is shut down completely, and one of the other ones is renting only every other pod, which apparently was enough to make the code people happy. But they're going to come back around and try to decide if 2 people per pod is okay, or 2 people per pod unit, so 1 on the top, 1 on the bottom, is okay, because right now it's just 1 person per pod pair, and the other one's shut down. So I guess okay, but
I mean, we need probably some denser housing or just cheaper housing, but like that just seems insane to me.
yeah, I don't know.
And I'm kind of a hippie. I kind of dig the commune thing, but like, I don't know if I could do that. That's a step too far. And $700 a month, come on.
I should have
That's a
included a link to it, but I sent you the video of that house that was 400 square feet and can be delivered on a truck. That was pretty nice.
Oh, I did. I sent that to my husband too. But then when we looked at it, we were watching it, and I think at the end it tells you the price, and it was like 100 to 125K. And I was like, whoo! It was a tiny house. It was really nice. It had a ground floor bedroom, which was nice, and then it also had like a loft space.
Yeah.
But whew, it was pricey.
But a hot water heater, fully finished. And
Yeah, ready to go. Like, could be towed to your house today.
400 square feet, just magical. Now that's probably installed, delivered, in the whole 9 yards. I wonder if you could get it for like 60 and DIY some of those things.
Yeah, I wondered that too.
Would that be more palatable?
We'd have to put in a second septic system for that, but it was cool.
The tiny guest house.
Yeah.
You know what else is really cool if you're an Apple shareholder?
Apple announces largest ever 110 billion share buyback as iPhone sales drop 10%.
Yeah, they got to make the line go up. Might as well use their cash to do it.
Is this a section with Google's? Oh, okay, well, I don't know. Well, we'll get to that. Anyway.
It's I don't know, Apple. We're gonna have some thoughts on the Apple iPad announcement. Don't worry, that's coming.
Oh, yeah. Tesla quietly removes all U.S. job postings. This caused a bit of a stir this week.
They've been doing the slow purge, so it sounds like we're repeating ourselves every week, but it also seems like they're laying off units, a few per week. And so we lost some more units this week. Our condolences go off to you. That's like a hiring freeze after weeks of quote-unquote hardcore layoffs. That's what the sub...
Did we cover last week, too, how they they abruptly cut off all the interns as well?
Yeah.
That's not a good sign.
The interns were all set, and then it was just like, nope.
So a lot of people had already arranged housing, gotten flights and stuff, and then it was literally the next day they were like, no interns.
Yeah, this says more than 20,000 people have been laid off in the first round of headcount reductions, Bloomberg reported. Now, some of these layoffs, you're supposed to put in a warn notice, and so they may have. One of the articles I read about this said that they hadn't done some of their warning paperwork correctly to warn the states about unemployment benefits and that sort of stuff. So I don't know. There's probably more story about what's going on at Tesla with the layoffs than is here, but this kind of thing is happening at Google and other places as well. So you'd think that earnings would be way down. So Google was one of the hardest hit, and so Google's not doing well financially, right? Well, they got their first quarter earnings in, so you would think they're not doing well. What of the people who have been left behind at Google, the people that were not laid off?
Google employees question execs over decline in morale after blowout earnings. Turns out Google's actually doing pretty well.
We've noticed that all of our coworkers are gone, and yet we have blowout earnings. Would it have been too much to hang on to those teams? I really liked the work the Python team was doing.
If you read one story this week, I would recommend this one because the constant tone deafness of these executives, in their answers, is just unbelievable.
Well, I got laid off from Google, but my investments in Google vested, so I guess it's good because line went up.
Yeah, they're like, we understand people are upset, but we just had too many expenses. And I was like, well, apparently not if you're making that much money.
My favorite tone deaf quote is that Pichai then joked that leadership should hold a Finance 101 TED Talk for employees.
That's dangerous. That's guillotine territory. You can't just say that out loud.
That is, smart people take their ball and start up a new company that you'll have to buy for billions of dollars in a few years after they really figure out something magical and amazing, which is what I hope some of the people laid off from Google do, because they definitely have the talent to do that.
There are two paths diverging in a meadow. One is start your own startup, and the other is guillotine. Pick your side.
Speaking of the two sides,
Dell to color code staff based on how hybrid they really are in return to office rush.
So Dell, which is wild because Dell historically has been a very remote work oriented company, but now they're saying, oh, let's do a return to office push. And so they're doing a return to office push that is more of a return to office than existed in the pre-pandemic days. And everybody that has done any work or had any experience with Dell is sort of pointing that out. But as part of their retention benefits promotion packages, you're not going to get any of those things if you're not actually in the office most of the time.
Yeah, so the color system is hilarious. It's it goes blue to red, I think, or blue to yellow. Or no, it is red. So the hilarious part of this is that my younger cousin, who is, I think, 7 now, actually has a similar system at his elementary school, and he comes in and brags I've stayed on green all day today. And now they're doing this with fully grown adults.
I love this quote the Register found. I'm not going to say it because of the algorithm, but there you go.
I can't read it from here. They'll have to look at it on the screen.
It's a show. Yeah, so this is not looking good for Dell, especially with it's not, I don't know.
Imagine doing your yearly whatever review or whatever, and they're like, well, we really love the work you've been doing, and you're really making us a lot of money, but I couldn't help but notice you're on yellow a lot.
I wonder if groups of friends will get together. It's like, okay, the 5 of us are going to take turns going into the office every day, so each of us will only go in 1 day a week, but we will rotate all 5 badges. And so you're doing a relay race where Bob goes in on Monday and badges all 5 of us in, and then at the end of the day Bob drops off the thing, and you get crazy stuff like that. It's like, oh, everybody was working all week.
Everybody's on blue. You know that's going to happen. Someone's going to find a way to cheat that system.
Speaking of companies that want to be on blue,
Apple to power AI tools with in-house server chips this year.
this is really just... I read this as the same tone as Apple is getting in on the whole self-driving things. Apple is wanting to get in on the AI thing, but they want to get in on the AI thing in maybe a different way than most people understand, I think. I think they want to get in on the AI thing on local devices to the extent that they can have a large language model or something interactive like Siri, but that isn't as dumb as a sack of potatoes. So you could talk to the local language model on your iPhone and get it to set an appointment or ask it what time it is or what time zone. It's like, what time is it in Taipei or something like that. And it can probably integrate with cloud services and do stuff and like do all these standard issue Apple stuff. But they want to turn it into just something that you can talk to and like common things that you want to do. It's like, hey, will you bring the documents over from my iMac that are about the big presentation? And it's like, do you mean these files? Yes. Okay, let's bring those over. That kind of stuff. Not competition with OpenAI, let's say.
People really not going to understand folder structure at all.
No. Yeah, and so I think that Apple will probably be able to come up with some interesting large language model based experiences based on the work that they're doing, and they probably will have some server side hardware to integrate with that. But they really don't have, they've got the ARM chips, but they really don't have anything server side that truly sets them apart. Like, you would think that the unified architecture, like one of the big things that Apple has going for it with the M architecture is unified, GPU memory and system memory. Like, we need that on PC side. We need that on servers. Like, the servers with lots of Blackwell GPUs from NVIDIA or like MI300s. What AMD is doing with the A300, I think, is a little bit held back because the software stack is so dumb. And Apple's kind of ahead there, I think. And so they're not leveraging that to the extent that they should be, though. So I don't know. Fun times. We'll see. Speaking of things that aren't being leveraged like they should.
Raspberry Pis get a built-in remote access tool, Raspberry Pi Connect.
Had no one told them about Rust Desk? Rust Desk is like, they should have just done a Rust Desk based thing.
Always blown away by names of tech things sometimes.
Rust Desk is like a free team viewer. It's amazing. But it's written in Rust, so it's secure. And you can self-host it, which is also, it ticks all my boxes. But this is basically saying, oh, you've only got so many free cloud real VNC slots. And it's like, real VNC, like, it's not, you don't get hardware acceleration, and it just kind of, like, no. It's not very good unless the resolution is tiny.
That was a pretty
hardware
awful
acceleration
tab.
with
I don't know.
RDP.
Our positioning and
You
stuff.
can do RDP on Linux, and it's good with hardware
Just you have
acceleration.
to redo it.
That's a whole other conversation. Oh yeah,
This one was good. Yeah.
Apple had their big event where they announced the new iPad and the new M4 chips, which are about 3% faster IPC, but have slightly higher clocks out the box. So maybe 7% overall performance improvement, maybe from early benchmarks. And nobody liked the commercial, or at least
Most people didn't, I think.
at least some people
They're very vocal
are
about it.
vocal about
Yeah.
it.
Apple slammed by users over iPad Pro crush ad, fascist aesthetic.
It is interesting, yeah.
You talked about Tempest in a Teacup. I don't think this really matters ultimately, but like, it is kind of a dark ad. And what was interesting about it is that other people produced a version where it's just reversed, where it's like everything springs out of the iPad instead. And it was like, this would have been a much more positive looking message if it was just reversed. Like, why would you crush everything?
Well, because hydraulic press. I mean, the hydraulic,
I mean, it did look cool. I'll give him that.
So they crushed an arcade machine and a piano and a bunch of things. It's like, we're crushing all of this so that it fits in the iPad. Because the iPad is new and amazing and blah, blah, blah. Marquez Brownlee did a video on it where, they gave him early access. And hopefully this hasn't ruined his ability to get early access. And he, in the nicest possible way, he's just like, okay, this is really great, but how are you supposed to actually use this incredible horsepower that's in here? Like, you just, it's inaccessible. It's in an iPad. The iPad OS is a limitation. The keyboard stuff is a bit of a limitation. It has a really, like, they've taken an OLED screen and they've done 3 layers of OLED, 3 layers of OLED so that each one of them doesn't really have to run at a really high brightness, which is a great way to address longevity. But also, when you do need 1,000 nits of brightness, you can deliver it now because they just took 3 OLED screens, sandwiched them all together, and said, look, it's one screen. That is okay. I mean, in a true Apple fashion, like spare no expense, that might be a reasonable solution to have an incredible OLED display.
I think they redid the pencil again as well.
Oh, yeah, there's a new pencil.
But someone pointed this out to me, and now I can't stop thinking about it, is that someone was like, this is like the third or fourth Apple Pencil, and they still haven't figured out, wouldn't it be cool if the back was actually like an eraser?
Yeah, no.
Baffling.
It is very, very odd that they would do that. I think
Undo button, but in the back.
I think also, like when I first saw this, the Crush thing reminded me of the old, you probably haven't seen it, but the 1984 commercial where they're running, it's the Macintosh debut commercial where they're running and the runner throws the hammer through the screen, and it's like we're breaking out of the doldrums of IBM. It looks like the Crushinator is in the doldrums of IBM. Like,
Yeah, it is. It's a very dark aesthetic. It's curious.
yeah. So
Curious creative direction.
what would Steve
Usually-
Jobs say?
Usually they do really colorful, like fun ads, and this wasn't. I mean, it was a little bit fun because it is fun to watch things being crushed, but it feels a little dark.
Yeah, all of the color came from things dying
Yeah,
or being crushed.
yeah.
Ars Technica has a reasonable technical write-up, announces the M4 with more CPU cores and AI focus just months after the M3. Woo. This is the part where it's like 7% performance improvement, maybe? At most? 3% IPC?
The other big story about the Apple event, which ended up being a nothing burger, so I didn't include it, is that in one of those ads, they mentioned Procreate, and the way it was worded, it sounded like Procreate, which is like a creative app a lot of people use, was going to go to subscription model, and everyone online lost their shit collectively.
Because Procreate is not garbage software. And
Yeah,
it's not,
and you know,
it's not Adobe.
it's a one-time payment. You pay like I paid $10. I think now it's 13, and then you have it forever. And they were like, I'm not going to pay a subscription. And then I think later that day, Procreate had to come out and be like, no, we're not doing a subscription service. We're never going to do that. And I wonder now.
What a wild idea, software that you just buy.
I wonder if they're going to try to sneak that in and later, but got freaked out by people freaking out online.
Speaking of new things that Nintendo will soon want you to buy.
Nintendo confirms it will announce Switch successor console within this fiscal year.
Well, I mean, it has been, what, like a decade?
Yeah, but not before June, says the article.
Okay. There's been a bunch of leaks. Don't believe the leaks about battery life and everything else. Those might be prototypes or something, but I don't know.
I love leaks. It's something about that. It really, like, reading leaks really appeals to me. It's the same part of me that, like, so when I read a new book, I always read the last page. 'Cause I don't want to spoil it for myself.
It's another missort.
Oh. Apple unveils stunning new iPad Pro with the world's most advanced display, M4 chip, and Apple Pencil Pro.
Yeah, here's just the Apple.com newsroom version.
So this is the fluff piece.
So when Apple says it's the most advanced, it's like,
I forgot to look. Does this Apple Pencil still require you uncap it and charge it?
No, it's different.
Is it the
now.
magnetic one? Because I have the magnetic one, which I vastly prefer. But the first Apple Pencil, and I think the third, you had to unplug it and like stick it into the side, and it made no sense.
The Verge noticed that some things had to go away as a result of that.
Well, this is an old model. Apple quietly kills the old school iPad and its headphone jack. This was the iPad 9, I think.
And the 10th generation iPad got cheaper and is now $349. Yeah, the pricing on the new iPads is sort of nuts. It is as much as a laptop. And
Cheap.
yeah, it seems like they would probably bend easy. But
Yeah, it was like, it's thinner. And I was like, that's not really a selling point for me. But okay.
this thing also lost a selling point with me. This is something else.
Elon Musk's Neuralink reports trouble with first human brain chip. It is apparently disconnecting randomly, and they're not sure why.
They say that they probably have got it fixed. Like it has physically retracted inside his brain, and so they're like, oh, we'll fix that. Part of it may be because they introduced air bubbles inside his cranial cavity, which...
Oh, that seems like, I don't know a whole lot about the brain, but it seems like I shouldn't have a bunch of air in there. But
Any neurosurgeons in the comments want to weigh in? It's like, is that a big deal? Will it work itself out? Like, it's like, oh, I can feel an air bubble in my brain when I
I'll
shake
tilt
my
my
head.
head, yeah.
It's a bit of an issue. This is also a little bit of an issue. This is
funny.
has blown up into a bit of an issue for Hertz Rent-A-Car.
Hertz charges Tesla Model 3 renter $277 for gas, and it won't back down.
So this guy recorded it. It's called its support, and it's like, well, I rented a Tesla, and I actually got the thing where it said that I don't have to fill it up.
You
but
just have
also-
to charge it back to the level the battery was, I think, before.
No, the service is not even charging. Like, you don't fill it up, and you don't have to charge it up at all. But he did drop it off with the same charge level that it had when he picked it up.
Oh, well, that's a 96%.
But theoretically, he didn't have to do that. And so they doubled down and were like, no. Even if he hadn't done that, even if he hadn't gotten the service, the most he should have been charged was $25, according to the contract, not $277. So a number of things have gone wrong here. And finally, after the story was published, the customer care said that they'll be reaching out to him to refund the enormous charge.
They originally didn't want to even do that because they said, well, we've already closed the account,
Yeah, we've already closed
So-
the contract.
so there's nothing we can do.
That seems really dumb.
When I had that rental car and I had to go return it the other week, I actually took pictures of the car. I took pictures of myself returning the key, or I took a video, and I was like, I want to have proof. And this guy thankfully kept his receipts.
Can you imagine, okay, let's say that I had a car and I just wanted to loan you the car because your car got crushed by a tree on the
Right.
Appalachian Trail. And it's and then it's like, let's say it was a Tesla, and the Tesla was like, oh, you're loaning your car to somebody, we're going to need a $50 fee. That seems weird, doesn't it?
It does.
What if it was books instead of cars?
Inside Libraries battle for better ebook access.
So it turns out libraries, when they have electronic books, they pay a higher price. Like, they can't just,
$55 for 2 years, and then they have to re-up it.
or 26 loans. You can only
Yeah.
loan it out 26 times, and then you have to pay $55.
Which I'm pretty sure some of the physical books at our library have been around for decades.
Yeah, I can definitely think of some of the books that I've checked out. Like, the library card is filled, and that's like 20 slots on two sides.
Yeah.
So that's at least 40 times. And some of those books go back to like the 80s.
Yeah.
But imagine designing books to only last that long deliberately. It's like, just, I don't know, the mind reels, but publishers really don't like libraries and really want libraries to pay more for both physical books that they loan out as well as electronic books. And Axios has an article here about the struggle that librarians have. And some libraries pay for these platforms that provide ebooks and provide the ability for people to check out ebooks. And there are controls on that. So when you check it out, it stops working after 3 days, or it stops working after 2 weeks, or whatever it is. But then when it's been checked out 20 times, you have to buy a new one.
That's just stupid. Especially because the prices are so high.
Yeah,
Like
publishers,
$55 for an ebook. Come on.
publishers really, really want this, but this is not
Those are
like
textbook prices.
yeah. I mean, it is just.
And at least you can resell the textbook.
I'm not okay with this. I think it should be. I think book publishers. The problem really comes down to book publishers want the book to be treated like a license in every scenario, except for, in pretty much every scenario except for a couple of narrow exceptions. And in the narrow exceptions, they want it to be treated like a piece of physical, tangible property. And so it is always the thing that best benefits the book publishers. When I think books should be treated like a physical piece of property. If I buy a book, I should have the right to format shift it. I can take my book and I can put it in a book scanner and back it up. And as long as I own the book, I have the right to use it and do everything that I want with it. I can even loan it to somebody as long as I don't look at the book that I physically have. Like, anything that would be physically impossible to do with just one book. It's like, okay, I've got a book in my library, but I've loaned it to somebody. It's like, you call them and it's like, are you looking at it right now? No. Okay, I'm going to look at my instance of the book. It's like, okay, because the magic of that kind of thing, maybe that's fine. But, yeah, I don't know.
Well, Steam kind of does that, right? With if you're friends and family or whatever, where you can loan games to each other.
Yeah.
But only one person can play it at a time.
One thing that is, they changed that recently, but one thing that is annoying is that if I've got two computers that have Steam, I can't be in two different games at the same time on two different computers, which is annoying. And
With all the testing that goes on here.
yeah, a little annoying. This is also
A little annoying.
A little annoying.
Prime Video subs will soon see ads for Amazon products when they hit pause.
Well, I mean,
I won't be seeing them because I'll be in the bathroom. Actually, I don't use Prime Video, so.
this is another one of those things like the Sony Helldivers thing where it's like nobody wants this, but people will tolerate it to a point because of the other thing that they have. And it's just like, that's not the same thing. Like Amazon is not innovating with their ability to get return on shareholder investment. They're just, they're
just reinventing cable.
I knew it was all
poisoning
we
it
cannot
to the
care
point
less.
that most people will tolerate the awfulness, not providing something that's delightful.
I mean, they just added ads as well, like just ads in the middle of your program.
I mean,
Plus, when you pause it, you're going to see ads. Like, come on.
if that's the trajectory that we're heading toward, is like everything that you interact with will be annoying just below the threshold that you won't tolerate using it. Like, what kind of existence is that? It's terrible.
Not one.
Speaking of what sort of existence is Stack Overflow relegated to in the world of AI?
Stack Overflow is feeding programmers answers to AI, whether they like it or not.
This is a little bit of drama this week too, because if you posted stuff to Stack Overflow and you found out that they were doing this, and you went and you started changing your answers or deleting your answers,
They reverted it.
they reverted it. It's interesting. It's like sorry, your ability to protest against Stack Overflow's decision to feed your answers to AI, you're not a part of that decision.
You're not allowed to opt out either, which seems kind of
Yeah,
not great.
fun times. This is also a really interesting read from this week.
Pokemon Go players invent fake beaches on real maps to catch rare wiglets.
So OpenStreetMap is an open map platform thingy, and a bunch of people have been submitting fake beaches to it because it's what Pokemon Go uses to decide where Pokemon spawn. So there's a lot of fake beaches in places that don't exist because people wanted to get Pokemon that only spawn at beaches.
That's really funny to me. I can't believe people are still playing Pokemon Go. I remember for a while there was a gym across from our office, and you would see people like wandering around with their phones.
Wandering into traffic, the sound of people slamming on brakes and tires screeching.
Screaming, yeah.
Yeah. No, it's really interesting. This is not the first time that this has happened in our next story, but it's perhaps one of the more recent times.
I'm going to expose my Cogent Communications offers $206 million in secured notes backed by IPv4 addresses.
So basically they said, hey, we've got this asset, which is IPv4 addresses. There can only be at most 4 billion of them in the whole wide world. We got a lot of them. We think they're worth a lot of money, and they are. So they're using that as a security for financing, which is interesting and not necessarily wrong. It's just interesting that has become an asset. It's like an accidental asset, I guess would be the way to describe that. I don't know.
Oh, this is what I was thinking of earlier.
Oh yeah, the Microsoft one that you alluded to.
Yeah, Microsoft wipes out evidence of real ads in Windows 11 start menu.
Yeah, so they were putting ads. You can kind of see back here, and it's like, wait a minute.
Let's ruin this experience even more.
We're gonna turn the start menu from this into this, and also with these apps that are just not installed on your computer, but it's just like you probably
should have
want
them.
this. Yeah, so it's like, oh, Windows 11 settings app no longer mentions real ads for the start menu because people didn't like that. Again, it's the race to turn the system into the worst possible experience that you will just barely tolerate. Like it's going to be just below the threshold of what you will not tolerate. And what a great design philosophy for your things. So we don't want to make this amazing. We want to make it as bad as it can possibly be, just slightly better than that.
My favorite weird experience I've had recently was I went to look up Teams like in the menu like that, and it pulled up Teams like the old version. And I was like, but I know I have the new Teams installed. And it was just like, no, click on the old version. And then I have to click it, open it up, and it's like, go to the new version. I'm like,
Yeah.
you own this software. Like, why can't you find the new version? Why do I have to open the old one and then go to the new one? That makes no sense.
Speaking of things that make no sense,
Disney and Warner Brothers Discovery to launch Disney Plus Hulu Max streaming bundle. Like a cable bundle.
Yeah. You can get these two things together for cheaper.
I don't want that.
No one wants that. You're
Never
going to pay more
sail-
money for less.
Sail the high seas.
Speaking of paying more for less,
This was a design story. I've never used this app, though. Sonos says its controversial app redesign took, quote, courage.
yeah, so the new Sonos app, music app, I guess, is less functional. If
Yeah.
you've used this, engagement challenge below, it's
I looked it up on some other like design sites, and people said that the new app is faster, which is good, and that it is like generally better. But there are certain features they've removed. Like one thing they said was like volume control now doesn't have a number. So that was one thing people were mad about. I think like the playlist queue you couldn't edit anymore. So like you just put something in there and then it was in there forever, or you had to clear it completely.
How will I know that the volume is on an even number now?
Yeah, I know. I was like, I can't just have a slider. I need a number. So I did understand why some people were upset, though. They mentioned that they were hoping to add some of those features back, but they didn't give an ETA on that. So
I have some bad news if you've ever been a Dell customer, ever.
Dell discloses data breach of customers' physical addresses.
Yeah, it's service tags and service contracts and your physical address and a whole bunch of details. Basically, anybody can look up your service tag and your invoice and your address and see where it was sent and a whole bunch of stuff like that. So this is wild. Dell's website used to actually let you do this, and then somebody pointed out this was kind of insane. And yeah, sorry.
It's a typical security. I guess that could have been under security, huh?
Yeah. Also, if you've ever done any work with the Patent and Trademark Office,
U.S. Patent and Trademark Office confirms another leak of filers' address data.
fabulous. Just fabulous. It's great.
Feels good.
Yeah, it's just fabulous.
Positive.
Just why? Why is this happening? Why is this happening? This one's also kind of clever, but also, why is this happening?
Ransomware crooks now SIM swap executives' kids to pressure their parents.
Basically, corporate IT is taking care of the executives' phones. Those are pretty locked down. But it turns out their kids' phones are not very locked down at all. So you figure out that some CEO has a kid somewhere. You can get their social media posts, maybe impersonate them using AI, trick their parents into doing very bad things.
That is dark. That's a dark reality that we're living in.
Yeah, it definitely is.
I just read, my brain just registered that we're actually in security now because I'm so used to doing it Monday. I was like, oh, there's a lot of security stories all in a row. Weird.
Speaking of which,
US UK police identify and charge Russian leader of Lockbit ransomware gang.
so this is a little bit wild. The dude got wind of this and has been posting on social media. He's also not wearing his ear pods correctly. Like, far be it from me to criticize.
I don't like earpods. I don't like something in my ear.
But he was posting something on social media in like a sports car or a boat or something. So he doesn't seem too worried. You know who else is not too worried about its problems?
Apple iPhone spyware problem is getting worse. Here's what you should know.
So this is from Wired. And Wired has a pretty good rundown of all the things that we're complaining about. And it really is wild that Apple doesn't seem to be hiring the kinds of security minds that they should be hiring to get to the bottom of their security problems. I worry that perhaps someone has discovered an architectural flaw that has not been disclosed in the M architectures, and Apple is aware of that, and that's why they're just like, well, we're not going to be able to do much to fix this.
Let's just keep spending that money on ads and making the iPad thinner.
This also is more of an alarmist headline than it is in reality.
Novel attack against virtually all VPN apps neuters their entire purpose.
So this is from Ars Technica. The one situation where this is perhaps bad is hotels and coffee shops and things like that. If the DHCP server can be compromised, the DHCP server can pass something to your client device and say, oh, are you trying to get to these popular VPN providers? You're going to have to go this other way through the internet. And so in doing that, it's going to cause your VPN connection to not connect the way that you expect to. And you may end up leaking information about the kind of traffic that is on your VPN, because that traffic ends up not actually going through the VPN that you think it is. So, yeah.
I like the art on this article. It's just a man crawling through tubes.
It's like reading, dropping, or modifying VPN traffic. It's like, yeah, it's because you're advertising a route to those subnets through DHCP, which is kind of a feature, not a bug, but, you know, that's okay. That's fun. It's wild that no network engineers had noticed this before to be like, wait a minute. This is a thing we have to worry about in the VPN client software or something like that. So this also should have been sorted with the Lockbit thing.
Police resurrect Lockbit site and troll the ransomware gang.
This has been a little bit of a back and forth. The site was up, it was down, then it was up again.
Probably covered in logos now.
Yeah, so it's just fun times. They're trying to keep Lockbit completely shut down, but we'll see. This one was also a little bit scary because there's a popular like subculture on the internet of people that have been hacking their own insulin monitor and insulin pump. Like they've done a DIY thing where it's, they're fully closed loop, fully cyborg to be app controlled instead of just monitoring it and then dialing it themselves. And so one of the first apps that actually got FDA approval ran into a bug.
An insulin pump software bug has injured over 200 people.
So the FDA has issued the highest level of recall for the insulin pumps app because it's got some bugs. And this is wild because I don't think there was ever anything this severe when people were DIYing this.
Well, if you're DIYing it, I mean, you probably know what's
You're
going
going to be a little
on.
bit more paranoid about what's happening.
Whereas someone's like, oh, I can just use this app. Like, they've done the thinking for me. And you would hope that would be true, but...
Yeah, see also the iPhone story where we literally apparently don't have the hardware architecture vernacular to build a secure platform. And so it's just like, oh, look, somebody in some country that has the Pegasus ransomware has control of my insulin pump. Joy.
Great. I don't need that to live.
And this sounds like it's a repeat. It's not.
Cyber attack disrupts operations at major U.S. healthcare network.
Turns out those get headlines. And so guess what is now being... It's like, oh, we'll focus
Software.
on the hospitals. Yeah. Patient data, hospital, like just disrupting the machines. I hope you didn't want an x-ray today.
We can fit you in another 6 months.
Yeah. And this is kind of related to the AI, the CEO's kids story.
I assume this is British Columbia. BC mother targeted by AI phone scam, initially convinced it was her son.
Yeah, her son had posted prolifically on social media. So, yeah, she got a call. It's like, oh, that sounds like him. It was not. And then it was like, then the call was handed off to someone posing as a police officer. It's like, oh, you're going to have to send us some money. It's like, okay, I guess that's fine. It was a scam. It's all a scam.
I feel like I should probably warn my mother about this because she would probably fall for something like that. She's in danger. I've got to help her.
Yeah, that's never a good thing.
Yeah.
There's going to be more of this as the barrier to entry becomes lower and it becomes easier. But also, I think we've long since passed... Like, think about, like, the Nigerian scam emails. It's like, oh, I'm trying to get some money out of the country.
The Nigerian prince.
And all the people that fell for that, and even through its broken English and everything else. The large language models now will help them write really much more coherent emails and much more reasonable-sounding emails. And that seems like a problem. And I don't think AI alignment is ever going to be able to help us with that problem in the way that... a hammer was like, oh, you're using this hammer to bludgeon a human skull. I should not be a hammer anymore. It's like we're not going to be able to do that.
It's too late.
Reality doesn't work that way. At least I don't think it does. So yeah, fun times. Well, we got a lot of nonsense on Friday.
We do, and also AI. So we'll see you then. Bye.
You've probably heard of ray tracing because it's a big thing at the moment, but you've definitely seen it at some point in your life because it's heavily used in games, rendered art, and films and visual effects. It's massive over there, and it can render things in very, very high quality detail. And I want to go over how it works and also why we eventually went from rasterization to ray tracing. I mean, rasterization is still used, but why I eventually said we need something that can do a little bit more detail. To start off with, I want to show you how good ray tracing can look. So here's a video of someone playing Cyberpunk with the highest ray tracing mods. Now, this is absolutely insane. To me, this is photorealistic. Why does this look so good? And that is because of things like the shadows down here, the reflections in the car. That is all done thanks to ray tracing. So traditionally we would use something called rasterization. Now, to give an overview of 3D graphics, what we have is we have a series of polygons in 3D space, and what we're trying to do is generate an image of these polygons, right? And what we would use is something called rasterization, which is a way of almost painting pixels onto your screen. Now, rasterization is very, very, very optimized and very quick, but it struggles with handling things, more complex light interactions like you saw on there, like the reflections and the shadows and stuff like that. So I want to go over quickly how that works so that we can then show you why we eventually started using ray tracing and things like that. So let's create a very simple scene, right? So let's say we have a floor here. Oh God, I'm really not very good at drawing. And let's just have very basic triangle here. And just so I can really show off how this works, we'll have a red square behind it. Right, what do we do now, right? We have this scene. So we need to have a camera in this scene. So we'll have a camera up here. And now you're probably going, how do we get the camera here? I'm not going to go into that right now, but you basically have a series of matrices that you multiply each of these points by, and you'll get that camera. I believe there's a video on that on this channel already. What you'll then get is you'll get an image up here like this, and you'll have these vertices for these shapes in 2D, basically. They'll look something like this. One here, and say you have your triangle here. So you have your vertices on your image plane. How do we actually generate the pixels for these shapes, right? That is when you rasterize it. So it would look something like this. You'd have your vertices here for this triangle, and you want to basically color in the pixels that are inside this triangle. So let's just draw the outline here. Essentially go, okay, this pixel looks good, this pixel, this pixel, this pixel, and yeah, that pixel's in enough, that one's not in enough. And basically what you do is you'll color that all in and you'll get a triangle there. And that is what you will do for each of these. Now, you're not generating a pixel per se, you're generating something called a fragment at the moment, because what you do is you do it for every single shape in your scene. So you'll do that for the triangle, and you'll also do that for the square.
Well,
But-
even if they both in the same pixel.
Yeah, because you're not generating a pixel quite yet, it's a fragment. And what you will then do, you have all your fragments, go, okay, which one's close to the camera? You reference your Z buffer, it's called, and you'll go, okay, green triangles first, let's just render that fragment as your pixel. So then what you get is eventually you get, I'm trying to represent these as pixels, I'm just going to shade it in.
Life's too short. Then.
Life's too short, yeah. So you then get something like that. What I'm trying to show, green triangle in front of the red triangle. Okay, so what you can do better than that. We can do better than that. So another thing you'll do is you'll use textures. So you, rather than interpolating between colors on your shapes, you would use a texture map, and then you basically just plonk your texture on top. It's dead easy, right? But let's do some more complex things. Let's do lighting, right? And I'll show you how that works. So let's just say we have a light source here, for example. We have a little sun there. Typically for lighting, you'd have, let's say, some ambient values, some diffuse values, and specular values. And what happens is that if your camera is, let's say, here, and the light rays are bouncing off this object, and essentially you use some calculations to figure out what that lighting should be at each fragment. So you go, okay, light source is here, our normal vector is here, our camera is here, therefore these are what the diffusion spectral stuff looks like. And you get a nice little thing like that, and it looks pretty good. But the issue is that all you're doing is saying, our light source is here, let's just guess sort of what the lighting effects are. And the issue is that, let's say, there is another, let's say, little like flying saucer here, okay? When you calculate your lighting values, you're not accounting for objects in the way. Essentially, you would still render these lighting effects on your shapes. And that's not right. It doesn't look correct. And you can do things like shadows. You could generate these things called shadow maps that do that, but they're an extra step that you have to do. And then what happens if you do, let's say, shadows or reflections or refractions, is that they're so incredibly hard to calculate with rasterization that you get these shader functions which are millions and millions of lines long. Okay, maybe not that much, but you get these massive bloated shader functions just trying to figure out what these should be. And then what happens is that your quality just isn't lifelike. It's good, but it's not as good as it can be. It doesn't have that special source to it. Now, maybe what we should do is we should maybe go outside and I can show you how light works in real life and show you how we can implement that in modern graphics. It's lunchtime. Thankfully, the weather's actually been very kind to us here in Britain. So how are we seeing this right now? What is happening is that the light is coming down from the sun or wherever other light sources here, and it's bouncing off the ground, the lake, it's bouncing around all that, and then it's hitting the back of our eye, and then we are technically rendering an image in our brains. Now, if you go back to how what I was talking about with rasterization, that did not do any of that. It's not like it is in real life. While ray tracing is almost a little bit like the opposite of how light works in real life. So as I say, light comes from your light source, it's bouncing around and hitting your eye. What we do in ray tracing is that you have your camera, you then shoot rays out through your camera and track where those rays go. For example, if I wanted to render the ground here, what we would do is we'd shoot a ray out, it would hit the ground and we'd go, okay, that's where our surface is, and we'll go, okay, that's where our light is, therefore we can calculate the lighting effects. And it's why I'm able to have a shadow here, because what we would do if we're going to render this shadow is we'd shoot a ray out in our camera, it would hit the ground, and then we go, hang on, our sun is up here. When we shoot a ray from the ground to the sun, there's an object in the way. I am in the way. So therefore, we know that that light cannot hit that surface. Therefore, we don't render anything. And you see how that's much more intuitive than generating these crazy shadow maps and having these large, crazy rasterization shaders. You see how interesting the light, how that's bouncing off that water over there. And sometimes with stuff like that, you can see a rainbow. And that is because the light is interacting with those water particles in a very interesting way. So trying to model all this in rasterization is difficult, to say the least. But what we can do is use ray tracing to follow the light and get a much better rendered image because of it. So now I've gone on about how ray tracing works, so maybe let's go inside and I can show you, draw some diagrams and show you how that works on the computer. I've redrawn this scene again, start from scratch, and I'll show you how you can render this with ray tracing. So I mentioned outside that you shoot rays out into your scene. There are different ways you can shoot your rays out, the angles you can shoot your rays out. So there's like orthogonally, which is they're all straight, or from a perspective where they're like that, like how the human eye renders an image, basically. So let's shoot 3 rays out here. So let's do one like that. Let's do one like that, for example, and then let's just do one like that. Now, the first thing you've got to figure out if you're doing some sort of ray tracing is what objects have we hit once we've shot the ray out. So here we've hit this object, we've hit that object on this ray, we've hit that object here, we've hit that object here, and we've hit that object here. The main thing that slows ray tracing down is figuring out what objects we have hit in this scene. So as you can see on here, we've hit various objects, and how do we figure out what, oh, there's one, should be one here. How do we figure out what objects we've hit? Now there's many different ways of doing that, and that's a whole separate video in itself potentially, because that is how we optimize this process. But let's just say we can figure it out for now, okay? So we figured out that we've hit these objects here. So what we do is go, okay, which was the first object that we hit? Okay, we hit that object, we hit that object, and we hit that object. Okay, cool, so we now know the colors because we've hit these objects. So that one would be black, let's say it's a black surface, hit black, green, green. Okay, when we did rasterization, that was the first thing that we did here, was figuring out these colors. We've just done that by shooting rays out and seeing what it's hit. So how do we calculate lighting? Okay, we have our light source up here. What we then do, typically, is we'll shoot out another ray up here towards our light source and go, okay, firstly, can it reach the light? Okay, these two can, this one can't, because it's hit the triangle. Therefore, that is a shadow, okay? See how much easier that is than having to render a separate shadow map and incorporate all that into your shader functions. You just go, I'm going to shoot out another ray, didn't hit it. Okay, there's something in the way. That's it, right? That is all you need to do. And to calculate the lighting is actually quite similar to how the equations we use for rasterization. It's just you calculate your diffuse and your specular values, and then you just go, okay, that's the final color, and that's the color of your pixel, basically. You figure out the color of your pixel by following that ray through your scene, calculating the lighting, calculating if there's shadows, and then basically backtracking and go, that's our pixel color. Now, hopefully I've explained that reasonably well. Let's do something slightly more complex here. Let's imagine that down here, let's say that this is no longer a floor and that we have a mirror here, okay? This is what I was going on about outside that ray tracing can do very well. How do we handle something like a reflection? So what you do, you shoot your ray off down here, it hits that surface, and then you go, okay, it's a mirror. Let's bounce this ray off. Boom. Now that ray has gone up here, and it's hit that triangle here. And you go, okay, now I've hit the triangle, you calculate your lighting. It's occluded by that, therefore you don't render any light from that light source, and you backtrack there, and you basically, what you'll see when you render the image is you'll see the underside of this triangle, because that is how it would be. You have a mirror, you have a triangle, you hit that triangle, you render that image. You see how much easier that is than having to faff around with these shader functions and create something crazy in rasterization. It's built, ray tracing is so good because it mimics how real life works. So things like reflections and refractions, subsurface scattering suddenly become a lot more easy.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Obviously, in the light source scene where we were outside, the sun is so bright, things are bouncing off all sorts of things. In graphics, they often have more than one light source, don't they?
Yeah.
How do you deal with that?
So if you have more than one light source, let's say there's one here, what you do when you check and you go, okay, what's our lighting? If we're let's say a shadow, you shoot off a ray there and you shoot off a ray there, and you go, okay, let's say you're this one, and this isn't a mirror anymore. We're back to flat object. You go, okay, that is in occluded, so you don't render any light from there, but that one isn't. Therefore, what you get is like a shadow going like that.
So it's just basically some kind of summation of what different things are at that point.
Exactly, yeah. So that's how you can render really cool multiple light scenes, because it can do that, right? But with every light source, you've then got to figure out an extra calculation of shooting another ray out, and you see how that can get very, very complicated. But it's a lot easier than rasterization for calculating light.
And just one other question before we go to whatever's next.
Yeah.
Each ray is one pixel, so a pixel is a ray and a ray is a pixel.
Typically, yeah. Normally, there are other more complicated things you can do, but whole different subject entirely. We won't go into that, otherwise it'll be an hour-long video. What I want to show you is a comparison between a ray tracer and a rasterizer. Now, we have our rasterizer here, which is OpenGL, and on the right we have a ray tracer. Now, this is a ray tracer that I built while I was at the University of Leeds. Just to make sure everyone is aware, my ray tracer is not very good. It's very unoptimized. It's not nowhere near as good as it can be. However, it is a good comparison, and it's good, and I can show you the benefits of using a ray tracer and the drawbacks. Add our lighting here. Firstly, I want to just talk about while I'm setting this scene up. Look how slow it is to do anything here. The reason why this is so slow is that for every single ray that you shoot off, it checks every single triangle in the scene to see if it's hit it. Now, let's say you've got a 600 by 600 pixel image here. That is 600 by 600 rays checking every single triangle in this scene. Let's say it's 10 triangles. So 600 times 600 times 10 calculations every time, which is just why it just is why it's slow. And that's not including the lighting calculations and checking shadows and stuff like that. My point being with that is that while ray tracing can render very nice images, it's a lot slower than rasterization, which is why for a game like Minecraft now uses ray tracing, I've heard, but the very early versions of Minecraft only use rasterization because why not? You're just rendering blocks. There is no crazy reflections, refractions, crazy lighting effects, and you wouldn't need to because it's just a nice game with some blocks. So I've finally set up this scene here, and what I'm trying to do is make it like what we were doing down here. So we have a triangle over a ground plane here. Now, on the left, you have your OpenGL. On the right, you have my ray tracer. They look about the same, and they should, because we're not doing anything crazy here. The light is pretty much the same in both scenes. We're not doing any reflections, refractions, or anything crazy like that. But What I can do on the ray tracer is do shadows. The light source is up here. How this works is the camera would shoot a ray out here, it hits this ground plane here, and we go, okay, let's shoot another ray up to your light source. Oh wait, there's a triangle in the way. Don't render any light there. That's how you do a shadow. And that is how the whole scene is rendered, by shooting rays out. Let's say you do put a point here, shoot a ray out, it's hit our ground plane, shoot another ray out to the light, nothing in the way, therefore we can just calculate the lighting effects there. Obviously I've gone on and spoken about, this is how ray tracing works, but ray tracing is a big subject, heavily researched. There are many, many ways of calculating your light, calculating different effects like this, but essentially the underlying thing is you are handling rays, shooting rays out and tracking them. That is what ray tracing is. Okay, this is just one way of doing it. We've booted up a more complex scene here. Now this is called the Cornell box, which is basically, if you want to compare how good a graphics engine is to other scenes, other ray tracers and rasterizers, what you do is you set up the scene of the Cornell box here, and then you can get a direct comparison, which is what we're doing here between OpenGL and my ray tracer. Now, this framework is built by the University of Leeds. I'm just using it to show a comparison. So on the right, my ray tracer that I built, and on the left is just OpenGL. One thing I want to mention here is that I am using probably the worst way of using OpenGL. The lighting is directional light, so it looks pretty muggy. You can use positional lights to make this a little bit better. And it will look similar to the ray tracer here, but what it can't do, unless you go into your shader functions and change stuff, is this shadow down here. So what is happening is we have a light source here, a shadow here, and it's rendered like that. And I think it looks pretty decent, right? But what's something cool we can do? Now, what would happen if we set the walls either side to be a mirror? Well, I'll show you how that works. It takes a while to calculate, which I think proves my point of, while ray tracing can render stuff like this, it is a little slower than OpenGL, which can render like that. So here we go. We've set both of these walls to be mirrors, and as you can see here, it's rendering the side of the box here. Now let me show you how it can render that shadow there. What is happening is we are shooting a ray through your camera into your scene. It is hitting that mirror and going, okay, it's a mirror, let's reflect off it. It is reflecting off that mirror and hitting the floor, let's say here. Now, we have our light source up there, we are shooting another ray towards our light source, and it's going, we've hit the side of this box here. Therefore, there is no light hitting here, so don't render any diffuse or specular lighting, and then that's how we get that final pixel color, you see? So it's all about following those rays and figuring out where they are in the scene, what the color should be on the surface, and then what the lighting should be, if it's in a shadow, if it's refracted through an object, if it's done anything like that. Ray tracing is very good for rendering very high quality scenes, but it is much slower than traditional rasterization. So if you're a games developer or an artist, you've got to decide which, if you want speed, but maybe a little less quality, or you want it to be maybe a bit slower, but you can render stuff like this seamlessly.
The further away you get from where your images were actually captured, the more noisy your Gaussians are going to get.
Exactly. So if you look over here, can you see?
And so if we just sort of feel our way towards it by taking off little bits of noise at a time, we can actually produce an image. Right? So you start off with a noisy image.
Have you ever heard of Shinigami? These are mysterious and mesmerizing characters from Japanese culture, often featured in anime stories, manga, and legends. The word Shinigami can be roughly translated as gods of death or spirits of death. Essentially then, Shinigami are like guardians of the underworld. They're not necessarily scary. They have unique and interesting personalities in many stories. But don't just think of them as villains. They play an especially key role in Japanese culture. They are responsible for guiding the souls of people who have passed to the next world. The Shinigami are tasked with making sure that the souls of people who have perished are guided correctly to the spirit world. They do not bring about death, but appear when it is time for a soul to leave. Think of them as guides or messengers between our world and the next. They also bear responsibility for keeping the balance between life and death. This implies that they need to make sure that everything happens as it should, without interference or mistakes. In some stories, the Shinigami may even have books or lists with the names of people whose time to go is drawing near, so that they can be ready to guide them. Some may be shrewd and kind, while others may be mischievous or mysterious. This variety can make the stories of Shinigami interesting, as each of them can have an unusual way of dealing with their responsibilities. Shinigami were not initially depicted as physical entities in Japanese literature. They were more conceptual, often associated with death and fate, but not personified as specific characters. This more abstract nature reflected the traditional Japanese view of death as a natural and inescapable process, without the need for a specific agent to cause it. As Japanese literature and theater developed, during the Edo and Meiji periods, the Shinigami started to be portrayed more tangibly. They were often connected with stories of tragic deaths, acting as entities that influenced or led individuals to meet their end. Interaction with the West during the Meiji period and later brought many cultural and social changes to Japan. This also influenced the concept of Shinigami, possibly inspired by Western representations of death or the Grim Reaper. The Shinigami started to be seen as specific death gods or spirits. This development reflects the blending of traditional Japanese beliefs and ideas with Western concepts. Among the most well-known tales from them is the story of one Shinigami who came across a desperate man who was trying to reach death. But the Shinigami told him that life is like a candle and is only extinguished when it burns out, and that the candle representing the man's life still had a long way to burn. To encourage the man, the Shinigami taught him how to ward off death by driving away other Shinigami so that he could earn some money and change his life. But the man soon gets greedy as he is earning a lot of money with this new power and ends up burning the life candle even faster, dying just when he wanted to live the most. Whereas death in the West is often seen as something to be dreaded, traditional Japanese beliefs regard it as a normal part of the life cycle. Shinigami are seen as agents who maintain this natural cycle. Different from the Grim Reaper, who is often depicted as a terrifying entity, wielding a scythe, and the embodiment of death itself, the Shinigami's role is to ensure that people die at the appointed time. Despite his often frightening appearance, the Shinigami has no intentions of scaring the dying. He tries to calm them down and leads them peacefully to the other spiritual realm. Shinigami have been completely reshaped into complex and often charismatic figures in the 20th century, and especially at the beginning of the 21st, with the rise of media such as manga and anime. A notable example is the Death Note series, where the Shinigami are depicted as powerful beings who manipulate life and death, with their own distinct personalities and motivations. This modern portrayal contrasts strongly with more traditional representations and reflects the growing influence of popular culture on mythology and folklore.
This is the reverse ceremony.
Damn, y'all, this the fastest sandwich maker I know.
Du skal faen ikke ha noe nudler on my watch! Vi er på diett!
So I have this primo 1995 Chevy S10 for sale. I'm only asking $599.
If you spill my tea, yeah.
Bagger's got 152 yards. Should be just a nice, comfortable 9-iron for him. They're gonna go nuts when he hits this thing.
Molesta la gente que piensa que porque yo vivo en un pueblo, entonces yo vivo en mero monte, que no hay desarrollo, que no hay ve, que perro.
Hey, I'm in the bed.
Hey. 9.
Hello. That's pretty decent, isn't it?
song of the week is literally just Ribs by Lord because that song is a fucking classic.
Dude, I fucking love that song
it's
so much.
Bring in the cheese.
Get chubby cheeks.
Who is this ops? He beefing with the 7 Seas, throwing cannonballs and this shit.
That's fucking beautiful, man.
Шушенска, сука, открываю холодильник.
Just gave my boy a fresh cut. Yeah, you know what time it is.
Excuse me.
To, co wam kurwa teraz pokażę, to wam łeb zryje do końca życia. Proszę bardzo.
Bruh, look how much bees there is, bro. That's private property. You can't just be right here.
Decidedly.
Do you have anything to say?
Mira cómo se calienta la patita.
Ush. Там это...
Не дергайся. Расческа нанотехнологии, блядь.
Come on.
I'm trying, man.
All right, let's go.
Big show.
One of me right now, quick. I'm getting over there. Dude, oh, what the? He's a bot, Jack. Where were you?
You're not.
Every time you shine, I wonder if you're right. Is that? What the fuck is that?
Disculpe, maestro. Voy bien para... Sí, voy bien para...
Welcome to Wendy's. What would you like?
55 burgers, 55 fries, 55 tacos, 55 pies, 55 cokes, 100 tater tots, 100 pizzas, 100 tenders, 100 meatballs, 100 coffees, 55 wings, 55 shakes, 55 pancakes, 55 pasta, 55 peppers, and 155 taters.
Can I take you order?
Sorry. Yeah, I'll just come in.
No. But then he was actually
able to finagle it. Like, he was
Why is she frozen? Bro, I'm tripping. What the fuck?
Excuse me, can I help you?
Yeah, somebody called about this Jeep out here.
My
They said it's running and there's nobody in it, so they just want to make sure everything is all right.
I had it running, I'm sorry.
The police here show up on a very important investigation. There's a Jeep running in the driveway. But then the homeowner appears and he tells the cops to go away.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up?
Well, hang out right here for a second. Are you the only one inside?
Hey, listen, I don't answer questions, and I'm gonna need y'all to get the off my property.
No, sir. Sir, I need you to come back over here now.
But they refuse to leave, and instead, they just arrest everybody.
Okay. Hey, Christina, I still run this house. I'm gonna need you to get in the house. All right, that's not happening. Nope. We're getting detained.
Stay back here. Stay back here.
Hey, back up now! Don't do that, bro. Back up now! Back up now!
Were they allowed to do that? Didn't they need a warrant? Let's go through it.
Put your hands behind your back. For what? Put your hands behind your back. Help me! Help me, please! Don't let me die!
You're really going to like this one, but first I want to tell you about the sponsor of this video. As both a content creator and a lawyer, privacy is important to me, which is why my sponsor is today again Incogni. Most people are totally oblivious to the fact that their private data is being collected and traded online by data brokers. Data brokers create shadow profiles on you that include a frightening amount of personal information. These insights are then used by insurance companies, banks, businesses, and even the government. They use your financial history to assess your risk level and deny you bank loans or credit cards. The government could use it to obtain warrants against you in criminal investigations. They can use your demographic and personal information to target you with annoying political ads. Incogni tracks down the data brokers that have this information, and then they have it completely removed. And it's super easy. You just create an account, and you basically don't have to do anything else. It just sort of works in the background, continuously removing your private data off the interwebs. So check out Incogni using the link below, or go to incogni.com/civil to get an exclusive 60% off an annual Incogni plan just for my viewers. As far as mine goes, Incogni has, as of today, located my private information with 233 different data brokers, and they have had that data deleted with 203. That would be difficult and lengthy to even attempt to do, even myself being a lawyer. Incogni does it all for me, which is fantastic. Again, check out Incogni using the link below, or go to incogni.com/civil to get an exclusive 60% off an annual Incogni plan. Now let's get back to the video. This video was posted by the YouTube channel The Terry Stop, and I believe this is his own personal incident that occurred. I will link his channel and the videos and the pinned comment below. This footage brings us to Springfield, Missouri. Springfield is the third most populous city in the state of Missouri, and it's the county seat of Greene County. It has a population of about 169,176. Springfield's nicknames include the Queen City of the Ozarks and the birthplace of Route 66. The city has been called the Buckle of the Bible Belt. The city is actually the headquarters for Bass Pro Shops. It's also home to O'Reilly Auto Parts. This is where the body cam footage first turns on. There's two officers there, and it appears they're about to knock on the front door, but the door is slightly open. So they're just standing there listening to what's taking place inside the house. They were called there because there is a Jeep running in the driveway. They later claim that there was a call about yelling, but I believe that they just heard some yelling once they were standing there listening inside the house.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up?
Well, hang out right here for a second. Are you the only one inside?
Hey, listen, I don't answer questions, and I'm gonna need y'all to get the fuck off my property.
No, sir. Sir, I need you to come back over here now.
Cops allegedly were called there because somebody, perhaps a Karen, was concerned that a Jeep was running in the driveway. That's the basis of their investigation that they're conducting. There's no arrest warrant. There's no crime, apparently, that has been reported or committed or suspected. They're just there to investigate this Jeep that's running. So they go onto the property. The homeowner asked them to leave. They refuse. So officer number 1 is standing at the front door. He looks like he has his left leg actually inside the house. Then officer number 2 is standing in the driveway just to the side of sort of what I would call the front porch pavement of the house. In my opinion, they'd be within the curtilage of the house. And the U.S. Supreme Court has said, the front porch of a house and the curtilage of a house for Fourth Amendment reasons are considered basically the same as being inside the house. What legal right do officers have to be there? They were called, just say they were called by a Karen about the Jeep. The only right they have to be on these people's property is the right of a Girl Scout, the right of a door-to-door salesman, the right of a neighbor coming by to knock on the door. It's just a consensual encounter. They're only allowed to be on the property with the express permission of the property owners, of the residents, or with the implied permission. Therefore, in the absence of a warrant and in the absence of some emergency, when the homeowner tells them to leave, they have no right to remain on the property. They must leave. Very clearly, the one officer even has his foot within the door. They're refusing.
I died to mechanic really early. I'm kind of like halfway disengaged with this. It's not like I know anybody's. It's pretty boring because it's like everybody's full health until they're not, and then you're like overhealing each other. Heals aren't coordinated or anything. It's not like an old progression. Whatever, it's fine. Should have probably not got hit by a mechanic. This guy's talking about some nonsense. I have a playlist basically. I'm just gonna pop out to. You can see my cursor do weird things whenever I leave the window. And then if I do this, it's even weirder. Okay. So,
to leave.
Excuse me, can I help you?
Yeah, somebody called about this Jeep out here. They said it's running and there's nobody in it, so they just wanted to make sure everything was all right.
I had it running, I'm sorry.
Okay. And then we heard some yelling when we were knocking on the door. Is everything okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you serious? Yeah, everything's okay.
Okay.
Hey, Christina, I still run this house. How many did you get in the house?
All right, that's not happening. Nope. We're getting detained.
The officer says that's not happening. You're getting detained. And it's important that he says that because now what do we not have? We don't have a consensual encounter. We have a detainment. It doesn't mean an arrest, but it could be an investigative detainment, just like a traffic stop. That now takes us from a consensual encounter to that invokes the Fourth Amendment. To be justified, the officer has to have reasonable suspicion that some crime has occurred, usually. But here, we're on the front porch, essentially, of a house, and that changes things. That's not a traffic stop. That's not on a public sidewalk. That's on a home. That's in a home, and our home is our castle, the most highly protected place under the Fourth Amendment. He can't do that. He can't detain somebody just with reasonable suspicion. He has to have a warrant or probable cause and exigent circumstances, which means an emergency. Barring that, he has no legal right, no constitutional right to detain this man. He has to leave and go get a warrant, unless there's some sort of exigency/emergency occurring.
Shut the door and go inside! Listen, shut the door and go inside!
Mind your back. Mind your back. Detained. You're getting detained, is all.
Y'all, cameras on?
Yep. Yes, sir. You can request them later, Terry. All right, you want to just take him over by the Jeep? Not on downwind of the Jeep. This stuff's gonna... Hey. We need to talk to you is all. Yes.
And now the female resident has asked them to leave and is refusing to open the door. So the cops are there with no warrant, and they're seizing these individuals, refusing to leave the property because they want to forcibly ask questions about this Jeep that's running in the driveway. And unfortunately for them, that's not an option under the Constitution unless the Jeep running in the driveway is an emergency situation. And I don't see any facts here indicating that to be the case. And it just goes downhill from here.
Get away from the door!
What up? Hey. What up? So we got called over here for a bunch of yelling. We show up. There's a bunch of yelling going on. Okay. I'm talking to whoever she is. Okay. And then this gentleman comes outside and starts pushing her back inside. Okay. So he's detained. He's detained. We do need to talk to her. No, you don't. We need to talk to everyone else. We need to talk to everyone that's involved.
Hey, what the you got going on?
Stay back here. Stay back here. Stay back here.
Hey, don't touch me.
Stay back here. Stay back. It's going to be bad.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Stay back.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me, bro.
Stay back.
Don't touch me.
Stay back.
Stop touching me.
You're going to stay away from
Stop
my partner.
touching me. Let him go, bro.
Doing nothing.
Let him go, bro.
I ain't been doing
Okay,
nothing.
come on. Step back.
Let him go, bro.
Step back. Perfect.
Let him go, bro.
Wait a second. What in the world is going on over here?
As soon as he starts acting, stops acting a fool.
I'm on
Okay, good for you.
Go in the house. Go in the house, bro.
It's best in the house.
Go in the house, bro. Go in
Do it from the window.
No.
I ain't even do nothing. Oh, God damn.
We're here investigating a domestic disturbance.
There is no domestic disturbance. Me and my brother are having a conversation. It's him and his best friend. Me.
Okay.
It's got nothing to do with no female or nobody else. It's him and his best friend. We've been friends for 15 plus years.
Okay. Arguing is fine, but at this point, he's resisting our investigation.
He's handcuffed.
He's resisting our investigation. Wait, what is your investigation? You see how the investigation morphed from there's a Jeep running in the driveway to all of a sudden they're getting called to a domestic. They are going to force these people, literally with violence, to answer questions about why this Jeep is running in the driveway.
Get away.
Step away now.
Get away.
I'm standing right here doing nothing. Come on now.
Get away.
For real, bro?
Yes.
For real, bro?
Right the now. Get back.
Help me.
Or you're going in cuffs too.
I can't breathe. Help me.
That shit don't scare me. That shit don't scare me.
Get away from us right now.
Leave him alone, bro. He's nothing to
Please,
no
I
one.
can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Stop moving.
I'm trying. Please, I can't breathe this level.
You can yell. You can breathe.
A little bit. I can't breathe.
This is a lot.
Ma'am, stay back. Step back. Stay back.
Sister, step back.
Please help me. Just let my legs go a little bit.
You got two that are non-cooperative and one that's
Too much. They're doing too much. I don't even know why they're here.
Back up now. Back up now. Back up now. You're gonna get tased. Back up now.
Don't do that.
Back up now.
Don't do that.
Back up now. Both of you guys get out of here. Back up now.
Don't do that, bro.
Back up now. Back up now.
That make you feel better?
Back up. I got him.
That make you feel better?
I got him.
Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back. For what?
Put your hands behind your back.
Help me. Help me, please. Don't let me die.
Apparently there's going to be a part 3, but it hasn't been released yet. But I think I've seen enough here to know, all right, cops were there over the Jeep that was running. Somehow we end up in the yard and they arrest the homeowner without a warrant. He wasn't alleged to have committed a crime. Why are they arresting him? They say they're arresting him for resisting. Well, resisting what? He wasn't under arrest. The only thing he could be resisting is their investigation. But again, being that there was no warrant, the only right the cops had to be on their property was a consensual encounter, a consensual knock and talk. So the cops have this implied license to be able to walk onto your property, knock on your door and talk to you if you want to talk to them, just like a Girl Scout selling cookies. But if you ask them to leave, or even if you have a sign asking them to leave, I would argue, they have to leave. And they can come back with a warrant. They can't take you out of your house, which they literally did here, to at least 2 people, if not 3, and force you to answer questions about the Jeep in your driveway. Absolutely unconstitutional, 4th Amendment violations here. So I would hope that the criminal charges have been dropped. But this is basic constitutional law 101, and I'm just not surprised at all that the cops don't understand the distinction about the home being constitutionally important. Not that they care, but let me know in the comments if you disagree, or if you know something more about the situation. So as always, thanks for watching. If you have a video you want me to review, please use the submission link below. Subscribe both here and at the blog at thecivilrightslawyer.com. Remember, our rights don't end where your fear begins. Freedom is scary, just like the ability to answer the door with a lawfully owned and carried gun in your hand without being murdered. Freedom is scary, and police officers maybe should not be police officers if they are afraid of doing the job. Or don't knock on somebody's door unless you really need to.
What fun little bonus round? Come back down here, kneel down and put your mouth like in front of that. One, two.
Oh, my back itches.
My name is Daniel.
No, it's not.
And this is Arena.
No.
And we are the Game Group's Umlaut. What kind of money is this?
It's tokens for the machine, you stupid bastard.
Did we get it? Dino number 1!
Amazing. What is this bullshit?
What is that?
It's a sussy baka.
No, that's not a dinosaur. Keep going until we find all of the dinosaurs. Where'd you get a good boy coin
Oh my
from?
god.
There's 2?
Oh, I want the both.
Where did you get these from?
You stole good boy coins, which is the very opposite of the spirit of the good boy coin. I want that.
No, I bet my money and pulled it. If you pulled a good boy coin, you would keep it. It's like the One Ring, dude. It's like, no, it's mine.
Ah, it worked.
Did you get a stego?
I did.
Hey!
What are we doing today, Aaron?
I don't know. Wait, yes, I do. So sig.
Oh my god, everything fell off the
Okay. Whoa. That's an unusually dangerous looking stuff.
So put your penis in there.
No, I will not.
We're gonna make so sig.
The only grinding I do is at the club. Ah! Ah! Mama, show me your cakes.
Ah! What is this?
Pass-fail test. You know.
Stuffer.
Well, let's grind some meat.
Do you like that Alice Cooper song, Stools Out for Summer?
Never heard.
Okay. Chicken nuggies.
Chicken nugget sausage.
Okay.
You ready?
I'm ready for something. Here come the nuggies. Oh, God, look at them jiggle on their way. Ugh. No!
Yeah!
No!
This is gonna be the best so-sig I've ever had in my life.
God, this is a whole saying, like you don't want to know how the sausage is made. We're specifically showing them.
I'm looking at it right now, and I'm getting hungry.
Oh, God. Okay, that's everything. God, remember when you do this with Play-Doh and it was fun? This is the sad adult version.
That you also get to eat.
God, it's been a long day down at the factory, Pa.
Time to go home to a nice, delicious meal of what is this? That looks good, man. That looks good.
It feels good. Okay.
Look at that, baby. So say.
That looks really good.
It actually looks cleaner than the nuggets do, I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
This is fresh collagen casing. Feed on stuffing tube and fill. Wow, you really unravel it, eh?
We're gonna eat this?
Yeah.
Why are we eating this?
Maybe put...
It's so wild.
Ew.
Put a censored bar over this.
All the way on. This isn't a carnival game, dude. Just get it in there.
Okay.
Whoa.
Oh, is it happening?
It is.
Huh?
It's coming out! It's coming out!
Ew,
It's there!
Oh! God, man, this is so uncool. Oh.
Look at that!
You made a sausage!
We made a little chicken nugget sausage.
Yum, yum, yum. This has been the worst day of my life.
Twinkie sausage.
Twinkie sausage? That's genius.
Yep.
Should we clean the chicken out of the machine?
Nope.
There's got to be something here I can brush it off with. Justin Bieber toothbrush.
Did we throw it away?
I threw that away.
Yeah, trash brush.
Look at that. Does the job, just like Justin Bieber.
Baby, 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 oh.
I want the sausages to be delicious!
Sinkage only. No.
All right, taters.
Taters.
What's taters, Precious?
Mashed potato. What?
You boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew.
Oh.
I feel like the taters can just go directly in.
But there's chicken down there in the sausage maker.
You gotta flush it out.
It's gonna be half chicken, half good. Just flush it out. Just put the freaking mashed potatoes in there. Freaking where's the spoon?
Here, ew. Container for your sausage.
Somebody's getting a face full of crack.
Me.
There's a leak. How is that possible?
God. Try not to step in the chicken turds.
Noted. You ready? Oh.
There should be one like long one.
Yeah, pinch them off when you think it's long enough.
Okay, all right. Just twist it off. Twist it off. Stop eating it. We'll just keep going. What do you mean we'll just keep going? It's been breached. Oh, this is nice. Now we're cooking.
But then it becomes untwisted.
Perfect.
Oh
no, does this look out of control to you?
I give up.
No,
This is the most frustrating thing I've ever done.
Perfect. All right, what fun little bonus round. Come back down here. Kneel down and put your mouth like in front of that. All right. 1, 2.
Why can't I eat with the other kids?
Oh my god. Oh man. Okay, so that's 2. This is one of the best days of my life. Which is amazing because I think it was one of the worst days of my life like 10 minutes ago. Oh.
There's the one that's been breached. That's okay. You don't understand how sausages work!
Mac and cheese!
Look at that. Look at that. Funnel action. Great work. Yep, thank you. Whoa. It's breaching on the top. It's breaching on the top.
Okay.
Dude, get some control of your mac and cheese situation.
It's right! Man, there's like cheese under my wedding ring.
I know! It's one of life's greatest feelings.
It's not! I assure you.
Now pump. That's what I call delicious food.
All right, we're good.
We got a whole slurry of mac goo.
All right, let's take that mush and mush it into this mush.
Okay, casing.
Casing, you got it. All right.
Here we go.
Ready?
Yeah, we're ready, baby. Yeah!
Yes.
Now keep it going. Yeah! Woo! Keep going. Stop. Do a little twisties. Yes!
This is starting to look real good.
Yeah, dude!
Man, don't put the Brazzers logo at the bottom of this. Look at those links, dog. It's like The Legend of Zelda with all these links.
Links of macaroni sausage.
God, who wouldn't want to just eat that?
How about Twinkies?
All right.
Open it up. One
No!
Twinkie. Do it with the Twinkies. That's what we did with all these.
Okay, please take a little more care when tossing Twinkies around.
I've gotten 2 out of 2 shots in there, so I'm feeling pretty confident about my Twinkie dins.
Yep.
Thank you. I'm an amazing Twinkie thrower.
I would love nothing more than to give you a ton of crap right now, but I can't do it because you're flawless.
Yeah, that's good. Look, who hasn't eaten a floor Twinkie before?
More Twinkies from Master?
Or you can have it right now if you want. Yeah, nice.
Oh, I definitely hit That's the sound of Twinkies resisting. Don't touch it! Yes, why are you touching it like you love it?
I don't love it. I just don't want. I want to respect it. Oh, it's riding up the sides. Come on, mac and cheese.
Jesus Christ!
When are we reaching Twinkie?
I don't know.
Twinkie. Hold on.
No.
That's mac and cheese. Keep going. Keep going. How is it still mac and cheese?
Is this how God makes snakes?
Could we make a whole nother sausage?
Oh,
there's
Twinkie!
Twinkie. Hold on. Yup! Wait, we gotta get the case.
Where's this Twinkie?
Oh, Twinkie goo. Wait, hold on. We need to dispose of this madness.
Okay, here we go. Congratulations, Mrs. Johnson. Your son has more cream filling than we're used to. It's a very different consistency. I'm gonna throw up. Oh.
Yes, we're getting so good at making sausage.
You know what? We are improving. Oh, what a clever Twinkie sausage folding system you've created.
Yeah, dude, I'm a genius. Dude, it's all cream now. It's too much.
Game Grumps, all cream.
We're essentially just remaking the Twinkies. This is what shape they are.
That's a fun spoiler for your next object.
Uh-oh.
I think the Twinkie one's gonna be the best one.
You want to mouth nozzle this?
This was our most successful sausage yet. Look at this bad boy.
I like to imagine you're like a crazy man that just ran up to me on the street with that.
Look at what I've done.
Hot dogs kind of gross me out, man.
Why?
I don't know. I can't think of any reason. Oh, the hot dog flavored water.
Yeah.
There you go. 2?
You go all the way.
You gotta go all the way. What is this, an 80s movie? I believe in you.
Shove those sausages in there, man. Go all the way. Yeah. We got a bunch of hot dog slurry now. Oh, I love the Twinkie part.
Oh, we've
yeah.
had hot dog. We've had hot dog.
The smell of a hot dog.
Oh, I know. Trust me, if archaeologists find this room in 10,000 years, they'll be like, well, at least we know what killed them.
What did they do here? What god did they worship?
This looks like any 80s movie after they blew up the villain.
Daddy wants to make sure this sausage meat.
Daddy needs to hurry the f*** up.
Pump, Dad! Pump like your life depends on it! That's very Twinkie.
Yeah!
Yeah!
Oh, no! Oh, it's coming out the back.
Why?
I don't know!
Why?
Is this happening?
Oh, hold on!
No!
Keep going.
Oh, it came out the other side.
Just need to plug it. Put your finger in there.
No!
Come on, do it. All right, stop.
God, there's so much hot dog on the floor. This is hard to watch. This is particularly hard to watch.
Look at that. Whoa, bam! Now let's cook all this good stuff up.
We turned hot dogs into wieners.
Well, you want to start with our first one?
Yeah.
Mac and cheese. Going in.
This is crazy.
I hope one of them bursts.
This is back to being one of the worst days of my life.
Look at them plump up, too. What?
Oh,
Oh, it untwisted.
yeah.
They're all untwisting.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh my God, is it gonna come out one mega sausage? More powerful than ever? This is one of the most fascinating / awful things I've ever seen.
I'm just gonna prepare some buns, you know?
Would you like some mayo chup?
Yeah, dude.
Mayo chup?
Let's get some mayo chup, bro.
Oh, what's that? One just burst? Okay. Stop!
It breached! It breached! It breached!
Oh my God! It's all gross at the top. Oh, several didn't make the journey home. Oh! Please, God, deliver me from this evil!
Let's eat up.
No!
Well, yum, yum, yum.
The yum yum.
So this is the chicken nugget.
Doing some mayo chup.
Mayo chup on it. All right, mayo chup is delivered. Here comes the payload.
What do you think?
Oh, it's so soft.
Good stuff.
All right, let's try another one. I can't tell which one's Twinkie and which one's mac and cheese. Yum, yum, yum.
Is it Twinkie or mac and cheese?
It's mac and cheese.
Oh, I had a feeling.
Put a little mayo
That
chup
was-
on that.
The long end.
Really?
Oh, it was great.
Which one was the best?
This one actually was way better.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
This one actually felt edible.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
gonna save the Twinkie for dessert?
Yeah, we gotta get dessert.
Ah!
All right, this is the hot dog.
And now for a little dessert.
This one's gonna be delicious.
Yes? Queen? Not yet. Really explore the space. Enjoy the bouquet.
It's the texture.
Yes.
It's so chewy.
And the taste.
And then the inside is so soft. It's like eating a worm, like a bug or something. It's like I want to like it so bad. Why? I don't know.
I don't know.
It's not
Oh,
good.
God, look at the end of that. Look how glistening it is.
Makes me want to boil a Twinkie.
There has to be a limit of human endurance.
Well, this was a disaster.
Bye, everyone.
Hey, you watched some of this, but some of it probably got cut or we sweared a lot. And so go to Patreon to see all that stuff. Patreon.com/GameGrumps.
That's fucking right.
You can't say that.
That's fucking great.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. This guy pretended that he owned this car, so wouldn't get a ticket.
Boss. Yeah, just on time. Thank you.
Man, I got you.
I don't think I'll ever make it.
Oh, please.
Oh,
You're fine. Yeah, you're fine. You got a milkshake.
This truck driver had no idea that he was pushing a car.
Premiäromgång avslutades igår. Degerfors ledde länge, men Öster kvitterade på tilläggstid. Nu har Öster stadigt seger om det. Skönt att vi får en poäng till slut. Vi jobbade hårt.
He did eventually figure it out.
3, 2, 1.
This guy broke the AI drive-thru voice, so a human employee had to take over.
What would you like?
55 burgers, 55 fries, 55 tacos, 55 pies, 55 cokes, 100 tater tots, 100 pizzas, 100 tenders, 100 meatballs, 100 coffees, 55 wings, 55 shakes, 55 pancakes, 55 pasta, 55 peppers, and 155 taters.
Can I take your order?
Have you ever loved someone so much that you want to eat them?
Oh my.
This guy accidentally recorded the shockwave from a volcano that erupted.
Whoa, it's Niagara Falls. It's Niagara Falls. Whoa. Whoa.
This is what perfect teamwork looks like.
What a good sissy. Oh, dang, Minnie.
This lumberjack perfectly cut down this tree.
These nuts. You want these nuts? Hey, yo, Bird. You want these nuts? You want these nuts? Oh, he does. He does. That's all you needed to say.
That is the end of this video, or we hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Are you so sensitive that when you eat beef you can taste how God felt when he created each individual piece of grass that the cow ate? No, you're not. That's why I'm the health guru, not you. I'm gonna save 5 people from themselves, if you don't mind.
Let me fly towards my hands. Towards my hands.
So whenever I see an interesting comment or question, we save 5 of them for an episode, and we get to them, and we help each other. Is your carnivore diet 100% organic? Right now, it actually is. 100% grass-fed beef. The suet is grass-fed. My fish is wild-caught. but that it wasn't always the case. Over this past 6 months, there's times where I slid back just to get like, oh wow, that's so cheap, to get this lamb thing. I was buying like this lamb leg from Ireland. All it said on it was Ireland and the area code, and it's like, don't lie and pretend that you're this ethical master. Most carnivores, it's like, yeah, we could do the best. Grass-fed beef would kill the least amount, and then behind the scenes, they're like, corn-fed, it's on sale, bro. Most of them are scumbags. We're all scum at heart. So, like, I have dipped, but lately I've just been like, no, stop, what are you doing? Like, money in the short term is not long-term health. So 100% organic, that's what I do, and I have no plans on getting anything ever. Especially if you eat meat raw, you're gonna get factory farmed meat. I just don't want cows that have eaten genetically modified corn. So if you're eating regular stuff, even if it says grass-fed beef, the other part of what they eat is most likely genetically modified corn, unless it's organic. So I think organic would be better than just a grass-fed label, unless it's grass-fed, grass-finished. So many lives we have to sift through. Oh, it's grass-fed for 1 month. We were getting bored of the episode already, so I moved the camera to stimulate you back awake. It's an entirely different show now. How do you break your 24-hour dry fast? 36 hours. Don't undersell it. And does your lower tract feel some BM pain? Bowel movement pain? In the beginning, when I was doing this every day on the dry fast, I would, like, my poo would dehydrate itself and I'd feel the gut cramps. I'm like, this sucks. And then the next week it was better, third week better, fourth week gone. So I've been doing it well over 2 months and totally sustainable, doing it every Sunday. Tomorrow is Sunday for me, so that's a fast day. So it's like, no, I don't have any pain. I don't break it any special way. The only thing I'm thinking of changing is I've been doing all these electrolyte drinks and I'm peeing like a fountain wishes it could. I don't think I need the sodium. I think I've adapted already. There's a lot of fear mongering with the carnivore diet that like, oh, you pee out all your sodium, you need all these electrolytes, and I think we adapt eventually and that solves itself. If you continue on with the electrolytes, you're just adding salt to your body for no reason. You're gonna pee it out. So I think that's the stage I'm at now. So I'm trying to lower it a bit. We'll see what happens, but I don't know, something's a little off with that. So usually I just break it with electrolytes. Not sure what I'm gonna do, but just water, maybe a tiny bit of...
Welcome to Lucky Dip Slingshot Hip. We pick something out of the hat. Whatever you pick out, you gotta slingshot it, you mate. Paper, scissors, rock to see who chooses first. Scissors, paper, rock. I will be selecting second. Michael can choose first. I hope you get the fucking marble and it ends up being embedded into your skin. Oh no. I'm scared. Dude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wait!
He's running.
He's checking for blood mark. Oh man, you wait, it's not fun. This is not a good time, dude. Oh! It is now my turn to select. Hey! Stop! Show me. I want to see too. Ping pong ball, that's not so bad. No! No! Whoa! Oh my god! Whoa! Whoa! Oh my god, that's so much worse than you expect. Look, it's a permanent. That's why I hit you with the tennis racket. I want you to Oh.
No, he was joking, Michael.
So it's a figure of speech. So a ping pong ball looks like it does more damage. I just f***ed up my shot. My parents couldn't afford me slingshots. I had a slingshot, bike, and skateboard. I had all the gear. I had stale bread and Mark. Who's Mark? It doesn't matter. Don't look. Don't look. Don't cheat. I'm looking at what you're doing. Tomato. Oh, very dense, hard fruit. It's a fruit? I thought it was a vegetable. Oh, maybe it is. This is how you make tomato sauce. Wait! Stop! It's just like an olive. And it's just as bad as an olive. Don't, man. I have 1, 2. All these little dots. Oh my God. What's the little dots? It's some kind of disease. Why have I got little dots on me? I don't know. Some kind of disease is what I just said. Still! What if it goes through me, man? You know I swallowed a 5 cent coin once? I'm sorry for what I'm about to do, man. Dude, if you hit my ribs and break a rib, I'm gonna hit your wife, dude. I'm aiming for the belly button. I'm so scared right now! Ah, it's so fun to... Whoa! 3, 2, 1. Ah! Oh, it's weird! Oh! That's the kid how you wanted it. Flat. Be a little circle dip. Oh, it's a weird one, man. That's a weird feeling. Oh. I didn't hit your rib. Chase me again. Right. Michael's turn to select. Please. Let's go high bounce ball. Oh, it's gonna hurt so much. It's very dense. Don't pinch me. I'm sorry, man. I'm gonna pull this back as far as it will let me. I'm really scared. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh! So high, you hit my sternum. You said no sternum. I didn't mean to. I didn't know your sternum went down that far. Oh, dude, that is a rude shock. Like, I hard to breathe. Is that your sternum? 1 in 3 chance of getting a marble here. Always get out. Prepare to kill. Get away. Shot. Not so bad. It's not so bad. You hit my f***ing lipoma. You're trying to kill me. Hey! Hit on me. 50-50 shot. One at a marble and one that is not that bad. Good luck, pick. Good luck, pick. Good luck, pick. Touch my... Good luck, pick. Little glass bullets. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry! Oh my God! Whoa! Oh! He's still on his head. I can't wait to see this. Oh, that's not okay. That's definitely not okay. It feels so nice. I don't want to be here anymore. Let's get the last little funny little foam ball pushed into me and go home. I'm going to pull this back as far as I can. It is hard. It's okay. My arm's okay, everyone. Don't worry about me. I'm okay. I hope you...
Yeah, we don't know if he'll remake or not. We'll see. I'm gonna AFK and go stand up.
Добрый вечер. Это квест под названием «Жизнь». Летим вперед. Я и Денчик. Go! Go! Так, ну я поздравляю тебя, Денчик. Попали мы в заброшенное метро, недостроенное. Круто. Сейчас посмотрим, что находится в туннелях недостроенного метро. Как строят метро. Так что, ну что, залезли.
Супер, зачем его не достроили? Там типа денег не хватило?
Его не достроили, потому что не достроили.
А, я понял.
А как бы называлось метро?
Метро называлось Денчик и Супер Иисус.
Денчик и Супер Иисус, точно. 2 станции было бы. Тебе еще в одну построили бы 3. Да, сделали бы 3 станции нашими названиями. Только вчера об этом говорили недавно. Почему станции не называют? Там станция Курочки, станция Лошадки, там еще какое-нибудь название такие прикольные, знаешь. Так, аккуратно, тут электричество, напряжение 10 тысяч вольт, смотрите под ноги. Не хватайтесь руками за оголенные кабеля. Ну и вся техника безопасности. Плаваете хорошо?
Да.
Ну все, отлично, тогда все нормально, если не боитесь. Тогда вперед, гол вниз.
А как метро называлось?
Супер Иисус. Так, дорогие друзья, я 30 лет от вас это скрывал. Это метро на Троещину. Настоящее заброшенное метро на Троещине под станцией метро Маяковская, под центральным проспектом центрального района города Киева. Это метро на Троещину заброшенное. Мы сегодня сюда попали с 4-й попытки или с 5-й. Но попали куда? Заброшенное метро на Троещину. Как тебе, Денчик?
Сейчас начнутся веселье.
Так, это место мы очень давно хотели посетить, и много кто его уже давно показывал, а у нас еще все никак не доходили руки, потому что здесь хорошо охраняется, тут охрана крутит руки, и нельзя так просто зайти. Но у нас есть спецразрешение, а поскольку вы супер сусов, значит и вам можно. Нам разрешили сегодня сюда погулять, у нас есть 1 час, чтобы под это прогуляться. Потом через час включат воду и все смотрят. Чтобы вы поняли, у нас во время съемок видео работает большая команда. И с нами сегодня господин Нышпарка, который, господин Нышпарка, будет заметать наши следы сегодня, чтобы мы попали и чтобы нас никто тут не поймал. Господин Нышпарка.
Смысл заложил изнутри Макеевграда. На уровне глаза, да и многого не надо. Только основательные вещи в результате. Взрыв из подземелий строками в формате.
Капец, такое классное приключение. Это такой туннель получается. А поездов пока нету, получается. Я думаю, короче, если, мы пойдем чуть дальше, там будет, короче, много-много поездов. Они будут так ехать, получается, такой звук будет.
Сори, я не знаю.
Чуть не уехала, но ничего. Надо под ноги смотреть очень аккуратно, очень скользко. На самом деле рельсы еще не успели положить, потому что это заброшенное метро. Это метро, ты веришь в теорию заговора? Метро откопали, оно было еще давно. Его выкопали просто, а рельсы потом надо новые, по старой сгнили.
Метро откопали, потому что там метро?
Да.
Начал ходить. Ножками.
О, поезд едет. Это под проливом у нас под Днепром такой туннель проходит, метро под Днепром, поэтому слишком много воды, видишь как? Ну и шпарка, обеспечиваю безопасность, пока я с людьми пообщаюсь серьезными. Есть. Под каждым районом, под каждым городом такие туннели есть. Это большая такая машина. Вы знаете, что все вот эти вот инженерные машины, военные машины, это все с животных взято, как крот. Такой большой-большой крот ползет и своими лапами выгребает землю и выкапывает за собой туннели. А потом сюда можно канализацию провести. Бывали случаи, что можно торговый центр под землей сделать, метро, что угодно. Можно туннели использовать. Вообще за подземельями будущее. Под землей, когда сверху уже кончится вся земля, то люди же идут под землю жить, ты понимаешь, через 100 лет. И этот туннель, если не достроят, но очень надеюсь, что его скоро достроят, ему тут уже чуть-чуть осталось, тут процентов 80 его уже построили, еще чуть-чуть и будет метро уже. Ну, если вдруг не достроят, то я здесь поселюсь и буду жить.
Ты тут раскладушку поставишь?
Чего раскладушку? У меня есть трошки денег, я накопил на старость.
Это раскладушка. И, короче,
Нет,
это
я
потом что
накопил.
возьмешь, короче, одеяло там покроешь эту, короче, раскладушку, короче, и можно будет, короче, спать.
Нет, я себе чуть-чуть на старость накопил, у меня 2 матраса надувных, видел, мне в ТикТоке подарили. На одном ноги ставишь, на другом спишь. Я тут буду жить. Будете приходить?
Да, будем приходить.
Чиферок, купец варить.
Да.
Да? Будете тортики готовить мне?
Конечно, а кушать что ты будешь?
Грунт, вот этот. Глину буду жрать. Да нет, на самом деле тут можно и жуков есть, можно наверх ходить в супермаркет. А как ты думаешь, тут можно ночной клуб сделать?
Ну, если я тут буду главный, то я тут поставлю, короче, диджейтовский столик, получается. Я поставлю, получается, диджейтовскую такую штуку, там, где, короче, включается музыка, знаешь, короче? Пульт называется.
Видеомагнитофон.
Да, пульт называется. Включаешь музыку, и по всему туннелю играет музыка.
Ave Maria, la 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 la.
Despacito, and once it comes around to see the десь по світу ти шукаєш іншу країну, а вона живе в твоєму серці, незалежна, вільна і єдина.
Денчик, ты сейчас как больше, в музыку, в ТикТок или в какое творческое направление?
Все. Все платформы на денчике.
Ну-ка, вот какое у тебя больше всего в сердце откликается?
ТикТок.
Тик-ток.
А слышишь, вот мне интересно, вот творческие люди все, ты с детства себе вот эти порывы как ощущал?
Ну, с детства я вообще был мега-мега хулиган. Я, короче, в 5 лет, короче, типа намотал платок на руку, получается, и подпалил. И подошел к своему дяде и сказал, что солнышко горит. Дядя вызвал, получается, скорую помощь. Получается, меня забрали на скорую помощь. Мы ехали под скорой помощью, под сигнализацией, получается. Долетели, получается, до больницы, короче. А там мне, короче, сделали операцию, пересадку кожи, короче, типа. У меня вот здесь пересадка кожи, короче, типа.
А кожу какую у вас? Искусственную или с другого человека?
Мне искусственную, походу, поставили.
Искусственную. Я знаю, что с попы достают, либо с ноги вот отсюда срезают. Что ты, нышпарка, рыгочешь? Зачем сраку самое хуже делал? Я только бумагой. Я культурный человек. Ну, кстати, я вам скажу, друзья, по секрету, у него новый хозяин появился. Новый хозяин, новый бог появился. Начал 2 богам служить. Алексей Камрад.
Алексей Камрад?
И он говорит, что 2 богам буду служить. Но так нельзя.
Камрад? Да, он крутой.
Я тебе скажу так, кто денежку платит, тот и ангел. А кто не платит, тот мы с ними быстренько раз и все.
Кто денежку платит?
Да.
Тот ангел. Кто денежку не платит, он сладкий.
Кто денежку не платит, тот сладкий. Кто денежку не платит, тот сладкий. Да. Хорошо сказал. Здесь все четко. Вот это ты мне прочитал полностью.
Да.
Слушай, Денчик, а чтобы ты поймал золотую рыбку, ты бы заказал, чтобы этот тоннель стал скорее действующим метро или все-таки подземной дискотекой?
Я бы сделал палац Денчика. Тут у меня большой трансплощадка.
Ну, Троещина.
Трансплощадка?
Да, тут много людей бы танцевало.
Как?
Трансплощадка. И я бы жил в кайфе. Транспол называется.
Транспол.
Трансгендерный пол.
Ты же цвиркнул кто-то или что? Или такое? Послушайте просто, зрители, какие звуки тут. Что делать будем, Денчик?
Милиция. Это уже первые посетители идут. Милиция пришла. На транспол идут первые посетители.
Денчик, шары, что делаем?
Хата, принимаем.
Денчик, а у тебя есть вредные привычки?
Да.
Матюкаться? Какие? Нет, ты так балуешься или серьезно висишь на зависимости?
Ну, я балуюсь.
А еще какие-то демоны крутят тебя?
Не, никто никакие демоны не крутит. Вот самый главный демон, который меня крутит.
Под землю затягивает. То за одну ногу, то за вторую.
Слышишь, а к алкоголю как ты относишься?
К алкоголю я уже не пью.
Полностью сухой закон?
Да.
А сколько?
Сколько?
Как надолго?
Ну, я планирую еще, может, полгода.
А ты, Алина, тоже нетрезвый?
Потому что
Сколько там?
я, ну так, изредка.
Балуется.
Да, балуюсь.
Ну прямо в грех так не падаете?
Не.
Как у Суса пару лет назад.
Был такой денчик раньше.
Раньше был, сейчас
Серьезно,
уже нет.
выпивал?
Да.
Прямо ханыга?
Блин, я сейчас...
7 месяцев сразу
7
ночью
месяцев.
водка рела.
Водка рела. Да.
Вот
Чуть
дальше.
тюбиком не стал.
Чем?
Чем чуть тюбиком не стал, потому что пил Рева. Рева не пейте, ребята.
А что такое тюбик?
Тюбик — это тот человек, который болен туберкулезом.
Как?
Туберкулезом.
Скажи еще раз.
Туберкулезом.
Ты был болен?
Я не был туберкулезом.
Нельзя, не пейте Рева, будет туберкулез. Место преступления. Кто-то кого-то чиркал.
У меня есть вопрос.
Да.
Если это заброшенное метро Троещина, то мы можем, короче, пойти там, где настоящее метро ходит?
Нет.
Нет?
Туда нельзя ходить. Там нам нельзя во время войны ходить в метро. Война закончится, потом пойдем.
А ты бы хотел прокатиться, получается, на крыше?
Да не, ну зачем? Мне уже не 20 лет, ты шо? Я жизнь свою берегу, а кто потом YouTube снимать будет? Не, на самом деле закончится война, мы с тобой лучше в Европу поедем, где-то полазим
Да.
в метро. Там
В
очень много
Амстердам.
всего. Да куда
Тоже.
угодно. Сколько метрополитенов в мире, знаешь? Очень много. Почти в каждой стране есть.
Только за твой счет?
Да.
А я тебя потом как-нибудь
Да ладно, YouTube спонсирует. YouTube, спасибо, что спонсируешь все наши вылазки, поездки, гулянки, колбасы и коки-колы. YouTube, спасибо тебе большое, что ты у нас есть. Скажи YouTube спасибо.
Спасибо, YouTube.
Денчик, а у тебя какая любимая соцсеть?
У меня?
YouTube.
YouTube и TikTok.
Ну ты как пользователь или как по ту сторону, или как производитель?
Я как производитель ТикТока и Ютуба хочу сказать, все функции хороши.
Он директор ТикТока просто.
Что происходит?
Ну, Шпарка, я же тебе сказал, что там происходит, скажи мне.
А это несанкционирование проникновения жителей Троещины, которые не терпешь уже прокатиться. Оно ж, понимаешь как, оно ж под Днепром здесь. А они быстренько раз туда за это, с Троещины к себе бегают.
Знаешь, Парка, а тебе бритву подарить?
А ты сможешь?
Да, смогу.
Давай.
Денчик, а ты какого года рождения?
97-го.
Ага, а Алина это твоя жена
Мы-
официальная?
Но еще пока не официальная.
Слышь, ну потомство вы планируете заводить в будущем?
Конечно.
Класс, маленькие денчики.
Будет 3 маленьких денчика.
Класс. Это шикарно, на веселье придем. Галушки кушать и варенье.
Что, уже страшно, Супер Иисус? Ты такого не боишься?
Моя подземка, моя подземка.
О, это твоя территория, я понял. Ты именно такой же придумал, такой звук, что, короче, просто...
Слышишь, Денчик, спрашивают в комментариях зрители, с чего начать новичку, вот если человек хочет пойти по твоим стопам?
Надо просто снимать видосы, получается, и думать над контентом. Чем больше контента ты снимаешь, тем, короче, у тебя больше будет узнаваемости, и ты будешь больше популярен.
А вот как понять человеку, идти ему в этот блогер или не идти? Вот сейчас говорят, что все стали блогерами, кто на заводах будет работать. Вот как определить, в ком есть эта искра настоящая, а кому оно не дано и лучше этим не заниматься?
Ну, каждый человек должен пробовать разные шаги, типа, некоторые работают там, допустим, на стройках, некоторые, короче, поют песни, короче, некоторые, короче, там еще что-то, некоторые футболисты, некоторые, получается, баскетболисты, хоккеисты. У каждого есть своя профессия. Как сказал Бог, у каждого есть свой талант, получается. Человек дал, допустим, Бог дал, короче, одному там, допустим, 3 таланта, одному дал 4 таланта,
кричите, да, потише, дайте
одному
поснимать.
дал, получается, 1 талант, и еще одному человеку дал, допустим, 5 талантов. Каждый человек должен воспользоваться своими талантами, пока у него есть возможность, получается.
Короче, сесть в тюрьму и петь на Крещатике, да?
Перспектива, конечно.
А сколько у тебя сроку, напомни нашим зрителям, кто впервые тебя видит.
3 года и 2 месяца просидел.
И что, не скучно?
А?
Занимался спортом?
Спортом, да, там турнички брусья были, короче, я немножко подтягивался, короче, типа играл в футбол, короче, типа все дела, любил очень футбол, обожал его.
Но тюрьма тебе больше на пользу пошла или во вред?
Хочу сказать, я поумнел. Я не делаю те вещи, которые, типа, я делал ранее.
А книжки читал?
Книжки читал парочку.
Каких?
«Вор в законе», получается, и, короче, типа, книжка была «Гарри Поттер» вроде.
«Черная свеча»?
Нет.
А сейчас что больше предпочитаешь, ТикТок или книжки?
ТикТок, конечно.
ТикТок, тик-ток.
Книжки деньги не приносят. ТикТок приносит немножко, а книжки приносят ум.
А какой у тебя основной источник заработка?
Сейчас, короче, я не могу сказать.
Ну, законный или незаконный?
Законный.
Незаконный.
Законный.
Рамштайн — это такой тип, именно он нормально делает, и, братан, это мой любимый именно рок-исполнитель, короче, типа, про него я знаю много. We say from America, America, America.
Да что, твои подписчики, наверное, идут.
Да. Я их сюда не звал, честно.
Ребята, кто-то идет, сейчас будем смотреть, что происходит, потому что вообще непонятно. Сус, я не знаю, что делать. Прям пугающе.
Резиновые палки, скакали, галки. Стигают, давай уходи, Игорь. Иди давай назад, их отвлекаем и убежать должны. Так, вы что, вон?
Денчик жидку забыл.
Ой, які тут класні місця! Ми ще тут 10 років назад починали лазити, коли були зовсім дітьми. О! А це що таке? Це що таке, шкідник? Ти що тут робиш? Це що тут таке? Ти що тут розвів?
О, Сус, привіт! Оце так зустріч.
А ти що, за ще свої провода колупаєш?
Насправді, це для мене як хобі. Чисто по приколу полазити та пошукати щось.
Да, розумію. Раніше ми тут схованки грали.
Ай, а зараз, бачиш, оце ми повиростали, а ігор вже ніяких немає.
Як це немає? А Олімп, а Кенділенд, а собаки – це все є на Світі.
О, мені подобається грецька міфологія. Що, і навіть Олімп є?
Так, і навіть сам Зевс є у грі Gates of Olympus. Не втикай, залітай за посиланням у коментарі та поринай в ігровий світ Слот Сіті.
Відкривай нові світи Слот Сіті. Слот Сіті завжди поруч.
Это породу вывозили землю на этой машинке, материал доставляли в туннель. И можно было кататься. На самом деле на дизеле машинка работала. Ездил, смотри, дисплейчик, школьники тоже побили. Все ломает, все гадит.
Їде маршрутка, як велика собача будка. На дорозі всіх підрізає, башенцем в салоні рубає. Владимирський централ.
Нишпорка, что за неподобство? Кто залез в мои туннели, а? Что такое? Алло, гараж. Алло, туннель.
Ого!
Попали. Вы милиции не боитесь?
Еще Денчик есть.
Фонари какие у вас.
А можно тебя попробовать?
Давайте, вставайте. Выходите с вами. А як ви залізли сюди в дирку?
Там есть инструкция.
Фух. Слушай, пацаны, ну вы даете, блин.
Нишпорка, ты сегодня без зарплаты.
Я не
Без
знаю.
интернета.
Они услышали твой голос и просто прорвались, меня чуть не растоптали.
А он и полиция сзади, смотри.
Не, все нормально.
Еще один заховался. Ну иди сюда, чуешь? Ладно, друзья, на самом деле мы снимаем серию, как бы давайте пофоткаемся, и мы пойдем дальше, и вы тоже пойдете дальше.
Я бабенчик, повна на хрещатих зі мною тусувати. Я київський пацан, 10 грабанув я бар. Потім Антик 20 пар, це школу прогуляв. Київ, Кривий Ріг, Житомир, Кропивницький, Одеса, Харків, Львів, Херсон. Де би я не був, розривав я туси.
Ну да, стой. Я буду сверху.
Будущие тоннелестроители, будущее поколение наши, дети, цветы жизни, будущие подземщики, новое поколение растет диггеров. Оба, новое беззаконие.
Это крутая тема. Вообще.
Класс.
Фанаты пришли.
Братва, что вы часто сюда лазите?
Только сегодня первый раз.
А кто вас привел, кто вам информацию дал?
ТикТок привел.
А, увидели в интернете?
Да, увидели.
А место как узнали, где точка входа?
Искали сами где в парке.
Да я вообще Суперсуса, наверное, почти все смотрел. Все серии почти.
Братва, у вас какая любимая серия Суперсуса?
На Запорожце, как вырвались в Чернобыль. Да, вот это самая любимая серия моя. Вообще не ожидали такого.
Мы думали, сейчас придем, а там нас менты встречают.
Мы мечтали видеть Суперсуса. Сусанин, сколько тебе лет?
50. Эй, вы меня любите? Спасибо, мои друзья. Спасибо.
Хорошей съемки вам, чтобы все было охеренно.
Спасибо, братва.
Удачи вам.
Давайте аккуратно. Вот дети дают, ну прикинь, поколение наросло уже. Это что? Это мои внуки могли бы быть уже давно, пищат там ходят. Нышпорка.
Слушай,
чья работа?
Я-то не могу понять. Я, ты слышишь, взрослый дядька хожу, боюсь, а они это
Чья
бегут себе
работа?
спокойно.
Нышпорка.
Я в шоке.
Нышпорка, так что мы тогда ныкали, шифровались вот это вот? Что мы прятались тогда там? Что это за дела такие?
Я действую старыми методами.
Скользко?
Да.
Прохода нет?
А я прошел.
Сука. Дядька не ударился?
Не.
Целый, все?
Да. Ого, это тюремный бокс. Мы на них на конвое часто, короче, катались. Короче, есть такая песня, но я не знаю, короче. Чё ты гонишь, Вася Шняга, не по тему. Чё ты гонишь, Вася Шняга, Колымой. Ну, вы, наверное, бутырку все слышали раньше. Не, это воровайки, точно. Воровайки.
Вот это вот воровайка. Что такое? Су! Ну что ты делаешь? Эта кабина использовалась для перевозки рабочего персонала, рабочих счета, которые работал. Вот здесь 6 человек буквально, это смена. 6 человек, они садились, километр, вот это мы шли долго, а они за 5 минут туда-сюда на этом электромобильчике их и доставляли. В кофеечек сидишь, попиваешь. То, что раньше было в вагонетках, помнишь, может, какие-то серии там Сусанин на вагонетках катается?
На ранетках?
В вагонетках. Ты не знаешь такого слова вагонетка?
Нет, не слышал ни разу.
Да ладно, такие маленькие вагончики. Там гномики на них катаются. Белоснежка и 7 гномов. 4 вагонетки. Сказка такая была.
Я видел Белоснежка 7 гномов, но я не видел вагонетки там.
А, ты же грибы, я забыл, что ты грибы ж не любишь.
Где вы есть? Алло, пошли, хватит шариться, чуешь? Супчик. Кушаем супчик. Подземный. О, малой уже хатку на пол смотри. Знаешь, строители, лицо нации. Класс. Красота какая. Инженеры, строители будут.
Yeah, I did that nap. We're up. What am I supposed to do to get out of that? What? What do you do?
Нышпорка, я тебе не за этим задачу дал. Уже нышпорить.
Сус, у тебя есть запасная одежда?
Зачем?
У тебя есть запасная одежда?
Нет, нема.
Нема? Точно с собой? Я думал, ты поплавать хочешь, я думал, тебя вот так
Не, я
закинуть.
плавать точно не хочу сегодня, а еще холодно.
Я понял.
Не надо ломать ничего, вы пришли в гости, не надо ничего портить. Место будет достраиваться, и будут люди на метро ездить, а ломать ничего здесь не надо. Все, подрастайте инженерами.
Инженерами молодого поколения?
Да, конечно, это же надо достраивать, а не разбирать. Чтобы люди ездили. Да, это годится, я на Троещину езжу на машине, а на метро. Я бы на метро ездил. Все, вышли, Денчик, вот на станцию тебе. Будущая левобережная станция. Прошли по Днепром, прошли весь Киев. И вышли на левый берег. Теперь тут будет большущая станция. Вот и уже на станции. Вот платформы будут. Вон, видишь, вверх платформы. Все. И скоро будет метро. Вот-вот уже и достроят. И будет хорошо. Очень надеюсь, что скоро достроят его.
Мы все ждем, когда уже будет метро Троещина.
Метро Троещина.
Оно будет, наверное, называться метро Троя.
А ну поговори в микрофон. Быстро разрешается. Быстро!
Внимание, внимание. Це нова повітряна тривога. Всі в укриття.
Если достроят метро, будет такое укрытие классное. Скорее бы уже достроили.
Ого, вот тут второй тоннель только заделанный. Но его нема там?
Нема туннеля, это будет комбайн, вот проходнический щит размером 5,8 метров. Будет копать сюда туннель. То есть два туннеля параллельно встречу, вот так вот должны были копаться. Но один прорыли, а второй нет. Видишь, под него уже задел сделали. И комбайн должен был бы погрузиться в породу, и оно туда должно пойти. Проходнический комплекс.
Но он вращался?
Ротор сверху находится, вот там вот он сверху.
Режущий элемент.
Режущий элемент. Орган. Видишь, победитовые насадки вот, блестящие. Сверхтвердого материала.
Ребята, вы поняли, что Су сказал?
Конечно, мы все обязательно. Я же только что перевел на человеческий язык.
Дай мать ее.
Ребята, вот эта огромная металлическая машина, червяк, который должен строить туннель, будет заходить вот именно сюда. Он разрушит вот эту деревянную стенку и пойдет рыть метро себе туда.
Назад на правый берег.
На правый берег, да.
Скажите, братва, а вас как родители одобряют ваши такие прогулки? Пресекают?
Такое есть.
Что дальше, как тебе обстановка?
Нормально, я в шоке.
Фан-база собралась, да, Дэн?
Да.
А вы Дима Громов?
Да.
Ну вот, а вы договорили.
Огромнейший механизм, здесь давление просто колоссальное. И вот он вгрызается в грунт, а потом вот этим червяком вот через вот этот шнек, видишь кусок трубы? Через шнек выплевывает породу на улицу. Богатый.
А сколько вы выбросили?
Пятнаху зелени. Да не, братан, ну ты ж...
Не был тут?
Я тут не был. Смотрите, какая гайка! Офигеть! Смотри. Ебать, стой. Наверное, килограмма 2 весит.
Ебать. Это тебе сувенир получается. Ты можешь пойти, получается, там, где железо, получается, стоит. Тут килограмм, наверное, 5.
Ну, за эту гайку можно в тюрьму сейчас съесть.
Да?
Сейчас вынесешь, тебя наверху легавые оформят с этой гайкой, и все. Так что с этим лучше не шутить. Ничего брать отсюда нельзя выносить. Вот буровая установка находится, вот этот вот сам орган, который, собственно, крутил землю, видишь? Это самое-самое сердце этого комбайна, который туннель строил. То есть здесь человек сидел, смотрел за породой. Вот такой люк, как на подводной лодке был. И все под большим давлением копали грунт.
А как ты это делаешь, знаешь?
А?
Как ты это делаешь, знаешь?
Так я же инженер. Я-то инженер.
А,
Инженеришка.
тогда я инспектор.
Тогда ты инспектор.
Коломбо.
А?
Инспектор Коломбо.
А где наш, кстати, к слову, а где наш Коломбо? Нишпарка уже где-то Коломбо там это. Коломбо, нишпарка, до мене.
Слушай, так реально такие гайки сумасшедшие.
Очень
Это скользко очень.
А, так там и стать негде.
Ну да.
О, смотрите, вот это все вращалось, шевелилось, гудело.
Как на подводной лодке.
Электричеством, водой. А я знаю, что даже сюда внутрь водолазы входят и иногда гибнут.
Не знаю.
Слышь, братан, а как потом эта штука убирается, получается, когда метро, получается, типа уже сделано, как они убирают эту штуку? Метро ж не проедет мимо этой штуки.
Ну достает вот через шахту.
А?
Через шахту достает, через которую мы видели.
И пробуют как-то вытащить вот так?
Да, берут и вытаскивают, да.
Ого.
Ага.
А сколько она весит?
Не знаю, очень много, очень много. И стоит она очень много.
А какие-то новые ребята?
Наверное.
Что это такое? Это большущий проходнический комплекс, который длиной больше 100 метров. То есть вот эта вот штука, режущий орган был. Дальше вот конвейерная лента, на которую вся земля и порода погружалась. Дальше какие-то части домкратов, механизмы, электрощитки. Ну, огромный такой червь, большущий подземный. Тут уже была бы вот платформа начала, и все, и дальше станция пошла бы. Пойдем посмотрим комбайн дальше.
А там, Сань, тоже что-то интересное.
Все интересное здесь не было.
Ого. Сус, вы где? Вот это главный орган, да?
Ребята, это самое главное пульт управления, который задвигал этот весь щит. Вот видишь, как по кругу, вот все домкраты, вот которые есть по кругу. С этой штуки управлялся сам проходнический комбайн, этот вот цилиндр щита, видишь? Называется проходнический щит. Все это здесь сидели инженеры, нажимали, работали. Как оно работает, я не знаю, конечно.
А это такой шпатель?
Да, мастерок называется.
Денчика шпатель.
Мастерок.
Мастерок шпатель.
Бетон делать.
Да.
Шнырит.
А если я нажму кнопочку, она не поедет?
Нажимай.
Ну что, пошли техстанции посмотрим еще. Это
Вот эти
режущий.
провода, типа, которые уже открыты, они все?
Ну лучше не трогать. На всякий случай техника безопасности всегда кровью пишется. Ни в коем случае вообще
А
никакие
розетки?
провода не трогать.
Горит что-то, уже дым идет.
Выходи, горит. Ты что, Денчик, у тебя легкие горят уже. Все горит. Легкие горят.
Что это было, дым?
Фу, горим, выходи, давай. На выход, на выход.
Что такое?
Ты что, Денчик, горим.
Валим, валим.
Что такое?
Валим за кордон, пошли. Вот, Денчик, смотри, вот тебе эта станция метро будет будущее. Глянь. Когда-то будем с тобой танцевать песню. Ми на Троєщині з тобою пісні співали в метрополітені. Наробило кіпішу на Троєщині метро біля станції Троєщина.
Троєщина,
Троєщина.
трішки недоділена.
Трошки недоділена, любимий наш
Ну,
район.
буде красиво, якщо буде доділена. то
Доделают,
буде-
доделают, скоро достроят, я надеюсь, станцию, и буду я на метро ездить, не на автомобиле домой.
Что вот там вот внизу в этих дырочках? Типа, какие-то еще проходят?
Здесь должен был кабель заходить. Это подстанция была электрическая, здесь электричество все перерабатывалось. С больших линий электропередач приходило бы в метро. Туда бы провода заходили, а внизу проводная система. Это сердце
О,
станции.
Нешпарка,
Что это, уже все?
А сколько там было по вольт?
10 тысяч вольт.
10 тысяч вольт?
С улицы приходит, а в метро 825 вольт.
10 тысяч вольт? Это очень мало.
10
У
тысяч.
нас в розетках, получается, дома, когда мы ставим, допустим, ноутбук или, получается, телефон на зарядку, у нас находится 220 вольт.
220 вольт.
Денчик, я тебе скажу по секрету. 10 тысяч вольт. Вот я захожу в зону, где есть 10 тысяч вольт, так? Посмотри, у меня прическа какая. А? Нормально? А выхожу я из этой зоны, уже с такой прической, как у тебя. Просто пройдя мимо.
Это я провтыкался только что. Потому что, короче, типа 10 тысяч вольт это больше, чем 220 вольт.
Погнали, посмотрим, куда кабеля заходили. под формой станции находились помещения, где люди переодевались, там всякие каморки у них находились, всякие кладовки.
Можно было в холодильничке спрятать.
Тут если что, я не знаю, куда она дальше ведет, если что, напишите, подписчики, можем на лодке сюда вернуться, смотри. Можно поплавать здесь.
Там на кране такая будка прикольная. Я сейчас думал, что управлять буду. Высоко, там даже охранник. Там охранника видно было, но он там не пошел.
Да хватит, ну что ж такое.
Вступление выживаем.
Безобразие, просто безобразие.
Ого, о, так это тоннель метрополитеновский. Только квадратный.
Ну да, мелкий. Да.
Не упал.
Знаешь, парко?
Нормально.
Вот будущая станция метро. Надеюсь, что если строят, тут наконец-то, я думаю, что скоро уже построят. Будет все хорошо у нас в Киеве. Потому что Киев самый лучший в мире город. И для Киева требуется самое лучшее метро, и оно будет здесь. Скоро будет.
Почему наш прокат ходит, как будто лет 50?
Не знаю. Ого! Дима, смотри.
Слушай, о! Будешь мороженое? Мороженка свежее. На, держи, добавка тебе.
На футбол играют.
Ты в углу, Денчик, я где-то в углу, ты его где-то выжил.
Где ты такую перчатку надел?
Это у вас я нашла, она там выдала.
Тихо, ой. Шалун, шалун.
Что это такое? Что это такое? Фу, как вонять.
Вот так вот, друзья, погуляли по заброшенному метро, по строящемуся метро, называйте как хотите. Вот это вот режущий орган, это главная штука, которая впереди всей породы режет метро, прорезает дырку в туннеле. Вот, смотрите, вот она, вот какое вино.
Ого, дядя!
Буровик победитовый, это главный центр, которому мы благодарны в строительстве всех метрополитенов в Киеве. Спасибо тебе большое за то, что роешь туннельчики нам. Ты самый лучший на свете. Вот видите, по всему контуру вот эти вот победитовые зубы такие мощные. Они...
А он участвовал в строительстве?
Ну конечно, тот туннель он строил.
По которому только что шли?
Да, его вытащили. И он должен был загрузиться в соседний туннель, но в скором времени загрузится и поедет дальше. Вот видишь, победит. Сверхтвердый материал. И он, вот эта головка вот так вот становится и крутится вот так вот. И все это потом пошло бы в туннель, 100-метровая машина залезла бы в туннель и рыла бы нам туннель. Но пока она отдыхает, но в скором времени, я очень надеюсь, что ее достроят. И мы будем ездить на метро, на Троещину. Я думаю, увлекательная вам экскурсия сегодня была. Не судите строго, друзья, потому что сейчас время тяжелое и залезть. Я вам скажу, что с 4-го раза удается хоть куда-то сейчас. Поэтому, если вдруг там скажете, что короткая серия или не насыщенная, уж извините. Есть как есть, выходим из того, что получается. Спасибо вам большое, что смотрите. Мне очень приятно, мои подписчики. Армия подписчиков. Ну и шпарко на месте, быстро! Вот так, друзья.
Сус, я буду тут работать.
Вот, Дэн будет тут работать.
Мне тут так понравилось.
Оставлять? Все, работай, наслаждайся, перенимай профессию, а я пошел видео дальше снимать и монтировать для вас следующее видео. Все, работайте, размножайтесь, говорю, на площадке под землей, так чтобы дети не видели. Да, я смотрите, дальше. А что это круглое?
Это же шарошка. Это та самая шарошка. Это, да, вот вы смеетесь.
Тоже победит
А
она.
я вам сейчас покажу. Смотрите, она устанавливается специально здесь.
Вот они вот здесь.
Вот это на планшайбе. Вот на планшайбе вот это место для шарожки. Вот именно вот этот механизм, он стирается, он именно дробит породу. Вот он специально вставляется вот в эту нишу и катается и рыхлит землю. А вот смотри, интересно, какую он нашел штуку. Это суд по твоей части.
Металл?
Хорошо прыгает.
Дорогие друзья, подписывайтесь на наших маленьких подписчиков, подписывайтесь на Игорька Сладкого. Обязательно не забывайте про Денчика. У Денчика есть ТикТок. Подписывайтесь на Алину, на всех подписывайтесь, наши друзья. У них тоже есть соцсети, мы все оставим ссылочки. Так что всем добра, всем любви, а мы полетели. Быстро убегать отсюда, потому что сзади кто-то идет.
Ого, я понял. Все,
Хорошего вечера.
Денчик, а зачем вот эти штучки деревянные?
Смотри, это когда получается, типа, вот эти вот штуки вешаются, получается, вот сюда, понял, короче. И когда, типа, для понадобности они, короче, вот так снимаются, короче, типа, и, короче, типа, если, короче, типа, если там надо еще будет прокатить ее, короче, типа, ну там один человек не прокатит вот эту штучку, получается. Там надо человек, короче, 7 человек, чтобы прокатить немножко до того положения, там, где, короче, она понадобится, получается. И, короче, вот так снимаешь, короче, типа, разматываешь, вот так подземелье, короче, как шахтер, получается. Вот так ставишь, короче, типа, эту штучку, типа, вот этот вот, типа, как кран, типа, понял? Вот так ставишь, типа, как кран, и, получается, она идет под землей, получается, вот такой вот проводок. И там еще есть ниточка, получается. Там еще есть ниточка, за которую надо, получается, тянуть. Там 2 или 3 человека должны быть. И вот так делаешь, вот, через вот эту штучку, короче, типа, и, короче, держится, короче, под землей горячая вода к нам. Вот так все делается.
This is a Lazara 110 Open. It's a 2007 boat, and as always with Lazara, it's always a very intriguing boat to look around. The interiors on Lazaras in particular, they're always just very clever, very neat. They've always got a good idea, and this has certainly got that. So I'm going to take you on board and give you the full tour. We've got a rather grey day here in Palm Beach in Florida. Plenty of liquid sunshine, but it's not dampening our spirits. So we're going to head on here and head on up. Now this door here, I'm going to show you the other side of this. This is in the transom. So bear that one in mind and we will see it from the other side. But we're going to head up here first of all. Because the weather is so bad, a lot of the cockpit covers or the upholstery covers are on at the minute for obvious reasons. So yeah, it's pretty grim today. Bar area is over here. And then I shall slip my shoes off and I will take you on in and show you what this is all about. But look at that, isn't that special? I really like that. Look, TV over here, built in, and then this lovely relaxing area over on this side. And then we've got a bar up here with the usual wine cooler, fridge, and so forth. I'm guessing one of those is probably an ice maker, and I'd be guessing right, that one is. And the sink there. And the raised countertop, that's rather nice. A couple of bar stools around there, would be fantastic. And then there's a huge area here. Look at all this space that we've got here. This one's been laid out with this little table here, and then the larger dining table ahead of it. But of course, with a space like that, you could fit that out however you wanted. Another wine cooler over here, starting to get the idea. I love features like this. Look at this chandelier up here, and look at this backdrop that we've got behind it. That's terrific. Okay, we're going to head up this way first of all. There is a side access door just here, and in fact there's a break in the bulwark there. There's a gate, so you could be alongside a quay and have people come straight through this way if you chose to. And if we head on forward a bit further, that one there is the day heads. And then we've got storage about the place, like this. I'm sure there's a light in there somewhere. I'm not quite sure where it is. Steps up, we're going to go that way, but I'm going to take you forward first of all, and we'll do the lower deck first as well. But look at this. This is your, that's like a country kitchen, isn't it? It's a wonderful spot for people to gather, breakfast in the morning or a meal in the evening. It's just a casual, you know, kitchen diner vibe. I think that's great. A lot of refrigeration over here. And then we've got, of course, cooking and dishwasher, and I think that one over there is a trash compactor. Brilliant. Really, really nice. Big windows in here as well. Good view out of the rain. But isn't that a nice area? I like that. Taken with that. Okay, we'll carry on around a little bit further. And what you've got down here then is a completely self-contained individual cabin. So it's brilliant for, if you've got a family and you've got grandparents, the grandparents want their own little zone away from all the hubbub of family life. That is ideal. It's just a nice individual space, isn't it? Right up in the bow, you can see how the hull is coming in on both sides towards the point of the bow. You've got hatch up in the ceiling there. There is wardrobes, a load of storage in places like this and down here, and along this side, and over here, and of course an ensuite. That's in here. Toilet, basin, and nicely appointed shower. I like the splashbacks around here. That looks great. It's a change from usual tiling, isn't it? Lovely. Okay, so that's the cabin right up in the bow, but there's more to see. This one here is just storage. So really good for, well, cleaning gear and whatever else you want to keep there, really. The usual kind of stuff that's always helpful to have on a boat. There we go. Right. Let's head on back up that one there. A little bit of pantry. That's nice, isn't it? We like that. All right. Let's carry on. I'm going to take you around the other side because there are stairs down to the lower deck, and then we'll come back around this way and on up once we've done that. So we'll cut across here. Another side access door on this side, and again you've got the break in the bulwark for the gate just there. Another thing you've got here actually is the laundry. Now there is another set of laundry appliances as well in the boat. There's probably a light in here somewhere. There we go. But those are straight off the main deck. They're very helpful. Particularly because you've got access then down to the lower deck, or at least a different section of the lower deck over here. I love some of the artwork on here. It's nice. And here we go down to the main part of the accommodation. So we saw that separate cabin forward, but there are another two cabins here, and the owner's cabin is down here as well. I'm going to show you in these first and then work our way back. So that one is, as you can see for yourself, a big double. Ensuite is in here. Very nice. And we've got shower over on this side. Again, bits of storage around the place for linen or whatever else you want to keep in there, toiletries or something. And the other thing we've got here is hanging locker. This great painting over here. Very good. And then we can come around here, and there's another guest cabin next to it. Very similar deal actually, double bed, the ensuite over there, and the wardrobe in there. So yeah, these are pretty much a mirror of each other. There we go. Shower, loo, etc. Okay. Now this is where it gets really interesting. As I say, there's always something on the Lazara that you go, that's a good idea. And it's behind this door here. I'm not going to show you. Well, I am, but I'm going to show you from the other side, and there's a reason for that. I'll show you in here as we go past, because I'll forget otherwise. That, again, just storage areas. Loads of these little storage areas about the place. They're really helpful. Got down here as well. This, then, is the owner's cabin. You've got these two doors here that open rather grandly. And that's what you find inside. Full beam. Huge footprint actually, isn't it? A lot of space. Dressing table over on this side. And in this one you've got big walk-in wardrobe there. Safe is in there as well. We come right on back. Now I don't know why, but that seat there I'm guessing is normally for the dressing table here. For some reason it's in here. Perhaps whoever's in here wanted some company. I don't know. But there you go. So this is the ensuite. In fact, there's two ensuites and they share the central shower area. There we go, little mirror wave, and we'll reverse back out of there. We'll ponder that seat no more. And we'll cross over. Another little dressing area on this side, again storage about the place. And then you've got the similar deal here. And people do sometimes say, well, surely you wouldn't sit there with somebody sat over there facing each other. And the answer to that is, no, that's right, you wouldn't. Sink here, and the shared shower here. This is massive actually, isn't it? Let's have a little look. Look at that, that's a great size. Very nice indeed. Okay, now the thing that I wanted to show you, that mystery door. Come and check this out. What you've got off of this cabin, through this door, is a separate, well, whatever you want it to be. Lounge area, dressing area. It just gives you another completely separate zone. It's absolutely brilliant. However, what's clever is, there's another door there. This is being used as a big walk-in wardrobe, but in actual fact, underneath all the clothes, that is an ensuite. You can see there's the sink over there, and down there is the loo. So what you can do with this then is close that door off, use this door, and use this as another cabin. And I'm 99% sure that that's a Pullman berth there. It'll come down and make that into a bed. So you've got at the minute 4 cabins down here. This will give you a 5th. Now most people don't want 5 cabins, so it makes sense to have this as it is at the minute and say, well, okay, we've still got 4 cabins and we've got this wonderful area off of the owner's cabin. And then that's not something you normally find on a boat of this size at all. I think that's very, very clever. And as I say, the ability by using that and that door to turn that into a 5th cabin, if you want to, is genius. I really like that. So this whole area, it's like having a sitting room, isn't it? Off of your bedroom. Superb, absolutely superb. I say there's always something with Lazara. Everyone I've been on, there's always a, oh wow, that's a good idea factor. Right, let's head on round and up. I'm going to take you up to the bridge. I'm going to take you up to the fly bridge. We've got crew cabins to look at. They're pretty impressive actually on this one. Engine space, of course. Here we go. So that was through to that country kitchen. That was down to that separate cabin up in the bow. This is up to the bridge. So what you've got here, usual kind of thing of course, but multifunction displays all the way across here. You can set these up however you want, and in fact we've got controls from here as well as the buttons and screens that you can activate normally. Also here we've got a bow thruster here, autopilot, Garmin screen here, and that's a FLIR night vision camera. That's very helpful. And this one here, which I'm pretty certain in saying, is your track stabilization, so fin stabilizers. Communications is here. There's a nice little desk area as well, and you've also got this little settee at the back here. Gives you another zone on the boat. It's great when it's underway. People come and see what's going on, or a nice area for the crew, of course, to be up here if they want to, separate. Now you can see all these cushions piled up here, and that's because they're normally out here, but the weather is so bad everything's been brought inside. But I will show you what I can. Yeah, we are very much in stormy weather mode, aren't we? So there's another helm up here, and you can see we've got the clear sections in. They will come out, of course. Helm seats across here, 3 of them, a bar area, and this is nice, this little dining area, little nook tucked away. And then back here we have got, looks like a hot tub, and then right at the back you've got the Wave Runner PWC right from the back end. I'm not going out there though, because I've not got my shoes. So I'm stopped here. What a day. Hard top on this one as well, so a load of shade for this area. Not quite so important as usual today, but nonetheless there it is. It's keeping the rain off a bit. Good, that's that. Let's come back down here. There we go. And we'll go and have a little explore of crew areas, engine area, and I'll see if I can take you around the deck. And I might go up and look at the back end of that flybridge, because we do like to cover all the areas, as you know. Okay, this is a vast space, isn't it? Superb. Right, out of here. Hello. I'm just going to nip across and get my shoes. Thank you very much. It's for a very short walk over here to the crew cabin. There we go. 2 steps, and then we're into here. Right. Leave those there, because I don't want to walk water into here. There we go. This, for the size of yacht, is, I think, surprisingly generous. So what we have down here is a little mess area. We've got a nice little galley section, so microwave, fridge, sink. Obviously main meals will be made in the main galley, but this is just so if you want to get a snack down here that you can do. But also down here then we've got crew cabin here, twin beds in, and this is all of guest quality standard again, isn't it? It's nicely done. Ensuite in here, and a separate shower. And then if we cross over, we will find captain's cabin.
It's like an awesome boat.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down, because today we're talking about the wealthy, baby. But here's the thing. They're hiding in plain sight. You ever see a beautiful woman, but it looks like she's dressed like a Native American woman? Oh. You ever see a poor kid on the streets of Portland walking around with the newest and latest tech, yet he looks like a poor piece of shit? Well, you, my friends, might have come in contact with a Trustafarian. Ah, Trustafarians. A beautiful new slang that's come up. Trustafarians is one of my new favorite things to happen online right now. But you're probably thinking to yourself, now Hunter, what exactly is a Trustafarian? Well, let me tell you. A Trustafarian is a wealthy young person who adopts an alternative lifestyle incorporating elements from non-Western cultures. You ever see a bunch of white bitches walk around with headdresses or some shit? Yeah, Nick has. He's like, oh, baby, the dating apps are full of them. It's basically rich kids cosplaying as poor, you know what I mean? Van life. They only walk with their bare feet. You know what I'm talking about? It's just the little things that build up, which, you know, you've probably seen this little hippie duo dancing around that people make a lot of funny memes on. Me and my friends pretend to be poor to go to Coachella. These people have wealthy parents or some kind of wealthy support system that is funding their, you know, holistic, down-to-earth lifestyle because they're so hip. But really, there's no repercussions because they know they got mommy or daddy's bank account to back them up. They don't need to worry about stable jobs, which means they have all the time and money in the world to travel and meditate and work on their art, all while giving you advice from the comfort of their tricked out, expensive van. It's always very convenient for people to talk about how easy their life is without being off the grid. I get to meditate and I don't have to work a stable job. I just have my van. Also, my dad has an extremely deep pockets of black rock. I go to the CEO's BlackRock's house for Thanksgiving dinner. It doesn't matter. Let me tell you, how can you get in with your inner chakra? Says Becky from Los Angeles, California. How do I get into my chakra? Can someone help me access that, please? These people have adopted counterculture as their identity, defined by hedonism and the lack of structure or drive. Oh, essentially what I'm saying is they're modern day hippies. Oh. No one likes hippies, dude. I don't think hippies like hippies, honestly. It's completely defined by drug use or asocial behaviors and privilege. Which every time I hear the word fucking privilege now, I want to take these long-ass gross fingernails of mine and drive them into my fucking eye sockets and pull them out. It's the only real word that defines the idea of like the kind of power that they actually have. Then they're trying to be like, it's all, I mean, it's, come on, man, whenever. Dad, can you deposit $40,000 in my bank account? Who is this? This also translates very well into voluntourism. Another quirky little saying, which is wealthy kids volunteering abroad. Using the aspect of volunteering at various places across the world, it's like vacationing and patting yourself on the back, which is pretty funny. It's sold to wealthy kids as an opportunity to change the world and discover yourself all at the same time. You get to clean up something and you get to find out a better person for yourself, right? It doesn't sound too bad on paper, but then you kind of like look into it and the opportunities are all manufactured situations of poverty and need, advertised to wealthy Western kids as opportunities for growth and appeal in college admission projects. So literally, it's all fabricated, like fucking Westworld or something like that. All for kids to be like, God, I'm such a good person as they fly back on their private jet. It just looks good on paper for like Harvard applications or other kind of like elite school applications. It's all bullshit. Today's video is sponsored by our partners at Factor. Are you looking to eat healthier but don't have the time? Well, Factor is here for you. Factor's subscription service that brings nutritious meals to your door. All you need is 2 minutes to heat, eat, and enjoy. Factor has been my go-to dinner when I'm working at the studio. I like it because the food is restaurant quality, but it's quick and easy to clean up. Plus, Factor is flexible, so I can adjust my order size as I need to, without any hassle. And with over 35 meals to choose from each week, and specialty options like keto, calorie smart, and vegan, you're sure to find a dish that works for you. During the week, it's hard to keep up with everything, so skip the grocery store line, the prep work, and cooking fatigue, and get Factor. Head to Factor75.com or click the link below and use code PAPAMeat50 to get 50% off your first Factor box and 20% off your next month's orders. That's code PAPAMeat50 at Factor75.com to get 50% off your first box plus 20% off your next month of orders. Thank you so much, Factor, for sponsoring this video. And back to the video. The work is fake, the situations are manufactured, and the expenses to the travelers are these kids. They're big, a lot. I mean, talking about like spending $6,000 to go help somebody volunteer, spending an extreme amount of money to pretend to go cosplay as a good person. When I say it like that, it's really funny. It's really funny, but at the same time, so f***ed up. And the profits and money generated to help the poverty-stricken situations they're in are rarely, if ever, given to the actual cause that they're helping, which is a lot of charities, but still, it's just volunteerism. It feels like other areas too where people get to go on social media and be like, we're actually going to clean up this river and do this kind of thing. We're gonna go here to help. Which there's a little meme here that I thought was pretty funny. It's the Rich Suburban Kid Spiritual Transformation Starter Pack. I know some people like this, which is rich kid, smokes a lot of pot, comes from a really good family, becomes woke, quits job, still rich. Just want to put that, still rich. Grows a man bun. This is the real essential starter. When the man bun kicks in, I need a man bun, man. As soon as I have a fucking man bun, we're starting a cult in this bitch. You hear me? Takes year-long vacation in India, becomes Buddhist, tells everyone on Facebook how he doesn't believe in possessions on his iPhone, runs out of money, moves back home, continues to make posts about awareness. This cycle is cyclical. Sometimes you move back home and it all starts again. Smoke the pot, go, you know, it all happens. Maybe at some point when he turns Buddhist, he cuts off the man bun, regrows it, then goes back to India. There are some people we wanted to talk about in this. There are the cornerstones of the Mount Rushmore of Trustafarians, which first off, we'll start off with probably the head eagle, the head shaman of it all, which is Shannon Blake. You've probably seen this beautiful woman pop up in your timeline. Oh, Shannon Blake. Oh, I tell you what, no wonder. Looking up Shannon Blake tickets on Ticketmaster, no wonder those motherfuckers are sold out. Looking how she dresses on stage, god damn. Hey, my ass became a whole lot more spiritual after looking up some Shannon Blake songs, god damn. And it's after she had a child, which there's really no excuse. Show the picture of Shannon Blake, there's no excuse that you can have a kid, you can't have a body like that. And I'll stand by that. Not a single stretch mark. How's that possible, Nick?
Cocoa butter.
Cocoa butter. Holistic teachings. Which is like, I smoked the ayahuasca with the shaman. I don't know, it doesn't matter. But Shannon Blake is a shining example of true Trustafarianism culture, adopting bits and pieces of third world countries as their persona, mixing it together into an amalgamation of neo, folk, urban, bardic, LSD, kratom fever. Apparently it's ayahuasca. What the fuck is ayahuasca, actually?
It's a plant.
Is it just some other drug shit?
The shaman thing that will fucking destroy your mind.
You smoke ayahuasca to get the demons out of your head, but really it's just the fucking key that unlocks the door for them to come in.
It's actually a drink. Like, drink it.
Oh, it's a drink?
I think so, yeah.
Ayahuasca, dude. When are we gonna get some ayahuasca? Where's my chug jug? Need to get some ayahuasca chug jug. She's described as an e-girl conspiracy theorist. Her songs on TikTok have gone viral. This is the one that blew up. And has hate baited everyone. Do you think this is for hate bait? She's like, I think that she believes it.
It's genuine.
We probably can't play the song, but we can at least have the lyrics up here. God, Shannon, what I wouldn't give to just be in that car with you. That Holy Mountain white hat, though, is pretty crazy.
What's crazy is people love her music.
The biggest part of that, she's talking about using pyramids for time traveling. Yeah, you know what? So what? Shannon Blake likes to time travel with the fucking pyramids, dude. You know what? Have you drank the ayahuasca with the shamans in Peru?
I'm going to with her.
I'm going to in my dreams with her. This is me astral projecting myself front row at one of her concerts. Oh, dude, do your thing. Woo! I'm actually getting too sucked in. I'm feeling too much of the vibe, dude. She refers to her followers as little shroomies. She's a role model for countless wealthy kids who idolize her lifestyle. People, especially on Reddit and other places, are very quick to go to Shannon Blake and say that her parents are wealthy and that she comes from a place of privilege. How dare you, Shannon Blake? But actually, On contrary, that's not true. She made a post that said that for the people in the back, I'm Native American and Hispanic and Irish. What a crazy mix. Just a dash of Irish on top of that. I grew up in a family that speaks a fluent Spanish, visiting my relatives in Mexico, often eating homemade tacos. Why is that relevant? You know your back's against the wall when you're just like, I'm a Hispanic and I eat homemade tacos, okay? No, okay, we went to Taco Bell once or twice, but it was just because it was around the corner. God. I grew up doing plant medicine, burning sage, doing sweat lodges and tea-piss, and connecting with my ancestors as part of my culture. My great-great-grandfather was a famous Cherokee chief, so please stop telling me what their race is and what they can't do. You are unaware. That's offensive. If someone has light skin, blah, blah, blah. Being rude and disrespectful is offensive when you say those hateful things to other people. You know what? F***ing true. To give her credit, I want to say that I don't think that she's a rich kid. I will give Shannon Blake my undivided attention. I will. She's the perfect thing to actually inspire Trustafarians. She's up there. She's a tender, beautiful soul. She just uses kind of like a buzzword salad mix of it, and it's all kind of the same kind of stuff, whatever. But, you know, she's doing her own thing, but that doesn't stop the fact that, you know what, she's like the staple for what Trustafarians aim to be. With over 1.1 million followers on Instagram, Shannon Blake calls herself an affirmation musician full of vibes, positivity, and for only $12.50 a month, you can see her boobies. Should we say that? She does have an OnlyFans, so I bet she's doing pretty f***ing good. Star from the bottom, now we're here. Not Drake, though, because the security guard got shot or something. I would hate to be Drake right now. Who the fuck am I kidding? I would love to be Drake right now. Are you kidding me?
Well, he's being called out as a
Maybe I wouldn't like to be called Drake then right now. Her OnlyFans says get an uncensored look into her life. Foot emoji. Barefoot dancing, naked in nature, yoga, hula hooping, and playing outdoors in the ocean, waterfalls, hot springs, mountains. So we got like $12.50 to spare, don't we?
That's in the budget.
So that's a business expense, I'm pretty sure. Can we get the accountant on the phone? Can we just do just as an expense business? We can. Okay, cool. Which her aesthetic, I will say, it's drawn from several cultures like India, you know, island culture, Hawaii, Native American, you know, Druid kind of thing. Let's take a look at her home. Shannon Blake's house tour. Lake Tahoe. Oh, dude, living off Lake Tahoe? No one do that. OnlyFans. We gotta start an OnlyFans soon, dude. Something. How much money do you think realistically we could make?
Probably a lot.
Let me just say, do you think I can make at least $1 million?
Oh.
OnlyFans?
I don't know about that.
If you want to fucking put me down, feel free to put me down, but why don't you set me down gently next time, you son of a bitch? Sharon Blake's in Lake Tahoe. It's a fucking awesome house. Lake Tahoe, it'd be fucking beautiful. Good genetics, man, that's all you need. Good genetics. We got didn't we? Hey, you're a good looking guy. I got my dog mother and my bullfrog dad. Which these are some other cosplayers who kind of go in this way, which is Connor Sullivan. He shows himself traveling around impoverished areas of India, despite the fact that he's obviously got a good personal guard and private transportation. His entire journey is just sightseeing the poor. And Drew Binsky, who talks about how he got diarrhea from eating Indian food and, you know, doing that, and how Indian people thought he looked funny because he's different. Drew Binsky. The Naked Guru. Expat moved to Thailand, talks about why everyone is leaving. Lost LeBlanc. One of many YouTubers who travel around the world and show off all the fun things they can do for cheap. Dollar dinners and dangerous backpacking, baby. Yeah! Get the f out of my way, poor person. Get out of here! Backpacking bananas. Solo woman traveling through Istanbul, Turkey. She's really, really brave. Very brave. She knows no She goes through her budget here.
In 30 days, I spent 21,000 Turkish lira. I paid 850 lira for the tandem skydive. I did 2 fun dives, and this cost 500 lira. 600 lira on my very first hotel, and this room was 834 lira per night.
People ask, why do they do this? Why go through the struggle of all this, right? 1, the spiritual journey. You gotta get connected with your chakra, with God, the universe, right? With volunteerism, for only $3,000 you can volunteer at an orphanage, teach English, and help build a school, all while being entertained by locals, going on safaris, and enjoying local culture. Doesn't sound too bad. According to the NPR, the youth travel industry is booming and currently valued at an estimated $173 billion.
A lot of money.
That's a lot of money. Which it usually results in something like this. Okay, well, why does the beat actually kind of hit so hard, though? Am here dancing. That is really pog, and I do like that. So she just go around teaching people dances in impoverished countries? They're like, that was so fun. She's like, don't touch me! After the shoot, has hand sanitizer.
At least these kids are making money through TikTok, right?
Oh, sure. I'm sure she's definitely sharing her wealth from TikTok to those people. Building a library. One of the tasks is building sites for betterment and enrichment. Oftentimes, these sites have rich Western kids acting on sites where their construction work is so poor that the actual laborers come in at the end of the day to redo everything they did. The act of building is purely superficial. They're doing nothing better to help the kids. I tell you what, we're really railing into these motherfuckers, aren't we? Taken from Pippa Biddle's blog about her experience. Our mission while at the orphanage was to build a library. Turns out that we, a group of highly educated private boarding school students, were so bad at the most basic construction work that each night the men had to take down the structurally unsound bricks we had laid and rebuild the structure so that when we woke up in the morning, we would be unaware of our failure. It is likely that this was a daily ritual. Us mixing cement and laying bricks for 6+ hours, them undoing our work after the sunset, relaying the bricks, and then acting as if nothing had happened so the cycle could continue. That is unbelievable. And a lot of the things that are donated, like bundles of goods, are often sold or given away to friends and family of managers, because if the kids have nice bedding and toys, then nobody will want to actually give them anything. So they actually just take the good shit, like, I don't know, like a fucking Turbo Man action figure, and they're like, get that out of here. We actually need other shit. In countries like Uganda, thriving textile and clothing markets were driven out of business, putting entire towns and families into poverty. Textile factories were shuttered and no work has to be done. Farms for cotton were closed down, factories for dye and weaving were halted, and design and sewing industries destroyed. Donated clothing is received, repackaged, and resold so far cheaper that it can be made. 81% of all clothing sales are secondhand. So all the shit that people donate, they just package up and resell, and it takes all of their actual manufacturing projects and completely destroys them, because you have people coming in being like, a Supreme shirt, yes, oh my god, Nike Air Maxes, yes, so they just immediately take them and sell them to somebody else. Many East African countries have actually banned the secondhand clothing. I can see that. Volunteerists were given extravagant meals while the kids, who were made to eat separately, ate beans. The interactions between the Trustafarians and the kids in the orphanage lead to the Americans often giving them very bad social advice regarding sexuality and lifestyle that could have put them in great danger. Oftentimes, money that is donated for medical care never actually ends up going to the medical care. And the kids in these orphanages aren't even orphans. They're undocumented, anonymous, and abandoned or kidnapped for the process, often connected to sex trafficking. Do you feel good? Do you feel happy about these manufactured events that rich people are gonna be like, oh, you're an orphan, and the kid's just like, get me the f out of here, please. The entire process creates an industry that does more harm than good. Feels good being a Westerner sometime, I tell you what. Their emotional savior complexes are driving out industry, reducing independence, and causing hostile markets. Which sometimes, too, it's the journey of experience. The ability to forever say, you know, when I was 20, I went to Africa and I gave a guy a Supreme shirt, and we did TikTok dances all day. It was such a riot. Wonder what he's doing now. The India gap year, part of the allure of the cheap lifestyle and relative extravagance, is easily achievable in India. It creates a fantasy that can be lived. A popular idea among young Westerners or upper middle class income is that they can take a gap year between high school and college, or even during college, to achieve self-discovery. The appeal of an independent journey is to an exotic location is tempting. It really is. I'll just do my red shirt this year and go to India and kind of see who I am as a person. You know what I don't understand about that? If you don't know the culture or speak the language or anything, how the f are you gonna find yourself there?
You have a guide you pay.
Oh, the guide you pay, that's right. When you get there, he's like, everybody in India speaks English? Oh my god, Louis Vuitton store in India? That's Pog!
Can I take a gap year?
No, you can't take a gap year, dude.
But my spiritual...
I don't care. There's work to be done here, my friend. There are so many programs offering just that. Pay to tour, volunteer to experience. Even during COVID, these programs were advertised as ways to get away from the disease. Get the hell away from COVID and just go to India. It's perfectly fine there. The spiritual journey of backpacking. The amount of fucking people. I just backpacked across Europe. We backpacked across Asia. It was crazy. Sure, many kids go to summer journey, backpacking across Europe and staying in hostels. But India? Unaccustomed to the culture, the food, and the language, they're encouraged to confidently set food into dangerous areas to experience life. This moral and spiritual enlightenment is sold to them from scammers and actors pitching products to kids who never had to struggle to define them. So we do have our Trustafarians, right? We have our voluntourisms, right? But we also have affluenzas. The names just get better. It's insane. Which affluenza is a social condition. Individuals desire to be wealthier or more successful than others. The inability of an individual to appropriately understand consequences due to social status or economic privilege. Are you staying along with me, sweetie? Are you keeping up? I hope so. Affluenza is a pseudo-scientific term that refers to the unhealthy psychological and social effects of wealth. Term popularized in 2013 by Ethan Couch, who is the affluenza kid, who at the age of 16 killed 4 people during a DUI. Sentenced to 10 years probation and therapy in 2013, Couch's defense argued that he lacked a moral compass and didn't know right from wrong because of his wealthy family and thus needed therapy, not prison. This is me on that cliff in the Creed song, One Last Breath, and that's just me fucking, this is me jumping off. Because what is that, dude? I'm jumping off. Because what is it? That's me. Anytime I do this now, you know I'm done with it. Fucking tired. And he was spotted drinking at a party in 2015 and found in violation of probation. His mother hid him in Mexico for a time until he returned and was sentenced to 2 years in prison. Returned to prison in 2020 for failing a drug test for THC, which he argued came from CBD oil. The year prior to killing 4 individuals, he was caught under the influence with a naked, unconscious 14-year-old girl and was given 12 hours of community service and probation. Okay, done with it, Nick. Moving on from that, in 2010, an epidemic of rich kids roaming the streets of Bangkok unchecked came to light when Oracord, a 17-year-old woman, rear-ended another vehicle while texting, killing 9 of the 14 passengers, of whom 5 were seriously injured. A texting incident?
14 people in one car.
14 people in one car. It's a goddamn clown car, dude. Immediately after the wreck, she stood next to her wrecked car and victims laying out in the streets to finish texting her friends. Was set to receive a 3-year sentence of driving recklessly without a license, but lawyers pleaded and won for probation and community service, 138 hours of which took her 6 years to complete. God damn, dude. Her family lawyers have been successful at preventing any of the victims of the families from suing. Which then there's also another hit-and-run instance where we killed an officer, was verified under the influence, parents posted bail, and lawyers kept the legal system at bay until the son fled the country. He currently lives a lavish lifestyle in London, unaffected by his crimes. The family is worth $20 billion, paid off the victim's family with about $83,000. How generous. And currently the police chief is indicted for aiding him at his escape. 3 years ago, all of the charges were dropped. That's that Red Bull, buddy. It gives you wings. That's what they say. Gives you wings to fly to whatever country you need to go. And then we have Renee Bach. And Bach, who is not a doctor, but a homeschooled missionary, went to Uganda at the age of 19 to set up a missionary health facility at her house called Serving His Children. She felt compelled by God to go to Africa to help the needy. She, quote, believed it was Jesus' will for her to treat malnourished children. The Serving His Children was operated from 2010 to 2015. Many people came to have your children be helped, right? A lot of kids died under her care. Once again, not a doctor. Not a doctor at all, but a missionary. The gardener that worked on the property said she dressed in a clinical lab coat, often wore a stethoscope around her neck, and could be seen medicating children. Okay, just want to reiterate. Not a doctor. Farthest thing from the doctor. Missionary, okay? Person based in faith, not in science. Not a doctor. Just want to put that out there. Apparently, an American nurse who volunteered there said Bach felt, quote, God would tell her what to do for the children that she saw. Oh, God, Nick. She only worked with Bach for 4 months. A driver in Uganda claims that he would drive 7 to 10 bodies a week back to their villages, just from the premise alone. This went on for 8 years, which if you speculate, it's a little over 500 people a year. So times that by 8, you got 3,500 dead Ugandans because missionary wanted to play doctor. Like, you don't think that after every dead body, she was just like, his words are muffled. Well, I can't understand. I think there might be some kind of weird interference here. In 2019, rumors circled and some of Bach's blog posts surfaced proving she was treating kids without a license and without expertise. Many people became appalled when they found out that the young white women playing doctor in Uganda were actually killing hundreds of people. When changes were brought against her, Bach claimed the first-person perspective she used in her blog posts were a character, and not her, and that she had a Ugandan medical team by her side at all times when she worked, okay? The person who is named Bach in the story, that's a character. It's not a first-person interaction. My blog, which is usually meant to be like basically a public diary, it's a short story, okay? That's like based on real stuff. Bach eventually settled a Ugandan civil suit in 2020 regarding the deaths of 2 children. So what did we learn from all this? Where did we end up after this whole thing? Sure, we started with Shannon Blake. Shannon Blake. If they could all just be like Shannon Blake, we'd be okay. The world would be healed. She drank the ayahuasca in Peru. What I wouldn't give. Unsuspecting wealthy tourists, unaccustomed to consequences or other lifestyles in their travels, discover quite often the risk of traveling to other countries. At 4 districts in India over the past 12 years, over 245 tourists have died. They're dead. They're gone. Okay? We're finding that these people don't know what they're doing. They're getting, robbed, murdered, worst. You know what I mean? All over the place. And it's all because they're just rich little aliens that walk into the world who are just like, what is this place? I feel good now. I'm going to give you a cookie. Yay! And then they go stay in their private jet and fly away. And that's what it is, right? But there's also other cases too, which are passport bros. The passport bros even are people of Western privileges who go and they look for Asian wives because they're supposedly more submissive. Sure, I don't know. I don't know the reasoning, but maybe we'll save that for another day. All I know is this: Trustafarian culture is tricky. When you're coming from a place of extreme wealth and you're trying to give back, sometimes it's worth giving back in local ways. Sometimes it's giving back in selfless ways. Instead of going there parading around for TikToks and Instagram photos, maybe sometimes it's worth just looking in on yourself and saying, how do I want to help the world, and trying to actively, proactively do that. But money will corrupt any man or woman. When money's in the picture, I just don't think anything truly ever good can come out of it. Maybe at times, but I don't know. These Trustafarians and these valid tourisms and influenzas, I don't know, man. Just a bunch of bad eggs, if you ask me. But that's our video today. I hope you enjoyed it. That's all for this week, guys. See ya.
I looked back to this one part of the river, and it just kept flowing so steady, and it reminded me, like, to just go at my own pace.
Learn that from the river. I love that.
Yeah,
that's
just watching
beautiful.
it, no matter what anybody's doing, it doesn't stop, and it's happy and peaceful.
We serve the land. A single thought is worth many actions.
Do not abandon our ways.
Yep. Aggressive looking. This is probably my lowest item level besides the European and maybe the Shaman. With the Pandaria releasing tomorrow, I'm thinking about going. Am I on the mic right now? I shouldn't do that. Okay. Um, with Pandaria releasing tomorrow, I probably should just stop playing completely. But this Dream Surge, not bad. I might go to the gym and go to sleep. I don't know. But also, I had a really great time playing soccer. Home soccer today was great. That was great. Uh, would go outside right now, right? If I had my own plot of land, undoubtedly. Probably would have had a much better night of it playing again overall. It's been kind of muted. We didn't really have that good of raids. Wasn't performing the best in the raids. Wasn't really engaged in the raids. But I was there. Probably need to step away to like let this resonate more. And Pandaria will be something different. So I'm gonna go out tomorrow morning, get some, probably play some more soccer before Pandaria starts. So I go in ready to do a healing marathon. That was the entire list that I made that had in a pop-out window as opposed to just having that window up there in the corner. I don't know. Probably looks better, but I don't enjoy. For whatever reason, opening up a new pop-out window does not appear properly. Uh, you have to create a playlist. You can't just manually pop out a new window and have it show up every time. There might be a way of doing it, but OBS is not working. Just doing this to get Dream Search coalescence, assuming it respawns and never runs out. Not a bad way to just level up. 454 really quick. And then that's good enough to plug my thing, but then again, it doesn't really matter. It's kind of an irrelevant item level. It's relevant if you just hit the silver, but you get heroic from that thing. But you can just do time walking. I think just doing time walking all the war.
And the lost spirits of my kin. Please, will you release their spirits so they may rest?
It doesn't seem to give you that many pieces. I don't know. Time until 5 minutes.
hearth awaits you. What roads have you traveled? Ah, just in time for the hunt. Up for an adventure? Hold your dog. Well then.
You know, maybe I'll do. I thought about doing earlier is booting up Kingdom Hearts for a moment. Kingdom Hearts 2. I'm in the middle of Lion King right now. And it's been a couple months since I played that game at all. Lion King is a pretty good section. And it's quite different from World of Warcraft.
The creatures here are frenzied. Kill them, quickly! Our hunting companions require aid. Find them and help them.
So with final, just
Thin out their numbers. This quarry is strong and relentless. The end of the hunt draws near. Sound the horn to inform the other hunters.
Well then.
Your skills impress me, Two-Foot. We must let this land be replenished. My scouts will seek new hunting grounds.
Trust your eagle eye. Good luck. My hearth awaits you. Take care which burrows you search.
forest spoke of your coming.
This too shall pass.
Alright, it's pretty cool for your ass.
An unwieldy beast is disrupting the arcane energies in this area. Do what you do best and remove them. Well done. I only hope they aren't the first in a line of unwelcome guests to the Azure Span.
I am very much enjoying my hunter. I like the idea of just what if I just make everything mechanical chickens? It's not a good damage pet because it's only like a defensive. They have a bad move set, but yeah, having all chimeras that look like the wild griffin, like the flight griffins almost. Got that tan. They look like horde, wyvern, flight master griffin, whatever the hell you call them, wyverns. They're chimera. And you can also get chickens. Just throw chickens. Hit that button and throw a chicken. It's a great attack. I have like 10 chickens on the battlefield once.
This cold chills me to the bone. Hope. We are not alone. Something stalks us.
What do you sense?
Looks like Kirog has himself an ice spider, and it laid eggs.
Something's not quite right.
riddance. I wish Alex Strasser were here. This whole den should be cleansed with fire.
Another time, my friend. The Grand Summoner awaits.
You dispatched a few of my playthings, nothing more. Now comes your doom. Now you face the master of primal element. Barely a test of my skill. Now you face the master of primal elements.
Wow.
Welcome back, everybody. In today's video, we'll be taking a look at a frauditor having a duel with a Home Depot employee. He threatens to fight him. He's cussing him out like a complete maniac. And then he also has a duel with his roommate, who happens to be a hoarder. Now, I'm talking about Colton Wood. And yes, he is a frauditor. He has done First Amendment fraudits. He records cops all the time, so don't get me wrong. This is indeed a frauditor. I know a lot of people sometimes see him for the first time and say, okay, is this just some type of bum with a cell phone? And the answer is yes, but that doesn't mean that he's not a frauditor. But before we get into that, I want to introduce our partner for today's video, Mint Mobile. Mint Mobile is a company who is completely changing the wireless industry. Mint Mobile offers you unlimited talk and text with 5 gigs of data starting at $15 a month, all while running on the nation's largest 5G network. Now you might ask yourself, Josh, how is it possible that Mint Mobile can give me such a good deal compared to the other networks? And that's because Mint Mobile does things differently. There's no sales team, there's no brick and mortar store, and that's how they're able to pass on the savings to you. The beauty about it is that you don't even need to switch your phone number or your cell phone, and this is how you get started. Click my link that's available in the description or the pinned comment, then click on Start Saving. Next, you choose your plan, and then you choose your delivery method. You can get your SIM card by mail, or with certain phones, you can get an eSIM card that can be activated right away, and just like that, you're saving money. And on top of that, until May 31st, new Mint Mobile plan customers will receive 6 months of Paramount Plus Essentials. So don't wait any longer. Stop overpaying on your wireless bill. Click on my link in the description or in the pinned comment and start saving today. With that being said, let's get back to the video.
My battery fucking low. Yeah. So what's your name? Don't worry about it. So your bitch runs her mouth about me having bags not being allowed in the store. You say that's not even your policy.
Hey man, why do you think that you can get away with calling people names like that and then recording it?
Because she's fucking with someone in a survival situation. She's putting people's lives at risk to make fun of a poor man with a bag.
Listen, no one's making fun of you.
No one's making fun of me? Yeah. She said that it's against policy. I got on video her saying it's against policy.
You're on video.
It's against policy.
You are on video. On your own video.
And I got you on video.
So get away from me.
Saying it's not policy.
Get away from me.
I got video both ways.
Get away from me. Get away from me.
Come on, pussy. Grab the phone again. Go ahead.
Get away from me.
Try it again. How'd that work first time? Maybe a little faster this time.
Get away from me.
Fuck you, bitch.
And then you're on camera saying that stuff, man.
That motherfucker publish this shit. Dumb motherfucker. Your employees are being mean to a poor man coming in. I got her on tape saying it's against policy for me to have bags. I'm not going to be allowed in the store. Huh?
No one's being mean to you.
Saying I can't come in the store just because I got bags.
I'm not going to respect you if you keep talking to me like that.
I already caught you on camera saying the opposite of what she said. I got her on camera saying it's against her policy to have bags. I got you on camera saying it's not.
I'm not going to respect you.
I don't give a fuck about your respect. I'm at the store to shop.
You're not here to shop because you're not going to come in here.
Well, oh,
hey, get inside.
All taking all comers right now.
Get out, dude. Go with.
I'm dealing with some shit. They don't let poor people with bags shop here. You're not allowed. It's against policy. Well, actually, that's what the woman behind you in the register says.
Yeah.
Manager says it's not.
We're not letting you shop.
Because I have bags. No one with bags are. What? Flexing up?
Colton Wood.
I'm a customer, homie. Don't trip on me.
I was a customer too.
I want to. What's up? You trying to do something?
Come on. Yeah. I'm looking for some. Come on. Come on. Pussy.
Hey.
Come on. Catch me outside.
Hey, man. Oh my God. What are you doing?
Oh man, here we go with the catch me outside. First of all, Colton, you're like 4 years too late. And second of all, you're already outside. And then he said the N-word. For some reason, Colton Wood thinks he's black or something. Not too sure what's going on there. And he feels comfortable saying that in public. And he got a lot of flack in the past for it. But it is what it is. This guy is the definition of a fake tough guy. He tries to start a fight everywhere he goes, and then he's going to bitch and moan to the cops about it when he loses.
Saying those words. Where are you from? You're not getting no credibility. Stop. Okay, the cops are coming. All right?
Good.
The cops are coming.
Good.
Okay? So stop scaring people.
The dude bumped into me. He walked into me.
Listen, you're lost.
And then he turned around and flexed up on me.
You're lost. You're losing all credibility right now, man. Okay? You're not a decent human being.
Oh, I'm not just a human being.
The way you're
I got you on film saying the opposite of what your employee there said. Your employee said people with bags, it's against policy for them to shop.
What's that got to do with a decent human being? I'm telling you I don't want to be recorded and you're recording me.
Because you're saying fucked up shit. You're saying one thing, she's saying another. Which is it? So, but let's make sure, since there's an ambiguity here, is it against policy for customers to have bags or not?
I think you lost all credibility right now, man.
What? Answer the question. Is it against? I don't give a shit. Is it against policy for customers to have bags at a Home Depot?
You're mistaking this apron. You're mistaking this apron for one, right? As a decent human being, right? I wouldn't be calling you all these names.
You shouldn't have been harassing me to begin with. You harassed me purely because I'm poor. I was told I was not welcome as a customer because I had these bags.
I wonder why. Look at you.
Huh? No, I wasn't speaking to anyone. She approached me. She attacked me. She came up to me and told me that I was not welcome because I have these bags. It's against policy. And I got you on tape saying that's not against policy.
I can't believe it.
And now you won't
reason with you. Stay right here. Wait till the cops come. I'm closed. Okay?
Wait, you actually closed now?
I'm closed. You're not coming in.
They are.
Yeah, you're not.
Oh, fucker, it's sick. They changed. It was 8 the other day. Yeah, I see it now. See those stickers? It was 8. It's now 6, and it is after 6. Technically, it's 6:03. Little fucking bitches. Motherfucker, I needed a tool. And even if I didn't get the tool, I needed pliers to fucking crap. I needed a tool to make a tool. Or a tool. Motherfuckers.
So that was the battle between Colton Wood and the Home Depot. Now let's take a look at the battle between Colton Wood and his hoarder roommate. First, let's take a look at the hoarding she does before we get to the confrontation.
I gotta make another one. I probably should have started. I started cleaning her washing machine. She doesn't use it, but I assume it works. And I've already done one shelf, and there are like 20 of these. Used potato salad lids, multiple fast food cups. See, like just piles of trash for no reason. She's a hoarder. I just gotta document this because I have a feeling this can end up like a court thing, and like she maybe monitored money and stuff like that. Like she needs help. She's crazy. And I didn't realize how bad it was. I started working on the shed she has.
All right, so now that you're familiar with the kind of mess that she leaves, and keep in mind that this is Colton Wood we're talking about. I've seen his place before when he didn't have a roommate, and it looked very similar to this, so he's being a massive hypocrite. But let's take a look at the duel.
You gotten over your temper tantrum yet? Where'd you go? Romana, quit being a baby about this. It's bad enough you're dirty. Okay, well, whatever. That's your. I think I read the papers, like that you blatantly admitted you didn't read for everyone. They fine you for that. They give you $50 a month, so pay them. I don't care. But you also, like I said, when I have to deal with stuff like this, the hoarding extra stuff, I am going to have to charge you for that. Regular,
Keep it up. I don't fucking care, okay? I don't fucking care. I'm not going to a doctor's office, and you're not allowed here because you're not over 59, 49.
Well, whatever. I believe
Deal with the office. Deal with the office.
Yeah, I read the forms. It's a $50 fine. You're gonna have to pay it. You're fucking crazy, and you need help. By the way, I talked to some people about help today. You need professional help.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Do not talk to me!
You need professional help. You're acting like a child.
I don't care what you say, okay? Don't talk to me.
You're acting like a child. Behave.
Fuck you.
Petulant little kid. You're like a 11-year-old little Latino girl.
Really, Colton? You're telling her that she's acting like a child? There's zero self-awareness right here. Absolutely ridiculous. Frauditors are the most petulant man-childs there is on the planet. And Colton Wood is no different. The hypocrisy here is just unreal.
We cannot afford to relent.
I didn't understand how bad your hoarding was. Like, I mean, you did hoard at my place, but it wasn't to this extent.
Shut up! This is not your place! Do not talk to me! Do not talk to me or I'll call the cops!
Well, what are you going to do, lie to them? I'm covered. I ain't worried.
It's my house, not yours.
No, it's our house. I'm a tenant here. You're crazy, Romana.
This is my house, my name, everything. I earned it. So shut up.
I pay my rent and I do wow my work so much that, like I was just saying, no, you're gonna have to give me extra money for this. Like, I don't care if you take it out of my rent or we don't like need money, cash, but I'm gonna keep a journal and note it. And like, there's, for instance, tonight I'm saying 2 hours because I had to spend 2 hours dealing with your horde mess.
It's not. I never asked you to do it. Okay? I never put.
No, it has to be done. My food that I survive on is in this refrigerator, and this refrigerator was fucking loaded with moldy, normal household work.
That he's poor and he doesn't have much money, but somehow he had $700 of food in the fridge. Make it make sense, man. This guy is the richest poor guy I have ever seen in my life. He has a motorcycle, a flat screen TV, smokes a bunch of weed all day, but somehow he still tells everybody that he's poor.
I'm not paying nothing.
No, them. You paid, well, one, my rent will be discounted for the work you're incurring, the extra non-normal household work. Two,
Do not touch my things. Do not.
you're crazy.
You're crazy. You're leaving.
You're crazy. I documented it all. I sucked it up and just bought the extra storage so I don't have that problem anymore. But it cost me $25 per month forever. Thanks a lot. Like, you were the... It was going to happen anyway, but you're the emergency that made me pay extra. You're throwing a tantrum about not being allowed to hoard. Oh, boo-hoo. I have a nice extra house with haunted rooms for the ghosts, and, you know, I have so much food that it's... You couldn't have taken the trash out. You physically couldn't have done it. It was heavy by my stand. Like, I had to struggle. Oh, and it's not even fucking all of it. Like this avocado up here, I'm pretty sure it's bad because the other one was. Well, I didn't finish getting rid of the...
Understand? Don't.
Mint Mobile though, use my link in the description and in the pinned comment. That way you can save money on your wireless bill. Thanks again for watching, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Welcome back, everybody. Guys, on the next one.
I live here.
Hey, put your hands up in the air! Hey, put your hands up!
Hey, he's got a knife in his hand.
Hey, drop the knife!
Hi everyone, Donut here. Today we have a dude trying to monster truck smash his way out of being arrested. It is a wild one today, but first a word from our sponsor, Raycon Earbuds. That is correct, Raycon is back for our sponsor for this video. You know why I love Raycon? Because it is the same audio quality that I expect from the big guys, but at half the price. Raycon just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. When you get a pair of earbuds for half the price of the big guys, you want active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you connect with 2 devices at once. They have optimized gel tips for custom cozy fit, new active noise cancellation, new quick charge function, my new favorite thing, the multi-point connectivity, 2 devices at the same time, and if you like throwing heavy things around like I do, they are weatherproof and sweat resistant. Recently, I've liked using my Raycon earbuds to listen to, I don't know, my best friend winning Congress. You can click the link in the description box below or go to buyraycon.com/operator to get 20% off your purchase plus free shipping. They're very comfortable and they don't fall out of your ears no matter what you do. That's buyraycon.com/operator. Let's get on with the shootings. For our first video, we're going to head on over to the city ran by genderless college students, Los Angeles. March 19, 2024, 9:18 p.m. Los Angeles Sheriff's Department responds to a 911 call where a woman claims to have a restraining order against a man who is demanding to be let into her place. That would be a domestic violence call, and it is one of the most dangerous things to respond to. Officers go to the caller's house, they start taking a statement, and then they notice the suspect's car driving around the woman's house. And it's not a hard hard vehicle to spot. You'll see why in a minute. So officers naturally begin to follow the car until they come to a stoplight. Once at the red light, officers pull up behind his vehicle and perform a traffic stop on this creepy loser. That's when this happens. This idiot just slammed his beautiful car into another beautiful car. That's a 1970 Pontiac Ventura and a third-generation Ford Crown Vic getting ran over. We're only 2 minutes into this video, and this suspect already has more than enough reasons to be shot by police. Our suspect did enough damage to the police officer's vehicle to do this. When a suspect with a car like that is ready to crash into police, that pretty much means he's ready to leave this plane of existence. After the crash, other officers on scene attempt to get the suspect to surrender.
Hey, put your hands up! Get out of the car, Casillas. Put your hands up! This is 136. I know we're going to be taking a 245 suspect on a PO. We're going to be on a... Put your hands up! Put your hands up! Hey, put your hands up! Hey, he's got a knife in his hand. Hey, drop the gun! Drop the knife! Hey, put your hands up in the air! Hey! Hey, SEC is 136. I know we're going to be detaining a 245 suspect on a PO. We're going to be on Artesia and down there. Let me give you this car check out. Hey, put your hands up! Put your hands up! Hey, put your hands up! SEC, can we check on hey!
But instead of doing whatever he had planned, he decided to fall flat on his face.
That was your big moment to look cool.
I mean, come on, once you look that stupid, you should probably just surrender, give up. But our suspect, with a big old knife in his hand, charges the officers. That's always a very intelligent thing to do. Who knows, though? Maybe this time the suspect is bulletproof.
Hey, drop the gun! Drop the knife! Hey, you guys good?
He even had a little war cry for us.
Hey! SEC 136 Adam 998. Let me get units code, please, and check on arrow, please.
But this very scary yell did not stop officers from defending themselves, and they were obviously able to incapacitate him. After this, deputies rendered aid, paramedics show up, but unfortunately, they weren't able to keep him from passing away. They did recover the knife from the suspect, which looks like something an archaeologist dug up from 1,000 years ago. It looks like something you would find magnet fishing. The deputy who was hit by the suspect's car was taken to the hospital. He had non-life-threatening injuries and was released later. I wish I could say that nothing of value was lost, but the damage to those two beautiful cars, Lord have mercy. Could we have a moment of silence for those two vehicles?
Dad, it's so sad.
Our next video brings us to Arlington, Texas, home of one of the most dangerous neighborhoods in this country, Six Flags. April 25th, 2024, 4:41 p.m. The Arlington Police Department receives 2 911 calls in about 2 minutes, both from the same caller. In the first call, the person says that they were about to stab someone, and in the second call, they claim that they had stabbed someone and killed them named Michael. Here are both of those calls.
I got the knife in my hand.
I'm sorry, this is Arlington 911. Do you need police, fire, ambulance?
I'm gonna kill M.
I'm sorry?
I'm gonna kill M.
You're gonna kill who?
You know what to do.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what's going on.
You did what?
I killed Michael.
Who is Michael?
2703 Lawrence Road. That's Michael.
703 Lawrence Road?
2703. Michael sucked it to my throat. Both Michaels.
What happened to him? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay.
I took the knife from the kitchen.
You said...
Yeah.
The caller goes on to give the dispatcher's address, but as you can see, officers believe they have a murderer. So Arlington PD heads there and immediately sets up a perimeter.
10-4, break units on the invest, knife is in the bedroom, complainant saying the other person is dead and is pacing, complainant is not going to try CPR.
I think it's that one right there. Second floor right here. Yeah, he's looking through the window right there. 213. His complaint's still on the line. Yeah. saw him looking through the blinds. Have him slowly open the door, put both hands out, and ask him to step out with nothing in his hand or on his person.
Once the officers are on scene, they see someone looking through a window. They decide to give them commands to come out with their hands empty, as one would. That seems to extend your life expectancy when you do that, when police ask you to.
213, suspect contact. Come out!
Copy.
Come back out! Go back.
He came out, he's not complying.
Hey, stop! Put the knife down!
Hey, down, come up! Taser, come up!
At this point, the suspect does come out, but not like the officers had hoped for.
Put the knife down!
32,
Put the knife
down!
Shots fired.
Man came down the stairs armed with a kitchen knife and wearing sandals and a suit. You should run when you see a man wearing sandals with a suit, much less a knife too.
He's insane.
The knife he had in his hand though was no joke. Look at this thing slowed down. Here's the footage from another officer's perspective. You can hear other officers giving the suspect commands to drop the weapon, and even trying to deploy less than lethal options, but they didn't quite make it in time.
Hey, stop! Put the knife down! Hey, Taser, come up! Taser, come up! Arlington Police, hey, put the knife down! Put the knife down! Drop the knife! Drop the knife!
That's the face of a man who could give a shit about a taser.
I wish you would.
But the first encounter with old business casual there wasn't the end of it. After being struck by one of the officers and given several opportunities to drop the knife, the suspect fled through the parking lot and into a wooded area.
Drop the knife! Arlington Police!
Suspect's running.
He's got a knife!
Oh, northbound to the complex.
He's going towards the intersection of Collins and Green Oaks.
North perimeter, north perimeter.
Taser, taser, someone move up with taser. We need a shield. We need a shield.
Drop the knife. 230, do we have canine?
Who's got taser? Anybody got taser? Hey! Hold it, hold it. Hey! Get on the ground! Get on the ground!
Always off. Start setting up the perimeter. Just fired.
And here's another angle of the encounter.
230, do we have canine?
Suspect has a knife and large rock in his hand.
Hey! Hold it. Hey, hold it. Get on the ground! Get on the ground!
Always off. Start setting up the perimeter.
You might be thinking, that has to be the end of it, right? Something about an open suit in Texas gives you superpowers, because the suspect, having been hit, takes off again, this time down an embankment where officers pursue him.
Stay on the ground! Somebody at Green Oaks and Collins! Green Oaks and Collins!
Black male, running with a blue pants. Shoes have a knife on their right hand. 230, do we have anybody at the apartment? 23, I'm heading that way. Yeah, you guys confirm an offense has occurred. I'll get my guys en route.
Get the knife out your hand!
Hey, drop the knife!
Let the knife go!
We need EMS staged. Tell unit medics 227 to stop at the sign. Stop at the sign at Wood Creek Apartments. Hit him with the 40. Get closer. Hit him.
Drop the knife.
Hey, on my taser. Ready?
Yep.
Drop it. Drop it. Drop it. I'm going to hit it again. Hit it again. Taser again.
Walking back to the apartment. Stop at the sign at Wood Creek Apartments.
Drop the knife. Drop the knife!
Drop the knife. Drop it. Drop it. Hit it again. Hit it again. Taser again.
Now officers are finally able to detain the Men's Warehouse menace, and it looks like tasers can be effective. Only after someone has been shot, it looks like. Luckily, none of the officers were injured, but the suspect was transported to the hospital where he passed away later that day. What happened to the stabbing victim? The initial calls that came in? Well, they searched his apartment and they were able to find absolutely nothing. There was not a stabbing victim. They also didn't find any stabbing victims at any local hospitals. It kind of looks like he made the story up so that he could get officers there to ambush them. The officer that fired his service weapon is currently on paid administrative leave, pending an investigation, of course. And that is all I have for you fine people today. Thank you for watching. If you want to help support the channel, you can watch the Unsubscribed podcast, watch my second channel, Operation Donut, or go on over to donutoperator.com. There's some super sweet merch over there, and you can follow me on every other social media platform. As always, have a fantastic day.
Chosen, protect your keeper! Reinforce my brood! Let the justice be unleashed! Your desecration ends now! Eranog, I will be with you soon.
The Drakes are fleeing!
Without Diurna to control them, they have lost the will to fight.
Champions, now is the time to strike! Let me show you what I got. Stop by.
I heard about this tribe in Zimbabwe whose members have only 2 toes. There is little information online about their identity because they are living in a conflict zone. I want to find out their true story, spread awareness about their struggles, and learn what life would be like with this shocking condition. It is 5 a.m. I'm looking at a beautiful sunrise over Lake Kariba on the border of Zambia and Zimbabwe, and our driver has just arrived. Nice to meet you. How you doing, bro? The journey to reach the Vodoma tribe is going to take 15 hours on long dirt roads with several checkpoints. Our goal is the Kayemba district, right on the tri-country border with Zambia, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe.
Say the road is not in the best of conditions, but we'll make it today. Not tomorrow, but today.
Well, it's 7:34 in the morning, so we have the whole day. Despite years of conflict and political turmoil, Zimbabwe's nature remains our greatest treasure. The bumpy road leads us through a national park called Manapools, where the wildlife is abundant.
Oh my god!
Our first sighting.
Oh, look, he's yawning. I got the yawn. Out of nowhere, we're just driving and an elephant popped out. Look at this.
He's so cute. He's a baby.
Wow. Yeah, that's a teenager.
We just almost hit a tortoise in the road.
One of the small 5, that's a leopard tortoise. We're going to release it safely.
So he would have been killed in a second.
He would have been killed in a second.
As you can see, the roads are empty. There is nobody around here, and I mean nobody. Tsetse fly. Yeah, we are, if our car breaks down right now, we're totally screwed. But we shall make it there. We stopped somewhere in the bush in the middle of nowhere. We are filling up our tank for the last time in a while.
Filling it to the brim like, because we want to have fuel, for the next 6-7 hours.
Have you ever heard of the Vadoma people?
Yes. We read about them.
What do you know about them?
Those people, even they are afraid of people. They need to live on their own. If a visitor comes there, otherwise they will hide.
They will hide.
Yes.
As we approach the more intense conflict area, Cisa gets word that we need to get a special permit to enter the region.
Why are they so suspicious? I think somebody might have come here and did something wrong.
The decades-long conflict between Zambia and Zimbabwe is largely centered around the Zambezi River. It's a crucial source of water, electricity, and agriculture for both countries, and tensions have flared up in recent weeks at the border. I'm feeling nervous because Cisa looks uncomfortable. He's been a guide in Zimbabwe for 20 years and has never explored this region. Right now, we are at the mercy of the people in charge. Cisa told us to stay in the car because he wants to handle it without us. He said it would be easier if he goes, so hopefully we get it. How are you doing back there?
Good.
Let's talk. You were going to be charged, but I've talked to them. We're just going to pay for a basic permit. I'll need 125 from you.
That's fine, but are we going to get the permit?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Okay, so
give me one.
What's the problem? We get it? Nice. Good work, man.
Thank you, buddy.
We got it. Boom. So we are at the checkpoint here. The stick checkpoint. There you go. What is it? Alright, we got in.
They were trying to be tough.
Yeah.
Did you notice that?
Yeah, I noticed. That's where
They were nice.
Nice talking. They were nice. I wasn't expecting to pay $125 for a permit, and part of me doubts that it's the normal price. But now that we have the green light, I'm anxious to finally reach the tribe. We've been driving for 6 hours on dirt roads. No joke, and this is the first little settlement that we've seen. It's not even a village, it's just like a couple of little huts here. And there's one shop. We're gonna buy out whatever this shop has, bring gifts to the tribe. How are you?
I'm fine.
How are you, bro? What do you think about this shop?
Cool. They need to restock now.
This is the first shop we've seen in like 6 hours of driving. And we are literally buying the whole shop out.
That's a lot of stuff, my love.
Yeah, they need it. Oh, that's a soap?
Yeah, that's a soap. So this is a multi-purpose soap. You can bathe it with it, you can wash with it, you can even brush your teeth with it. Just make little shavings and put on your toothbrush, it bubbles.
100 trillion? Okay. After 12 hours of driving, finally made it to the Vadoma tribe. Deanna just pulled out Google Maps and you can see we are on the border of Mozambique, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. So cool. How are you feeling right now?
Very good. I'm excited.
What about you? What about you? What about you? We are giving rice flour, cooking oil to them. We are distributing it to the people here and all kinds of cooking oil, sugar, rice, flour. We're going to be spending a few hours with them just hanging out and appreciating the life up here. Speaking of, look at this massive baobab tree that I'm standing under. So incredible. According to Vadoma mythology, their ancestors emerged from a baobab tree, these strange-looking things that originate in sub-Saharan Africa. The Vadoma share a rare genetic condition which results in the absence of a middle toe and a cleft where they would be. This condition affects about 1 in 4 children within the community, and it leads to feet that appear to have 2 large toes, resembling a lobster's claw.
Okay, so what do you do
This condition
with
is thought
it?
to be so prevalent due to the community's long history of isolation and intermarriage. The Vadoma are still considered one of the few remaining hunter-gatherer tribes in Zimbabwe, living in relative seclusion and maintaining their traditions.
I think with merging with different cultures and different people of normal toes, the genetic makeshift of the normal toes is taking over and they are losing the original 2 toes that they had in the past because it's getting diluted.
Tell me what it's like to live with 2 toes. What are the challenges? What's the lifestyle like?
Saying when he's walking with these 2 toes, the first challenge is, difficult to get some shoes. There's no proper shoes, which is there's some painful on his foot.
So no shoes?
No shoes, yeah.
Is it difficult to walk or walking is normal?
He's saying it's difficult when walking.
I can't imagine what life must be like without 5 toes on each foot. It makes me realize that there's so much we take for granted. To be honest, the people that I've met here seem shy and depressed. Maybe because they never get visitors, or that they receive no help from the government. Some of my favorite travel experiences have been visiting tribes in Africa, such as South Sudan's Mundari tribe, Ethiopia's Mercy tribe, and the DR Congo's Pygmy tribe. So incredible, a celebration of life and just happiness. All of these tribes welcome outsiders and are eager to share their culture, but I can already tell that the Vedoma tribe is different. He made this guitar out of a plastic water bottle, a piece of wood, and a shoelace. So cool.
I tried. Thank you.
If you are a traveler, then you know how stressful it can be to get cash or send payments overseas, especially in a place like sub-Saharan Africa. ATMs aren't always reliable, and airport exchange offices may not offer the best exchange rates. That's why I use MoneyGram. It's a convenient and reliable way to send money in over 200 countries and territories. I use MoneyGram to get cash when I travel, which makes it super easy to tip people wherever I go. On the app, I can link my bank account, credit card, or debit card to send money to myself, and then pick it up as cash, or I can send money to my friends in other countries. If you are someone who travels often, or lives far away from your loved ones, or you need to send money often to your loved ones, then I'm telling you MoneyGram is a fantastic option. They offer amazing rates when needing to pick up cash when traveling abroad. MoneyGram is convenient, fast, and reliable, and I actually used it at the end of this video to surprise someone with a gift. So make sure to watch till the end. Click the link down below to download MoneyGram and start using the app to your benefit. All right, now let's get back to the story. Nice.
Whoa.
It's a pretty surreal experience to finally be out here. Like, look at this beautiful nature, these people around here. Crazy to think that I was in Arizona like 3 days ago. Man. It's been a very long 20-hour day and we need to find a place to sleep, but there are no hotels around here. We made our way back into Kayemba and stumbled across the only restaurant in this tiny town. We found this little shop and this lady's cooking us dinner of wild chickens and garlic soup. All I know is that I am starving from driving all day, like on dirt roads. Like I feel like I got hit by a train. I'm just so exhausted. So I'm really pumped for this meal. This is what a local meal looks like. We got ugali with soup on top of it and wild chicken. So good. So hearty, so fresh, so flavorful. It's crunchy. It's really tough and really flavorful.
Good evening, guys.
Good evening.
Yeah.
Good, how are you, sir?
Suddenly, 2 policemen arrived in a sketchy truck and started making accusations. I realized the only way to get out of this would be to pay them off to leave us alone. It's pretty wild how easily things can turn south when traveling in a conflict zone. They know we're here because we got the permit, so they communicated with them.
But they just coming to double check that.
Did they want to search our bags?
The main reason why they came here is to check if we don't have any firearms.
When we were eating dinner, we met the guy, and he invited us to sleep at his house here. And I thought we were going to be sleeping on the floor somewhere, but he offered his treehouse thing right here, above ground.
My crib.
Some guinea fowl up here. Look, at least for eating, right? Hello, Mr. Guinea Fowl. How are you? It's not a treehouse. It's just like a house that's way high up to protect from animals and the rains. I can walk straight under this. It's like at least 6 feet tall. So cool. What do you think of it?
I love it.
Alright, we got our mosquito net here. Got our bed. We just showered in wet wipes. You can see the wet wipes here. They're pretty much covered in dirt. This is the glamorous life. Right, babe?
Alright, we slept really good. It was really hot at the beginning and then it got cool. And then the sound of the roosters woke us up at 5 a.m. What do you think about the experience?
It's so good.
We're having a nice local meal here with the Vedoma people in Zimbabwe.
In Africa, before we eat, we clap our hands like this. We clap them to God, we clap them to the one who prepared. Yes, please.
What makes you happy in life?
Someone like you are from America, you come here in Zimbabwe, so I'm happy to meet such a friend like you. Over there.
The bread and butter combo is very good. We're just having a nice meal here. We got hard-boiled eggs, toast with butter, coffee.
Good? You need to eat it this way.
Careful. You got it.
I got it.
Oh, it's true. I got it too.
He literally just got up there in like 3 seconds. What's your name? How old are you, bro?
16 years.
What is it like to grow up with 2 toes when all of your friends have normal feet?
I never understand, so if I'm walking with the 2 toes a long distance, it pains him on his foot because it's not normal.
What about advantages? Like, are you able to do things that your friends can't?
With my 2 toes, I can able to play soccer.
Can you tell me, when your son was born with the 2 toes, what was your first thought?
This is a God-given guy. When he was born, I just raised him so that I can look after him. And I've got 2 kids with the same disabled. So this guy is grade 6, so I'm just looking after him. So, but I need some help so that he can go ahead with the school.
Do you know the reason why the 2 toes is happening only to the Vedoma people?
Just say it's from God.
Is it true that they cannot marry outside of their tribe?
So far, they've just married in one tribe, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Do you have any questions for me?
Oh, he's saying he's got a
How to
challenge
try
when going to
to-
school. Maybe you can buy me a small bicycle so that I can go quickly to school using 2 toes. Always late at school.
The Vedoma story is a sad one, but one that I still feel is important to be told. They face ongoing discrimination, food insecurity, and unemployment. It almost feels like they've been forgotten. So it's a little bit weird because they're pretty shy, and we've learned about why they're shy, because they're scared of outsiders, they're scared of animals in the area, and they're just very private people, so we're not trying to really infringe too much on them. We're just kind of just hanging out and doing our best to smile and make some friends, and it's quite an interesting experience and much different than I was expecting. I'm on my way to meet up with the chief, who wants to share more context about the struggles that his tribe is facing. Could you just give me a little information about this community and this tribe?
They lived beyond this mountain in a place called Chitopo. So during the Civil War, they were staying there and they were safe. But as soon as the Civil War of the 870s, independence in 1980, they started coming into these areas because it was safe.
After talking to the chief, I'm hit with the hard reality of life for the Vedoma. They have been kicked out of their indigenous lands and are virtually unable to hunt for food or gather medicine like previous generations. It's not surprising why you can see the sadness in their eyes. Can you imagine what it would be like to get kicked out of your own house with no access to food, a job, or security?
It is very characteristic of the Vedoma people that when they see somebody they do not know coming, just like we have come with a vehicle, they disappear. You come and look in their homestead, there'll be nobody. They are people that hide.
What's the reason for that?
So whenever they came close contact with the humans that were here, they were shy. Like people are looking at them and laughing at them. They didn't laugh that. So they would rather hide and stick to the thickets than be exposed.
I'm curious to know, why do people here have genetically these 2 toes and really nowhere else in the world?
Chief Chiam, who would have been the man that spread these genes across. So I think it's a genetic makeshift that was spread through his lineage.
One guy?
Yes.
I read online that there's like witchcraft involved. Is that a thing?
There is no witchcraft, there is no sorcery. They were created like that by God. That's exactly what he's saying, and that's what they believe in.
How many 2-toed tribe people are left now?
Yeah, it looks like the numbers are growing with these young folk that are getting married to, I'm sure, closely related young ladies. We're also seeing a number of young babies born with the 2 toes.
As the night falls, the Vedoma people want to perform a special song and dance. While we are starting to see more smiles, this experience changes the way I think about tribes in Africa. This trip reminds me that some groups struggle more than others to adapt to a changing world. I hope that the Vedoma people are given more attention and opportunity so that they can lift themselves out of poverty and be free of violence in the region. And in case you were wondering, I kept my promise to give that kid a bicycle. I sent money to Watson via MoneyGram, who lives in Harare, the capital. He picked up the cash, bought the bike, and then put it on a bus to Kayemba where the kid picked it up. As a traveler, it's important to always give back, and I hope this video spreads awareness about indigenous rights in Zimbabwe. Thank you so much for watching this story, and I'll see you next week.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we are talking about
don't do it. Yes.
art.
Oh my God.
Art. More importantly, modern art. Listen, dude, I am a big sucker for art in general. I mean, I do animation stuff, but also I love commissioning paintings and doing all kinds of stuff. I'll put a little slideshow of some of the just beautiful pieces I have here just in the studio. Art is just the fundamental expression of human beings. It's storytelling. It's the human experience all boiled down into an image or a film or, some kind of dance. I don't fucking know anything. Art can be whatever you want it to be. But if I'm gonna be honest, and it's my roll some heads, I guess, but I feel like all the good classic fine art, I feel like I feel like we're past that. And nothing feels more relevant and more true to that statement than modern fine art. And fine art is something where it's kind of what everybody thinks pretentious artists are, right? It's all of the things that are so far up their own ass that it's unbelievable, but really some of the modern art is really insane. I mean, even just some of the more brief ones, like The Comedian, which was the little banana taped to a wall. I mean, this stuff is also copying stuff like Duchamp's toilet from back in the day, whenever that was like during a new wave thing of, I don't know, people in the 40s or whatever being like, whatever. You have Yoko Ono screaming. I love that video of Yoko Ono whenever she's screaming with Chuck Berry. And Chuck Berry's like looking there and he's just like, what the fuck is this crazy bitch about, dude? But then you even have stuff like this. So fucking annoying. Hey, you have to do the puzzle piece thing. Everybody continue. I remember seeing this thing and people were just like, these are breed machines. It looks like an H.R. Geiger piece a little bit, doesn't it? What is this even called? Contemporary art. Oh, I guess you should say, instead of modern art, you should say contemporary art. Whatever. So, like here, man, sneaking back behind it, looking through the visor. Okay, dude. He really went up. I love the guy, like, went up behind it and he's just like... Zooming in and shit. Oh my God. Oh yeah, glasses left behind. It's just a nice pair of glasses left on the floor. I like people taking pictures of it. Oh my God, look at this. It's a pair of glasses. This is just, who do these own to? There's mystique and mystery. And listen, I feel so personally attached to this because I myself went to an art college. I know, I love to waste money as much as I possibly can. I also have hobbies like Magic the Gathering. And what money means, what is money? Burn it all! I mean, it's worthless to me, right? And I got a Bachelor of Fine Arts from an art school going far. That piece of paper was extremely applicable to where I ended up in life. Thank you so much. But I have dealt with the pretentiousness, and art college feels a little different because an art college is at least, it's like you're 18 years old, finding out who you are, you're finding your independence, and yeah, you're gonna make some cringy, self-obsessed art stuff. But to extend that into a full career is something that is fascinating. That somehow, some way, you were able to like make a career out of it is unbelievable. And today we're gonna be looking at some of the most pretentious and fucking awful pieces of contemporary art. So let's go! This video is sponsored by MeUndies. Let's take a minute to talk about your closet. Do you have holes in your socks? Hell, maybe even your underwear? I bet you do because you're a sick son of a... And that's why it's time to take a nice little spring cleaning break and head on over to MeUndies. MeUndies is my go-to site for underwear. They're so soft and comfortable that it made me question why I even bothered with other brands in the first place. I prefer the bold and classic single colors, but they also have more adventurous prints to fit any style. Plus, MeUndies has all sizes covered, and the material provides a flattering cut for every body type. Chiseled, flubby, MeUndies has got you covered. And MeUndies is not just underwear. No, 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 no. You can get undershirts, joggers, and swimsuits there too. Good things come in big packages at MeUndies. Get 20% off your first order plus free shipping at MeUndies.com/PapaMe. Go to MeUndies and get yourself something comfortable, and you'll be glad you did. Thank you, MeUndies, for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. First up, we have Shrink, which was a performance art created by Lawrence Malstaff in 2010 and is an ongoing project. It's basically somebody is being shrink wrapped. The shrink is literally, it's shrink wrap. You know those fucking things when your mom's like, you have too much clothes! And you throw it in that fucking bag and you take the vacuum, suck it all out, and you're able to toss it under your fucking bed like a goddamn body bag. That's what this is. Let's take a look. It's fucked up. I've seen Japanese porn that starts like this. I don't know what it is what the Japanese do. Those motherfuckers love watching people get shrink wrapped. It's fucking disturbing too. Can they breathe in here? I don't think they can breathe. They probably can breathe. In that porn, they can't. I'll tell you, it is vile. I'm like, I don't know who the fuck's beating their cock to this, but that is fucked. You ever seen those videos? Oh yeah. Okay. Alright. Dude, the guy who invented the fucking vacuum suck thing for the storage has to be pissed by this, right? He's like, what the fuck? This is literally what I made. Do they have a breathing apparatus? Is that what the tube is for, I'm guessing? Or is there just an air pocket? I can't tell. Oh my god, it's like freezing someone in time. It's taking absurd motions but being able to freeze them. Basically, it's a giant take on consumerist culture and preserving all of the things that we might not need. It's capitalism at its worst, strung down and suffocating the human experience. Boom. What do you think about that? Huh? You like that? Pretty much what it is. You know what though? I'd be fucking pissed. If I was the guy who made the shrink thing, I'd be like, you better give me some fucking royalties or something like that. Or even for the guy, Lawrence Malstaff, to just be like, no, I have those things in my room and they're awesome. And he just like admits, he's like, I just wanted to make some of my own, you know? Next up, we have Roman Signer, who is an 85-year-old sculptor from Switzerland, known for his bizarre and off-kilter solo performances where he creates what he calls action sculptures. Works of art which are used for experiments that bear which he refers to as aesthetically pleasing. Recently, he has been the center of online discussion due to his performance known as The Sands of Time, Cascades of Society. A performance where Signer stacks buckets of sand atop one another before knocking them down. It has been described as provocative and thought-provoking. The unstable tower buckets is meant to symbolize the delicate balance within social systems, hinting at the fragility of our social fabric. The action of sand continually spilling from the buckets brings to life the concept of social mobility, the struggle for power, and the ever-present fear of downward social movement. The sand, albeit small and seemingly insignificant on its own, gains momentum as it cascades the buckets, symbolizing how individual together can influence societal structures. This is fucking insane, man. This sounds crazy. Let's take a look at it. What do I even have? Really, the first thing I want to say is that the man in the white here, with the bulbous belly, and he's wearing that button up that you know he shouldn't be wearing, I fuck with that guy right there. You know, I don't like the idea of, some people look at a lot of art and they're like, anyone could do that. Anyone could do it. The idea is that anyone could, but no one did, and you're the person who actually did it. It's less about the talent of actually making it. But at the same time, it feels to me that whenever you're saying stuff about societal structures and collapsing, and you're using it as a metaphor for what is essentially a children's playground toy of sandboxes that collapse amongst each other, and the finale is literally it falling once, and then you're just like, that's what it is, and everyone's like, yay! Feels a bit silly. Feels like we're getting to a bit silly, a little pretentious territories, you know what I mean? And especially you call it the Sands of Time. Get the fuck over yourself, dude. Isn't that fucking crazy? The Sands of Time. He also created the work performance, the Wasser installation, where he paddles a kayak through 8 small canals, which are all connected through a cinder pool. According to Signer, the Wasser installation creates a vacuum where the beginning and the end of the imaginary journey converge. In this domain of silence, meanings flow into one another effortlessly without ever taking definite shape. Let's see here. Wow. This is truly remarkable. This has to be so uncomfortable having people stand here and just watching you do the most mundane, stupid shit.
That's part of the art. The cringe.
The cringe, the performance art aspect, the cringe of that. I like how he has gloves on. as if these are some like real rapid shit. He's like, Jesus, okay, let's see what I can do here. If anybody went to me and they were like, hey, we're gonna go see a fucking Roman Signer deal, I'd be like, you better fucking count me out, dude. Oh, this is another one. It's just umbrellas and buckets. Signer first achieves artistic notoriety by using explosives. Where is that video, dude? I want to see something fucking blow up. Oh, here we go. Table with rockets. I mean, that's kind of sick. It's just literally called Table with Rockets, and it just shows a fucking rocket, like, exploding into the air. See, that's sick. Dude, do more of that stuff, man. That's fucking tight. That's really cool. Next up, we have Ryosuke Kiyasu. It's a drummer who performs with the band Sete Star Sept. Along with performing as a solo snare drummer, Kiyasu has recently begun to tour an avant-garde performance of the snare drumming, which is described as supposedly aiming to challenge the preconceived notions of what the possible range of sounds can be achieved with a snare drum. You know what? I have some preconceived notions of what the snare drum can do, so I'm actually pretty curious to see what it can do. Okay, the girl in the back, there is no semblance of actual, you're listening to noise. It's a visual. The thing with this is it's like, it's a audio visual experience, but she's like, this is slapping. Once again, flashbacks to art school. This looks like every crushed punk show I've ever been to in my life. But also, at the end of the day, it still sounds like a snare. Like, just because the microphone is kind of shitty, I mean, it's still, and he's just yelling into the I mean, it still sounds like a snare drum. Am I wrong? God damn, don't tell you what, that boy is assaulting, straight up violating that table. Leave the table alone, damn. Motherfucker's moving around. Sounds like a Daughters album or something like that. There's a couple here I want to see. I want to get a couple in here, just kind of get a vibe of it. What would make this even more challenging too is if he did this in a space where no one knew that the art exhibit was happening. And then you raise it even more because then you have people trying to wrestle him off of the table in the snare drum, and those kind of sounds could intertwine with it as well. See, now I'm elevating the artistic experience. Impressive. I didn't know the snare drum could do that. Oh, there's one more. I just want to see this last one. Let me see. These guys look like they're laughing at him in the background. They're like smiling and they're just like, hey, this looks like a snare drum. I wonder if he makes love to that snare drum, dude. Motherfuckers get intimate with it. This next one, all I have, it says, I genuinely cannot find context for this video, but it's too good. Woman with long ass high heels fucking dies next to a chair. What's this? It would be difficult walking these heels. The struggle is real. I'm always a sucker for the nice rat face gauze, like that German film Goodnight Mommy. Not the remake. The remake's bad, but the German version of Goodnight Mommy fucking rules. And I remember in that movie, her face is all wrapped up like that. Kind of, it just has that like weird 90s Marilyn Manson kind of aesthetic and stuff too. It's fucking rad. I will say, just fucking let the person sit down, dude. Let the old girl sit down, have a fucking pop a squat, dude. I understand it'd be difficult to walk in the high heels and stuff, but goddamn, fight for your right to sit down. Here's a live painting, a $4.9 million scribbling live painting.
This live painting has just sold for $4.9 million to an anonymous buyer.
Yo, babies on a Cracker Barrel menu be like... The guy who bought that for $4.9 million is doing tax shelter stuff. Did it for a tax write-off. Also, it's the exact same kind of premise as, like, what is it, Jackson Pollock, where it's all non-discernible, non-conscious thinking. It's just like expressionist era type movement thing. At least I can't remember all the goddamn different fads and everything or whatever, but it reminds me of Jackson Pollock, who was very famous because he unconsciously painted. So each stroke was he never planned any of his strokes. So the pieces he made were all unconsciously made by him, which was a popular thing that happened. Which, it's art is only as valuable as people make it out to be. As stupid as things are, if you're the first to do it, you hit the fucking jackpot, dude. And it's also about intention. It's about how you play the system. Because at the end of the day, too, fine artists are also just really good marketers, where they can trick rich people into giving them money, is what I say. Sneakers on Drills exhibit, created by conceptual artist Jack Almgren. Almgren is a Swedish artist who often exhibits his work at group shows with other similar style artists. He has another untitled piece and a similar piece to this in an exhibit called The Taste of Bizarros. Let me see this, dude. Ooh, are those Ryobi drills? Dude, don't be letting the foreman see that, dude. You might get bullied, dude. You kidding me? Ryobi drills? Come on, dog. Ryobi drills, man. Can't fucking go and just get a goddamn Milwaukee drill. Oh my god, it's like they're walking on their own. Man, imagine if that was a Milwaukee drill. Those motherfuckers would be scooting for days. That's so sick. The Sounds of Butter. Wasn't able to find a ton of info on this online, but we just know it's created by a Jewish performance artist who created this piece as a homage to a man named Yossel, a man who created candles made of butter in Auschwitz during the Holocaust. So let's see. It's 8 seconds long. All right, also first I wanted to just say that kid is way too big to be being held. That kid back there could easily stand, so I don't know. Feels weird because I don't know the context of this, but then again, what is the context? Manufacturing, maybe supposed to be simulating the experience of churning the butter and making it into a candle, possibly, but having the man stand behind you with 6 sunglasses, holding a mixer and you're doing it with a microphone. I guess I just don't fully get the picture, but then again, maybe I'm not supposed to. Because let me tell you, art isn't made for everybody. Sorry, posers. How about Yuki Tanaka's Rotating Mud? A large clay piece which he patterned by allowing the wet mass to rotate against his face. Tanaka explains the rotating mud is a reflection of the transient nature of existence and the ever-changing landscape of the human experience. Yap yap, boy, be yappin'. Through the constant motion of the mud, the artwork embodies the passage of time, the fluidity of identity, and the cyclical nature of life. It invites viewers to contemplate the interconnectedness of all things and the beauty found in impermanence. Wow. The human experience. It's all different. Right? Are you me? No, and I'm not you. So let's not pretend to be. And let's take a look at Rotating Mud.
This art piece was just sold for $8.2 million. The buyer has requested to remain anonymous.
All of the big artists are going to be anonymous. One, because they're just like, I don't need the government knowing how much I'm spending. I don't, you know, it's going to go into a storage unit or fucking thrown away. Usually, they almost always go into just a storage unit somewhere. Okay, so let's see through the plastic bottle on the floor. So are we supposed to say the human experience is about littering too? Come on, dude. Do you think some of these artists here that do that kind of stuff and it's this kind of physical kind of thing, do you think that they think that the guys who make the planet spray, the spray paint galaxy planet paintings on the street, they think that they're fine artists? Or the people who have like the paint bucket and they're like, and they let it drop and it like just like a pendulum swinging thing and it's like, look at that beautiful pattern. Do you think that they're like, oh my God, wow. Do you think that they're stoked on that too? Because if these assholes are like, that's not art. I'd be like, dude, who the fuck, like... Oh, now we're on to somebody digging hole. I don't think that this is the... I think this is just another video that he put together. Yep, these are someone just digging holes. Okay, which actually the whole thing's kind of cool. Well, you know, Clayface, something very physical about that. It's very performance art-based is... I don't know. There's just so much human charm to it. And honestly, I feel how, by watching that, I kind of feel how we're all different. And how I kind of just want to appreciate the imperfections of it all. And also the impermanence of it all. But it's all not... It won't last forever. Next up, we have Emmanuel Berenger. He's a French visual artist who has recently gained much infamy from his performances where he puts his past as a long jumper to work. What's a long jumper?
In track.
Oh, look, in track. Oh, okay. Emmanuel jumps from a trampoline equipped with a stick of charcoal where he creates his work of art by letting the charcoal draw alongside a large canvas neighboring him. These works have sold for over $100,000 multiple times. Yeah, all right, well, these must be pretty fucking impressive. Emmanuel describes that putting the body in motion and acting to achieve work is never an end in itself. The gesture is linked to a trace that will leave without words simply through break and shocks. The body invades space to speak for itself. He jumps, is basically what we're saying. He wasn't happy with that one. He's going to restart. Motherfucker looks mad walking back, doesn't he? Motherfucker looks tapped. I mean, it's an impressive line, dude. You know, if it was shorter, there's no way people would pay for it. But that's a big-ass thing. It's a big-ass fucking jump there. There's got to be some better jumps than that, dude. Come on. Wow. Impressive. Unbelievable vertical leap. Dudes in the NBA could crush the shit. Didn't jump as hard. It's the ponytail that's holding him back. You gotta cut that man bun when you're getting into these athletic shit. Ooh, that one felt, I don't know how I felt about that one. Almost looked like he got kind of scared jumping. I don't know. Next up, Takashita Matsutani. Takashita Matsutani is a Japanese avant-garde artist based in Paris and Nishinomiya. Though active as a painter and sculptor for decades, he has recently become a notable figure online due to his bizarre performance known as Stream. Stream is described as a ritualized manner of mark making with a performative gesture that presents a time-based record reminiscent of Matsutani's artistic beginnings in Japan. And that's it. You know what? Stream looks pretty cool. The one thing I did not like was I found it to be very unsatisfying and very aesthetically unpleasing was the crumpling of the canvas or paper. That upset me. If I was there, I would have done that too. I would have been standing there, I'd be like, he gets done, I'm like, Next up is Yon Bourgeois. Yon Bourgeois is a French dancer, choreographer, and artist who gained online notoriety for a widespread performance in 2022. I like how it's always widespread notoriety. Dude, no one fucking knows these people. No one, knows online notoriety for what? His fucking TikTok got 10,000 likes. So did a fucking 8-year-old who ate a bowl of macaroni. Like, fuck off. The routine is meant to celebrate the beauty of picking oneself up after falling and then having the courage to try again. Well, that's kind of fucking motivating. I gotta like chill up this one, dude. Sick, huh? Little Rudy situation. You ever see Rudy? But like a mentally challenged guy who like plays for Notre Dame. It's not a big deal, but let's fucking see, dude. Hey, let's see you do something. You know what I mean?
We must break their lines and stop Razageth before she can free them.
This is like a pretty well choreographed thing. This would be kind of difficult. It's kind of nice. This is also kind of, I don't know why I'm fucking like relaxed, dude. Look, he's spinning it. God, dude, this is good. This is great. If I saw somebody do this in person, I'd be stoked. Do you not like this?
I think it's cool.
You think it's cool? Well, then why the fuck is it on this list then? Like,
Cool.
why? It doesn't make any sense. Piss Christ. Actually, I wrote a paper on this back in the day. Andre Serrano, who created Piss Christ in 1987. It's basically a mixture of his blood, piss, and everything else, and it's supposed to be a take on his Christian upbringing and roots and the turmoil of being raised in or under the religious half guise. The reason I actually know Andre Serrano is because actually, for any little Metallica fans out there, I know people always get mad when I say that I like Metallica, but he's the guy who did the covers for Metallica's Load and Reload. Here's another controversial fucking opinion. I like both of those albums. If you don't like it, you can suck my fucking dick. Good stuff, dude. Fuck Andre Serrano for a second. Why don't we just talk about Load and Reload for a second? That's some real avant-garde contemporary art right there. Outlaw Torn, Bleeding Me. Are you kidding me? Slept on. Slept on for days, dude. I always like this song too on Reload. It's called Slither. I would say the Piss Christ image I thought goes pretty hard. I don't care what anybody says. Yeah, it's just come semen and blood into a fucking thing, and there's a little crucifix in there. You charge somebody that doesn't look sick. If that was a movie poster, people would be cumming their pants all over it, right? Am I wrong?
I was gonna say the album cover.
Dude, absolutely. Oh, now we're getting into my boy Potato number 345. Oh, shit. Kevin Abash is a renowned photographer known for his striking photos of many individuals, including Malala and Bob Geldof. Oh, I know those people. Which always took place on a black background. His photos have graced the covers of Vogue, oh my god, and widely used textbooks, oh my god, textbooks. However, in 2010, the photographer would release a series of photos of an Irish potato. Now you're fucking talking, dude. Meant to celebrate his Irish heritage. Yes! I love that. The photographs would draw eyebrows after an anonymous, wealthy business owner would purchase the series of photos for £1 million. This is a fourth of the price of the most expensive photograph ever sold, which is Rhine's second, which sold for 4.3. Who gives a fuck, dude? Hell yeah. My boy Potato 345. I'll give you a fucking £1 million for it, mate. Fuck off. Actually, what would the Irish accent be?
Here, I'll throw you £1 million for the spot there, mate. Going to fuck.
I'll give you £1 million for it. That's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. Is that pretty good?
That's Jono.
Yeah, Jono, let me know if that's good. Is he editing this one? Oh, shit. Next up, we have Takehiko Fukyu. I don't know if I'm saying that right. It's a Japanese dancer who performs under the group of Muda. The group creates a performance dedicated to dance and bodywork. I like that, dude. Why am I'm getting kind of bought in on contemporary stuff. Like, I started off being like, I don't know about this. And all of a sudden, I'm like, damn, dude, come on, get me in there. Dance and bodywork? All right. With their aim being the pursuit of the formless form. Being to pursue the formless form.
Form of the formless.
The wetless water? And the ultimate dance of creation that returns to nothingness. It's all about from beginning to end, baby. That's what they all love. The most recent venture has been a series of performances known as Art Zombie. Ooh. Where Fukyu would move about Is it Fukyu? Whatever. Takahiko would move about the dance as if he was possessed by a demon. Kind of like that, dude. You're getting my little horror chub brewing here. I can't wait to see this. I hope he looks like a demon.
Is this artist possessed by demons? Takahiko Fukui's
Fukuyu.
performance art pieces wouldn't look out of place in a scene from The Exorcist.
I've been to San Francisco twice in my life, and everybody who I've ever seen on fentanyl or meth do this exact stuff. Those got them bath salts.
In their words, their aim is to pursue the formless form and the ultimate dance of creation that returns to nothingness.
It just feels like it just does not make sense. A form of creation that leads back to nothingness, but by creating something, you're forming something. Finding the formless in form, it seems like you're just contradicting yourself. No? Or am I wrong? Doesn't the whole thing feel very contradictory? Is that the point? The whole thing is that life is a contradicting mess. To live life is to not live at all. To die is to live, you're right. Can't Help Myself by Sun Yan and Ping Yu. Created by China's most controversial artist. Oh my god. Sun Yan and Ping Yu. The artwork Can't Help Myself is about an industrial robot that is programmed to keep a pool of dark red hydraulic fluid from escaping, or else the machine will die. I've actually heard of this. This shit is sad as fuck.
Yeah, no, what you need to do is get your posture right.
The piece is a critical reflection of modern day issues such as migration, surveillance, authoritarianism, and technology. I always thought it was about the mundane nature of working yourself until you die, like the most mundane bullshit thing, you know what I mean?
That's what a lot of people thought. Apparently it's immigration.
Yeah, well actually the thing scooping up the dark liquid and you're a literal industrial robot that has to perform an impossible task, that's about immigration. Sorry. First debuting in 2016, the piece finally stopped working in 2019. Oh, that would have been cool to see. This shit is fucking sad, dude. It's just a giant machine that is just programmed to literally clean up this pool, but the pool will never fully be clean. It's kind of torturous in a way, right? When AI takes over and fucking kills all of us, then these motherfuckers are gonna be first on the list. There's something extremely haunting and depressing about watching that thing just collect that pool of water. It's like the arm itself kind of takes shape in this, like, it almost becomes like a form. It becomes like a person, almost. It's very sad. Is he dancing? It looks like he's fucking working his ass off. Looks like he's being fucking tortured, honestly. He's like, is unconsciously being tortured. Okay, dude. I like how this one just says, socialists call this modern art. It's a candle is inside of a guy's asshole, and he's being drug over by two people, and there's like a leak in the deal? I can't tell. Yeah, socialists. Hey, this is what the left doesn't want you to know about, is what it feels like. All I know is, look, listen. I almost pulled a little Wings rendition there. Look, listen. Look, listen. Shout out my boy. Shout out my boy Wings. All I know is art is subjective. There is no, you cannot take away the value of art from somebody if they find value in it. Just the same way that, like, you might watch the stuff I do and think they're cool while someone else thinks that they're fucking terrible. It's just a subjective thing. Other people who like different things find value and it brings purpose and meaning to their life that is otherwise wouldn't be there. Art can never truly be bad, and in a way, art can never truly be good. It's just a simple human expression that is proposed, that is trying to reach someone else, connect to them in a way, and say, hey, I'm a human too, you're a human, let's be human together. And that's what art's supposed to be. But in my opinion, some of it can just be a bit silly. I think we saw some of those today. We also saw some good ones. Mostly the stare and just the stare guy bouncing. I thought that was cool. Sad robot. You want to see, actually, this is how I'll end the video. If you're thinking about going to art school, don't. Don't do it. It's a waste of money. If anything, maybe get a part-time job or something and just work on your art in your free time. All right. I'll see you next time. You know, my favorite artist, Francis Bacon. Francis Bacon is one of my favorite painters of all time. Surrealist Nightmares. He has this brilliantly and haunting piece called The Pope that is amazing, but he also wanted to have sex with his dad. So, you know, sometimes I think you gotta want to have sex with your dad to be a good artist, I guess. Laugh, Nick, laugh!
Freestyle the news!
If
If you're interested in space travel and who's not looking for a way to get off the planet at this point, then you've probably heard that time doesn't pass for light, or that time stops when you reach the speed of light, or something like that. What sense does this make? I think I can help. This video comes with a quiz that lets you check how much you remember. The idea that time doesn't pass for light is an interpretation of Einstein's theories of special and general relativity. Yes, that guy again. Both of these theories are based on the insight that time is a coordinate and must be joined with the 3 dimensions of space to a 4-dimensional space-time. The other key ingredient is that the speed of light in vacuum is always the same. The key to understanding Einstein's theories is that they have 2 different notions of time. The one is the coordinate time, the other one is the personal time, which is different for each observer. The easiest way to see the difference is to draw a diagram. Unfortunately, last time I checked, YouTube didn't support 4-dimensional graphics, so this is why we'll make do with just 1 dimension of space that we draw on the horizontal axis and time on the vertical axis. This is called a space-time diagram. In this space-time diagram, the motion of an observer who just sits still is described by a vertical line. That of an observer moving at constant velocity is a straight line at some angle to the vertical. By convention, the speed of light is at a 45-degree angle. The curve on which an observer moves in a space-time diagram is called their world line. Now about these 2 notions of time.
Content creation is putting creators in the hospital. Oh my gosh. Today, we are talking about the creator known as Leaks World, who is an NPC live streamer on TikTok who portrays Miles Morales, Spider-Man. So you may be asking, what is an NPC live streamer? Well, it's someone who portrays a character and they kind of just say the same stuff over and over again, prompted by people like giving like small donations and things like that. One popular one that you may have seen that came through earlier was known as Pinky Doll.
Ice cream so good, gang gang, gang gang. Ice cream so good, yes, yes, yes. Ice cream so good, ice cream so good. Hee-haw, yes. The guy feel like a cowgirl. You ready?
How do you feel about that, Dane?
Wow. I honestly, my honest opinion, I feel dumber. Is that real? People watch this? That's a thing people watch.
People love it, Dave. They freaking love it. It's super successful. Like Pinky Doll, she has like 1.7 million followers.
Oh my God.
People eat it up. Of course, she's an attractive lady. I'm sure that helps out quite a lot with their, yes, yes, yes,
Yeah.
and slurping.
Right.
But sometimes they break character.
That was good. Lemonade. Yes. Hey! Do you think? Hey! Okay, stop it. Give it. Don't stop. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Go to your room. Non. Tu peux pas rester là tranquille. Tu dois vraiment faire tout ça pourquoi? Demande ça va dans ta chambre.
She breaks out the French on somebody. Someone's
Wow.
getting in trouble.
She's like, whoa, I'm NPC in here, okay?
Hold up. Much in the same aspect, Leaks World has had a couple of trending videos. It's been a trending topic. I've seen it pop up, and Mary's, explained this to me. She's got me a whole document over here that I can read through. It's super handy. To where he breaks character and gets angry at viewers for not liking the live stream, or not giving a specific donation amount, or gives him the same thing over and over again. He gets tired of saying the same thing. Here's some clips.
These galaxies, man.
I think this is people just keep asking for the galaxy thing he's doing.
Get to 1 million likes, bro. Get to 1 million likes, bro. Get to 1 million likes, bro. I don't care if there's 1K people in here, bro. Get to 1 million likes, bro.
Get to 1 million likes, man. Gotta watch out for these comments. There's some racist stuff in there. Hang on. But yeah, I mean, you get the idea. It's literally like you're playing a video game and they're an NPC and they just go through the same thing over and over again, over and over and over and over again, over and over and over again. People keep donating to make them do the same thing, and it's an interesting phenomenon. The whole thing's been covered a lot by other creators already, and also there's the hospital is involved eventually. We're getting to it.
There's 11,000 people in here. There's 11,000 people in here, and you guys are not tapping the screen, okay?
No one's sending maybe I don't know what Galaxies is. Is Galaxies likes?
Maybe.
I thought like someone kept sending the
Like
galaxy
bits?
thing. Oh, hey, let me look it up. There are these little emotes or whatever on TikTok lives, and they're all worth a certain amount of tokens. What is me educate myself? The galaxy gift costs about 1,000 coin, which is about $13.50. Okay, get them donations up. I got you. That's what it is. It's not they're asking me. Well, I mean they would send the galaxies here do a thing for the galaxies, but he's like, come on, stop sending me these small ones.
There's 11,000 fucking people in here, okay? Tap the goddamn screen, okay? Tap the goddamn screen. Okay, you see this button right here? Press the fucking button.
Miles!
Spidey, calm down, man!
I'm sorry. I mean, man's out here working though, sweating. He's putting on the show, doing his thing. He also does it publicly too, which leads into the story of the hospital thing. Just pointing it out.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh no! Really?
Thanks, Safala. You guys are amazing.
I love it. Right back into character. Heck yes. It's tough stuff, man. It's tough stuff. I can't like our videos we make. They're all pretty similar, right? Like our opinions don't really change from video to video. It's just the topic we're watching. We kind of say the same stuff a lot, right? People that watch us pretty much know how we're going to react to things. But just kind of being on demand and on replay like that. Like when I streamed, I would hate when people would like give me $1 and like and like tell me what to do. I'm like, I mean, thanks for the support, but I'm not like your animal in the zoo.
I'm in the middle of a stream, dog.
You know, like, come on, crocodile, move! Hit me with coins. Like, man, come on. You want to support, fine, but like, I guess you can do cameo, right? And be like Big Ed and give me some money. I'll say happy birthday to you. I'll do it for free. Every video, baby. Right here.
Every video.
Yes.
Every video.
Now, there is 2 times a week where we don't put up videos, so if your birthday is on that day, I'm sorry. Just watch another video. I wish you happy birthday. Happy birthday, by the way. You look great. And back to how he does the streams in public places, there's many instances where people will, like, interrupt, come in there and try to get in there. And we got some examples.
Oh, your live is gay. Is that a galaxy? Then up the odds, I might make it back to my own universe.
He goes back to his universe. Yeah, all right.
Wow.
Okay, that's the galaxy. Ah, nice. I think those dudes are still off screen like,
Hey, Spidey! Live, man! Let's go! Shout out! You a bitch!
Put it away, put it away, put it away, put it away. Put it away, put it away. Put it away, put it away.
Someone's about Bro! Not here. Come on, man. Trying to make some money. I'd be so. I'm embarrassed for people to even like hear me, because I know like Mary can hear me through the door when I'm getting here getting loud. I get embarrassed over that. I can't imagine like people walking around and looking at me.
Same.
Oh God.
In the middle of a street, dude. In the middle of a public street that's in order to have to be in a place like that, it's got to be a city, a big city. So there's got to be people all the time, man. That's just, I don't know. I can't do it.
And finally, Dane, how he woke up in the hospital. Let's see it.
Dang. Bill's 10K?
So I got knocked the fuck out.
What happened, man?
No, it wasn't Miguel. No, it wasn't the Sinister Six. When I get approached by an owner of a nightclub nearby. He invites me out. I get my own table, pouring everybody drinks. Everyone's having fun, but I end up way past my limit.
Was P. Diddy at the was Diddy at this party? I've never had trouble keeping up with like how much I've had to drink when I go out,
Yeah.
I never like go out and drink and all of a sudden I'm like waking up in the ER. Nothing like that. You gotta get a hold of some, like somebody had to have done something.
That may be true. Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. But anyway,
that's crazy.
Let me continue a story.
I try to find my way out of there, and I get approached by some people asking for my Instagram. Let me remind you, this is the worst time to come up to me and ask me questions. Last thing I remember is them fighting me over thinking that I'm gonna steal their phone when I'm just trying to put in my Insta.
Oh, okay. I thought the story was gonna go that he just passed out because he got roofied or something.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So he got hammered, and they thought he was trying to steal he's trying to steal a phone.
My phone back.
And then this happened.
Oh.
What? He fall down the stairs?
I woke up in the hospital with a camera in my room and my hands strapped to the bed for apparently trying to fight the nurses to not cut open my suit, which they did anyways. Even the.
Oh, Spidey!
No! Cut his suit off of him.
Oh no!
And to top it all off, all my shit is gone, including my car keys.
Ooh.
Wow.
He took all of his stuff.
It's been rough the last couple of days. Hopefully I'll get back to posting content soon.
It's time for his revenge arc, Dane.
This is it.
It's time for Miles Morales' revenge arc. He's coming. They can't throw enough galaxies at this man to keep him coming and getting his stuff. He needs car keys.
That's right.
All whatever else he lost.
He was shaking bad guys down for car keys, bro. Web them all up on the wall and just leave.
Oh, that's actually that sucks. That like,
oh, dude, losing. I couldn't imagine losing all my stuff.
I can't believe he survived because NPCs when they get jumped like that they usually just dead. Yeah,
I was gonna say they go.
He fell down the stairs and went to the ER, so it almost got him.
The way he was saying it, man, I thought he actually got knocked out because the dude in the video was like, "Yo, if he steals my phone, I'm gonna."
Yeah, I thought like, he got jumped too, and then just like shows him fall down the stairs. I don't know how much the story is really real. Either way, sucks. I'm glad he's okay, but yeah. Anyway. That's the end of this video. Let me know what you think. If today's your birthday, happy birthday. Hey, those are my friends. I love you. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Apollo. You guys are amazing.
Besides a high vacuum chamber like this, the most important tool needed to make computer chips at home is some kind of setup to do photolithography. This uses light to write nanoscale features onto the chip. I'm going to talk about this machine that I built. This is a modified DLP projector to make things like the first homemade chips, the world's smallest QR code, and these lines which are astonishingly only a few thousand atoms wide. Before I talk about this mess of cobbled together parts, I'd like to try to blow your mind using Google Maps. Nanofabrication is incredible, but it's inherently on a scale that we can't imagine because it's so far out of place from our everyday lives. Humans lose the intuition for reasoning at these extremely small and large scales, but at the very least we can be impressed by the precision involved here. When you get a chance, open up Google Earth and try something. In rough order of magnitude terms, if a silicon wafer were the size of the Earth, then the chips on that wafer would have features with the same resolution as what you're looking at. This is nuts, and it gives you an idea of why the images that describe the layers in a modern chip can be hundreds of gigabytes in size. The amount of information stored in the design alone on a modern chip is mind-blowing. You can start with a zoomed-out globe view of the Earth, slowly going into some random spot, and take note of the immense magnification that's required to see any kind of features on the terrain of the Earth. This is the same magnification you need to look at the transistors in a chip. The analogy might be a bit of a stretch, but I still think it's a useful mental image to have. Very cool, Sam. Thank you. I said that we would talk about my home-built lithography stepper, so let's do that, and then I'll give you a quick demo.
The idea is super simple. We start with a 1080p DLP projector from Amazon. We modify the optics a little bit so that instead of making a rapidly diverging beam that projects onto an entire wall, we make the beam converge into a small spot that's focused through a modified microscope, so we can use an objective lens to further focus that onto the wafer where this cheese is sitting. The wafer is scanned in X and Y with this image that's projected onto it, and the motion of the stage is synced up to the image that's being projected, so we can expose a large field throughout the entire wafer, even if the microscope objective only projects an image that's a few square millimeters. Making smaller features, and thus higher resolution, is literally as simple as changing the microscope objective to one with more magnification. Up into a point, obviously, this cannot go on forever. The XY stage is closed loop. There are these glass scales or linear optical encoders, whatever you want to call them, so I know exactly where this stage is. It's just driven with these stepper motors and planetary reduction gear set, and then a lead screw, so there's tons of backlash, but that's not a huge problem. If your system's closed looped and you're mostly only doing static positioning, then you can kind of null out the backlash with that closed loop system.
The table can be jogged manually with these joysticks for alignment, and when you're doing an actual exposure, there's some LabVIEW software that controls everything. I know, I should have done it in Python or C or something, but I made this when I was like a junior in high school, so give me a break. I'll talk about the optics modifications to the projector and all this other stuff, but let's do a demo. Okay, let's get everything ready. We need some photoresist so we can spin it onto the wafer and make it light sensitive. Then we need a hot plate that's warmed up to about 100 degrees C to bake that layer on and drive off the solvents. We need a spin coating apparatus and then the wafer. Put about half a mil of photoresist onto the wafer, then we spin it at 4,000 RPM for about a minute. That yields a 1 or 2 micron thick film, which we can bake on that hot plate. I'll carry that wafer over to the stepper and place it on the sample stage. We don't need to use the vacuum chuck right now because we're just kind of messing around. This isn't a precision exposure. For lack of a better test image, I had my laptop hooked up to the projector with my Twitter profile pulled up. I'll also expose a resolution test image for a more scientific experiment. You'll notice that image through the eyepiece is red, and we want to expose it with UV light. So to start the exposure, I just pull out this UV blocking filter that appears red, of course. I'm using a positive photoresist, so after exposure, we're ready to go ahead and develop it so we can see the image and then etch it into this silicon surface or whatever we want to do later. If you're using a negative photoresist, that is, the exposed parts become less soluble in the developer and stay behind, then a post-exposure bake is required, just an extra step in there. But we don't have to do that. So we go right over to develop in a couple percent potassium hydroxide solution for about 40 seconds. After the wafer is developed, we can stick it in a microscope and see how it works. This is a standard resolution test image that came out really well. It's about 100 microns wide, so you can imagine how tiny those features are in the center. The only problem is the bottom left is slightly underdeveloped and the top right is slightly overexposed. The Twitter profile came out far worse. This is because grayscale lithography is really difficult. Also, there's a reason why the bottom left came out pretty terrible comparatively to the rest of the image. In the beginning, when I built this machine, everything came out looking like this, and it was terrible. But if you see any of the exposures I've done recently on my website or wherever, they look almost perfect and are a whole lot better than this. It turns out that for some reason, the projector's exposure field is not uniform. There were bright and dark spots across it. The secret to getting this to work was just to place a webcam at the wafer's point of view to take an image of a blank white screen being projected, and then use that to generate a calibration mask that I can apply to subsequent images to kind of correct for the projector not being optimal. That's essentially how the whole thing works. Now I'll go over some of the quirks my system has and the tricks I had to do to get this whole optical system working. First thing you notice is that the projector is not shining down perpendicular to the wafer. It's actually at a bit of an angle. The TLP chip and optics inside of these projectors are angled up at about 11 to 13 degrees so they project up onto the screen. These can be like sitting on the floor and you can watch a movie on the wall. So you have to find that angle and then build a bracket to hold it so that the image shoots straight down. The inside of the projector is mostly stock with some important modifications. First of all, I've removed the color wheel, which normally sits in here, and it attenuates quite a lot of the ultraviolet going through this path. We want to get as much UV shooting down through here and exposing onto the wafer as possible to keep the exposure times low. When you remove the color wheel, you normally have to add some little circuit into your projector to fool the main board into thinking it's still running this motor. Normally there's a photodiode that clocks out the RPM of that motor so it can sync up the red, green, and blue frames. Obviously there's no spinning part, so we have to generate that photodiode signal and reproduce it. These projectors contain a mercury vapor arc lamp, which spews out tons of ultraviolet and is perfect for this sort of thing, but normally they have about a 1-inch square of glass in front of them that blocks most of the UV coming out for the safety of the viewer, so you don't go completely blind when you accidentally step in front of this. It's also, it has two purposes. It blocks the ultraviolet, but it's also what is known as a hot mirror, in that it reflects the heat back into the body of the lamp, and then it reduces the amount of heat going into the optical train, so it won't melt the rest of the projector. So you have to replace that with a UV pass hot mirror. These can be bought really inexpensively from like Thor Labs or Edmund Optics or somewhere. I've kind of hacked that on there with a Dremel. After that, you can start to estimate the exposure time that it'll take to expose a wafer. Normally, photoresists have a dosage of about 100 to 200 millijoules per square centimeter. The intensity of UV lamp are rated with units of milliwatts per square centimeter. If you cross out all of your units and divide those numbers, you're left with only seconds, and that number tells you the required exposure to get the expected dose. Next thing is the projection lens. Some optics here with the optional XYZ table I just threw on here for fine adjustment, and then of course the microscope objective. You can take the stock projection lens from the microscope, flip it around, and it'll make a tiny image, maybe a few millimeters wide, a couple inches from the front of the projector, and that'll work great for chip stuff. I wanted a little more flexibility, so I did not flip that projection lens around. I've just spaced it out of the M2.5 standoff. Then I'm using two optics inside of this, which is fine adjustment, and that allows me to precisely set the focal point somewhere within the microscope body to accept the image into the microscope objective. The fine adjustment makes this all quite a bit easier. The optics in here attenuate quite a lot of ultraviolet, but it's okay, we have a lot of headroom now that we've modified this projection lens. These are just macro lens adapters from Amazon. They're meant to thread onto the front of a normal camera lens and allow you to focus to something much, much closer. In our case, using two of them kind of doubles the effect and it allows the rapidly diverging beam from the projection lens to be collimated and focused to a beam that converges somewhere within the microscope body. Simulation can be useful here, but you don't really know the parameters of cheap lenses you buy, so I found the best way is just kind of hold everything in place with hot glue or build little jigs and test out your ideas if they work. If you want to experiment with stuff like this at home, it's not necessary to go this overboard and make a professional lithography stepper. My first prototypes were a lot sketchier and just involved shooting an unmodified projector right into the camera or eyepiece port of a microscope, and that gets you pretty decent results actually. So I really encourage you to mess with this and have fun with it, even if you have no intention on building a complete rigid setup like this. Anyway, that's all I have, and as always, I hope you enjoyed watching the video, and hopefully you learned something too.
Shots fired, shots fired, back down.
On Wednesday, on April 17th, 2024 at 3:14 p.m., the Washington State Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force conducted an arrest operation on a child predator suspect. The Seattle Police Department task force officers were waiting to arrest the 67-year-old man when he arrived at a DoubleTree Suites hotel room in Tukwila, where he thought he was meeting two young girls, 7 and 11 years old.
Hey, Run. Shots fired, suspect down. Help the officer. Thank you. Gun. Shots fired, suspect down. Help the officer. There you go, Officer Thomas, Seattle people. Gun! Shots fired, suspect down. Help the officer.
One of the officers was grazed by a bullet in their leg during the shootout with the man. The suspect died at the scene. Police says internet crimes against children are on the rise, up 76% from 2022 to 2023.
Gun!
Thank you for watching Video League Police. Please subscribe.
That's a hunter trinket, though. That's a hunter trinket for sure, you know. It's like totally that's totally a hunter item. I can use that too, you know, for like a earpiece. It's like a hunter item right there for sure.
My children, I need something that can chill me out. Getting dubs in COD is sick, but what really puts it over the top is teabagging a downed opponent. A teabag.
Oh, Lord, this damn Trump trial hasn't even started yet, and there is so much to cover.
This video is sponsored by Mark Rober's Hack Pack. More on them later.
Police, what are you doing? Come over here. 274. I'm gonna be out with one inside CVS 59 Wash. Empty your pockets. Empty your pockets. Empty your pockets. I wasn't leaving, bro. Empty your pockets. Right, I'm gonna have a 1025. Empty your pockets. Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back. You good? Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
Boss, I didn't even leave the store.
Okay,
please.
all right.
I didn't.
You're under arrest.
What am I under arrest?
On your body camera.
Boss, I didn't leave the store. I was standing right here.
Are you a CVS employee? Excuse me, I'm a police officer. I just caught him shoplifting. Can I have an employee to assist me?
I didn't
just
leave the
caught him
store.
stealing all his makeup.
Oh, I didn't leave the store. I was standing right here.
Can you just call the authorities? I am a police officer. Are you paying attention? I'm a police officer. I came in to get something. He's shoplifting. I am the authorities. Sir, I'm not. I wasn't leaving the store. Is there a manager or?
Yeah, I'm the manager, but I don't know how to.
Sir, I was not leaving the store. What?
I don't do this process. It's work.
Okay. Well, he's under arrest for shoplifting. He's not Yeah, I just need a receipt of what he was stealing. Once I get another cop. Come on, bro. I didn't even leave the store. I was standing.
23 rolling out. It's just this.
Yeah, he's got more stuff in his pocket. Two more things. That's what I'm saying. I was not leaving the store. Hold on 1 second. Let me. Yeah, they're gonna search him, and then. Oh, so I didn't leave the store. I didn't even move from here. He's got more stuff in here. I came in to get something. I wasn't even leaving the store. I was standing right here. I didn't go to leave or anything.
Yeah, my man. Well, listen. The detective obviously observed something.
He's got more stuff. You see him putting stuff in my pocket. He's put all the stuff in his pocket. But I wasn't leaving the store. I'm gonna do the job. Just check. He said
why is it going in your pocket?
More stuff in here. But I still didn't leave the store. I didn't even move.
That doesn't matter. Still consider shoplifting.
The employee could have seen me and said put it back, and I could have put it back, and that would have been
there was no reason for you to be putting the items
You're right. But the
into your pants or your bags.
You're right. The employee could have seen me and said put it back, and I could have put it back, and that would have been the end of it.
That officer, that detective, observed you do it. That's why you're being placed under arrest.
Can you just run all the items, see what it would be, and then just void them out? $269. Are you able to print that out? Let me see.
295, you in the back?
Thank you. All right, thank you.
What makes you qualified to be a professional blunt roller?
I've been smoking since I was 9. I've been head of the blunt rolling situation.
Would you be willing to submit a urine sample just to prove that you are actually high?
Sure.
No one save you, bitch.
Before we start this video, I just want to say happy 420, and to celebrate, I partnered with Purple Rose Supply to do a giveaway on all 4 sizes of the Canagar right here. So literally all you have to do is like this video, comment on this video, take a screenshot, and send it to me on Instagram, and we're gonna pick the winner through my Instagram DMs. So you guys know I've been rocking with them for a while, and these things are amazing when you want the blunt to burn for a long time. This thing right here is guaranteed to make your blunts burn super long, smoke super smooth. If you haven't seen this product yet, basically all you do is you slip the bamboo skewer right here. That way it promotes airflow, and you just take all your gas, specifically IO13, and you want to just pack it down in here nice and tight. And sometimes you can give it an hour to let it kind of sit and mold up really good. And when you take this out, it's going to be beautifully molded, and you can roll it in anything you want. So you don't have to be a professional blunt roller like the people in this video to use these. It's actually super easy to roll. So make sure you guys like this video, comment it, send me the screenshot so you can possibly win all 4 sizes of the Canagar. And again, happy 420. I hope you guys enjoy this 420 special.
All right, here we go. We have to do this interview process first for Mr. Tenreer. Tell me a little bit about yourself, Christopher. What makes you think you're qualified to be a blunt roller?
I've been rolling blunts all my life. I've been smoking weed since I was 10.
Since you were 10?
Yeah, I used to get into my mom's stash. Found out that when she smoked weed, it always was a benefit to me because she was in a good mood, and I make sure that I told her that I didn't like it so she wouldn't hide it from me. Eventually, grandma, knew that I smoked weed, and I told her that, I can get into mom's stash. And she's like, okay, well, can you smoke with me? I'm like, sure. So I got, the weed and started rolling up for grandma. And it was just a whole family thing. So ever since then, I've been rolling blunts all my life.
You started at 10, and you're how old right now?
Me? I'm 41.
31 years experience. Wow. Yeah, you might be our most experienced candidate so far. Would you say that rolling blunts is a passion?
Oh, absolutely. It's an art form. Actually, some people request me to roll blunts for them before I leave.
Before you leave?
Before I leave their house, when get-togethers or...
But you don't mean leave like you wouldn't leave the job,
No.
Because that would be a problem, What would you say your biggest weakness is when it comes to rolling blunts?
Probably leaves.
Where do you see yourself 10 years from now?
Owning my own clothing line. I do runway. I'm a dancer. I have a performance tonight.
Dancing?
Yeah.
Could you show us a couple moves? Do you think you could roll a blunt while dancing?
Well, dancing, I could definitely do like an up rock
Yeah, yeah.
type of thing. On the blunt.
The clothing line, do you feel like it could potentially conflict with the blunt rolling?
No, because I work on my own schedule.
It wouldn't conflict with this job.
No.
And are you high right now?
Yes.
Would you be willing to submit a urine sample?
A urine sample?
Yeah, just to prove that you are actually high.
Sure.
Mr. Tanweer, do we need to do that, or?
I mean, I can show you my bag right now. I got weed, blunt. I can roll up my own shit right now.
Yeah, it's not required, but it's highly recommended.
So the bathroom, if you go down right here to the right, beautiful, you can just leave it over here. Yeah, the other candidate is actually coming up right now. Nice to meet you. Vladimir, tell me a little bit about yourself.
Well, I'm 25. I'm not from LA originally. I'm from DC. A lot of things in the media space I do. I got right. As far as work, I've done, like out here, I've been doing staging. So I've been like building stages for shows and stuff like that. Of course, I smoked my whole life. So.
When did you start smoking?
I started smoking when I was, I'd say like 13.
14. He started at 10.
You got me beat, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, I wasn't outside like that, bro. You know what I'm saying?
No, I was inside actually.
Yeah.
My mom said you better smoke inside the house rather than do it outside the street.
But he does have you beat on the experience, 31 years, you know.
This is Vladimir, right here. He's the one doing our interviews.
I'll ask you the same question. What makes you qualified to be a professional blunt roller?
It's just a part of my lifestyle. Just been kind of doing it the last 10 years.
So you only started at 23.
Probably almost like 10.
What if I told you these guys started at 13 and 10?
That's awesome.
It is pretty competitive.
All right, this is Roy.
Right here, we have 31 years experience. You started at 13, so 18 years experience, 12 years experience. Do you think you have more experience or more what it takes than all these other candidates?
I've been smoking since I was 9. I've been head of the blunt rolling situation where, you know, the joints for all the dispensaries, the pre-rolls, backwoods, the packwoods, the whole 9. My
Back for off spec. Man, I got really bad, dude.
Full-blown sickle cell. A lot of my friends, they do it just to do it, or they do it just for the thing or the high. You know what I mean? I do it because I have an illness.
Mr. Tanweer, what do you think?
Is there anyone else willing to submit the urine test before we start rolling?
Right.
Just to prove you guys smoke.
Oh yeah, let me knock this water down. I'm with it.
Does anybody have any final thing to add why you'd be better than the other candidates?
It's just the way of life. When you roll a blunt, you're putting that energy into the blunt. So if it's positive energy and the person's smoking it, it's going to get positive energy back to them. So you always want to be in good spirit all the time while you're around the client or whomever, because your energy is the vibe that's going to enlighten the blunt as well.
I'm just ready to start rolling.
All right, Mr. Tenbeer.
We're gonna be rolling with these blunts, and then here's some weed right here, some IL-13 Kush, and yeah, you guys just start grinding up and doing your thing. And you just keep the urine like on the floor or something, just for the rolling part. Keep it sanitary.
Wildlife are in serious danger if we do not act swiftly. Come assist with the rescue mission before it is too late.
What brand of weed is that? What strand?
It's called IL-13 Kush. We're trying to get it in the shelves of Walmart.
Walmart?
Yeah, we're trying to push it.
Yeah, Walmart. That's hard.
Yeah.
Walmart.
It's hard to push it in there, but you know I've been trying for a couple of years. It's all going to be sold in IL-13.
You said IL-13, so you know for sure IL-13.
Exactly, yeah. So you know IL-13 Kush is kind of marketed to look like Walmart. For the past few years, I would just go in Walmart and like smoke it in there to kind of like manifest it. You know what I'm saying? Basically like force my way in. Like this is gonna happen whether you guys like it or not.
Have you had any hits from Walmart?
Any what?
Hits? Like they reached out to you?
I've talked to some people. It's just a matter of like legality stuff right now that I'm dealing with, trying to get through. It's super complicated.
Actually told him already that you smoke 80 blunts a day.
Up to 80, yeah.
80 blunts in a day? Yeah.
I'm trying to beat Snoop Dogg's record because like if you Google how many blunts Snoop Dogg smoke, it's 81. So right off the bat, you got speed.
I've been rolling so much. Like,
so you think you could roll 80 blunts a day?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? You wouldn't start getting like cramps or anything like that?
I probably smoke probably about like 40 blunts a day. Like I smoke a lot. I'm a functioning smoking weed.
Me too.
Probably like 2 ounces a day, roughly.
Mr. Tanweer? Connor? Did you see the email from Alex? He's gonna be 15 minutes late.
He's gonna be late again? I've had this guy Alex that's been rolling and he's been showing up late every single day.
Alex thinks you're a game.
He thinks it's a game, bro.
Yeah.
Who rolled this one?
Me.
Nice. Yeah, this one hits pretty hard.
It all goes from days throughout the day. You know, in the morning, you don't want to smoke a bigger blunt. You're about to start your day. At nighttime, you had a long, stressful day. You know what I mean? Around this time, you're trying to simmer down. You want that shit to be damn near a finger. I mean, it varies. You know what I mean?
Have you guys ever been in a scenario? You're in the back seat of a car. The car is completely filled up. You're going like 80 down the highway. It's dark outside, windows down, and you're trying to roll a blunt. It's usually always like some girl like driving like a Nissan Altima. No offense. So what's your techniques in that situation?
Twist fast. Make sure the weed is broken down thoroughly, and you got a good leaf.
So how does the IO13 Kush smoke?
Is it?
So that's what all this is right here?
Yeah.
No, that's fire.
I also wanted to tell you guys about this right here. Have you ever seen this product before? It's called a Purple Rose Supply. I like to roll these a lot, especially when I have like a lot of people that I'm smoking with. I was gonna do it, but I think we already like smoked all the weed, so it's all good. So basically it's this thing where you pack weed inside this.
Oh yeah.
You've seen this before?
Yeah.
And it fits like, you know, you can probably squeeze like 4 grams in this little thing. And it makes it to where it burns like super slow. Yeah. Even with like 8 people, it'll go around like 6 rotations of these.
For like 42 minutes solid, still going.
The roaches be like,
They actually have different sizes. Like this is like the smallest, like the glass one, but they have like big ass sizes. Like you can roll like almost ounce blunts in that shit. I couldn't help but notice that she was getting a little bit high off all the blunts we were passing around. So I started to get a little bit worried. Hopefully you have a driver. You good?
It's a lovely Saturday. I'm off. Like this is awesome.
One thing I noticed with everybody here, you know, with the security, I just know body language. Nobody is really falling asleep. He aware. You know what I'm saying? Everybody aware.
Is anybody else doing the urine samples?
What else we got to put the bits in?
Solo cups.
Should we put our names on it?
Yes. Let's do that. So should I do the thing before they leave to check the color to see who's the highest?
Yeah, if you can.
Said who's the highest?
What's the whole potent thing?
He has some higher up bosses, and basically they like to see, you know what I'm saying? Like for instance, we just all smoked a blunt, you know what I'm saying? But they still like to see, you know, who was really potent, who's really smoking.
They mean like
He's the
hydration,
far right.
how hydrated we are.
No. How high?
How high the potency is with THC.
Yeah, remember the guy?
Which one?
The guy who was lying.
Oh, the guy that said he smoked and he didn't smoke?
That's when we started implementing this policy.
Yeah, he came here and he was like, nah, bro, I'm feeling kind of sick right now, so he didn't smoke. And I was like, all right, no worries. And we did the test and he peed and his piss came clean. So I was like, how are you expecting to do this job when you don't even smoke? Do you have the tester?
Should I look for it?
Yeah.
Okay. The toilet paper in the toilet. Who dropped that one in?
Somebody dropped toilet paper in the toilet?
Yeah.
Really?
The whole roll.
Yeah, when I went in there, I thought it was something normal, but I didn't fuck with it. But
Because that means they're really high. But like, why did they leave?
like a whole fucking roll just in the
I didn't know
toilet.
what to do about it. I was like,
I said, should I grab it out? I said, hold on.
I mean, I don't know why they left because it's bonus points.
Yeah, so basically we use the deep cleaning face wash with the honey, but it has to be organic raw honey. Mix it together and like the color that it turns, you'll see like one will be a different color and that's how you know it's the most potent. Who's that? Serious? Give it about 30 seconds. This one's not super like dark. Whose was this?
Mine.
So surprisingly, this one looks like the least potent.
what do you mean dark?
Like the more rich.
The more dark it is,
it's hard
the
to
more
explain.
potent it's
It's not dark. It's like the more rich it looks.
The more rich it looks.
It has to look like almost like a golden texture, and that's like the most potent.
This is Chris here. This is the gentleman to the right of me. This is the gentleman to the left, and this is me. And as I'm looking,
I think it's this one.
Chris but look at the gentleman to the
you're
left.
Chris.
What about the gentleman to the left? Him and Chris is the darkest ones. Chris shit is sitting in the corner. I see what you're saying as far as the texture. Chris shit is sitting in the corner.
You have the best beat, bro.
Nigga, Chris shit dark. You know what I'm saying? I think I ain't gonna front. That shit kind of like, hold on, is that Chris on the second one? Look at that. After looking at it, look at the gentleman that left. I'm not saying that he's darker than Chris, but it did get a little darker.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm being honest, that guy kind of had an attitude, but now seeing this and then the toilet paper, you know, maybe I was wrong about him.
Yeah. So you think he's a good candidate?
Yeah, this one's kind of suspicious.
Suspicious like what?
It's too bright.
Whose one was this?
Mine.
That's yours? Come look at it real quick. You see how it's like mostly clear?
I mean, I don't know how this works, so I guess, yeah.
Are you sure that you smoked? I mean, we just smoked, but is it like your first time smoking?
Like, did you inhale?
Pass him the blunt right now.
Here's the residue of my rolling tray.
Let me see.
I don't. You're the expert.
Looks like blunts are rolling it for sure. Got everything we need?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to rewatch the footage.
Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you, brother.
Nice to meet you guys. Thank you so much for coming back.
Thank you so much, man.
What did you cause at my house today? Like, what is this, bro? I don't even smoke weed.
This is a 420 special, bro.
Bro, every time one more of them kept like spawning, I was just like, what the fuck is... It was like a prank
more and more and more. This has all been a prank on Eric this whole time. Eric doesn't smoke and he doesn't like random people in his house. So that's exactly what I did in his house today.
I mean, the first guy was actually like the most legit out of all of them.
Yeah, that's literally probably who I would pick. Cause bro, did you see how fast he rolled 3 blunts? He rolled 3 blunts before anybody rolled 1.
If this was real, I mean, he'd get the job.
They all submitted a fucking urine test, bro.
Wait, in a party cup?
Bro, this is disgusting. We gotta clean this. Happy 420.
Hey, do the baby pop!
Yo, one at a time, one at a time!
Dude, I need a baby bottle pop. My 5th period, I start crashing.
My Pez is out, man. I need a new Pez.
But dodge my calls. I've seen
Every
you.
morning, you gotta rise and grind. You gotta stay motivated. I'm like Halloween 365. Every single day, I'm tricking and treating. I'm treating these tricks. You're gonna go to a vending machine? This shit's ran by the government. Look at the crystals on that. Speaking of tricks, you want any Twix?
Did you order the fun dip? I told you I...
Chill the fuck out! Yo, what's good? My name is Suge, and I'm the candy plug around here.
I thought your name was Trent.
I don't say my government name out here. Yo, what up, Teach? Oh, my bad, wrong class. I'm a businessman, I'm an entrepreneur. And by that, I mean I go to a grocery store.
Yo, what you need?
Most of my shit is imported. CVS, Rite Aid, Wegmans. People always asking me, can I get a sample? Bitch, this ain't Costco.
Do you have anything sugar-free?
Oh, do you have sugar-free? Bitch, I ain't a narc. I'm scones.
He is so cool.
Why you following me? You can't follow me. Fucking narc-ass bitch.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna be in jail one day.
Yo, fuck the feds tried to roll up on me, but too bad the only roll I got is Tootsie. Yeah, you know, my stepdad, he used to sell a different kind of candy, and, you know, he made a lot of money from that. He also went away for a long time.
Yeah, before his dad left, he would just play Wolf of Wall Street on repeat, which was probably a sign that things were not gonna go well.
Day after Easter, that's my Black Friday.
Yeah, he's kind of like the Wolf of Walgreens.
I'll do whatever you want. Is that weird? I don't know if that's too much. I mean,
What did you just offer me?
you can send me videos. I'll send you something. Is that crazy?
For candy?
I don't know. I don't know.
Cash only, credit cards extra.
You take Zelle?
Zelle? In high school?
Sorry, my dad's rich.
Dude, it was one IOU. You know I'm good for it.
Oh, I have an IOU for you too. I don't do IOUs. Oh, I get my allowance on Thursday. All right, hit me up on Friday. You out here eating take 5s. I'm out here breaking 5s. We ain't the same. I got the Pez on deck.
Is there any sort of Pez?
Dispenser sold separately. Fuck you thought this was, huh?
Hey man, my Pez felt a little light.
Is there a problem?
I mean, I'm not.
So you're saying I cut my shit with Stevia? I just made 15 bucks at recess selling Reese's. Willy Wonka, I might pull up in that Tonka. I'm making that real bread. Yo, if you really got bread, hit me up. I'll bring the high chews.
Maybe a little bit.
Oh, is there a problem with that?
I feel like
Oh, I'm a mom and pop baby bottle shop. You need baby bottle pops? Got them right here.
So can I have 2 baby bottle pops? I'll take 1 in the morning and I'll take 1 late.
I technically shouldn't be eating candy because I have diabetes.
I really need one. I want to suck on it all period.
This will make a diabetic kid OD.
Sugar's the reason why, like, I'm, you know, makes my heart beat. Also might make it stop. Might lose my foot, too.
Hey, you got Girl Scout cookies?
I'll pop a baby bottle cap in a Girl Scout's ass. Fuck you mean steal my business? It ain't even a real business, that's a corporation.
What does that even mean? Isn't it Hershey Corporation? Isn't all candy made by Hershey, dumbass?
I had to dash a couple DoorDash drivers' tires because they were stepping in my territory. I had to stop selling Pop Rocks. Shit was too loud, the streets were listening. And if I don't like you, I might bean boozle your ass.
Hey, do you still have those jelly beans?
Oh, was that juicy pear? Psych, bitch, that's a booger.
What is that? Oh, did I get bean boozled? Son of a bitch bamboozled me. But you know what? That's just how he flirts. He's playing hard to get. And I'm coming for him. Started taking gymnastics classes. Hey-o.
Yo, ladies, Sugar Daddy is here. Okay.
Yeah, he's one of those guys where we don't really know if he's like 12 or 29.
I might retire after this. I already knew I was gonna drop out after sophomore year, but I might drop out as a freshie.
I'm pretty sure he's in a higher tax bracket than my parents.
Just flip the Wonder Ball to Mr. Edinburgh. Yeah, we good. Just making sure Mr. Edinburgh didn't dupe me. Teachers be the shadiest.
I want to be like him when I grow up, just selling candy to kids. What a guy. Well, selling candy to people that are my age, in my age group.
I'll probably retire my pops pretty soon. I could probably get my family out of the suburbs to another suburb. Yo, you following me? Either get a fun dip or dip. Yo, you see me in the halls, keep it on the low. These streets ain't safe. Everybody trying to run up on me.
My foot's getting real cold. Ugh, speaking of cold, I hope he has snow caps. Things are so good.
I don't just give out my number to anybody. If you need me, you know where to find me. Detention. Who yelling in the hallway? Somebody geeked up off a shock tart. Spring break's coming up around the corner. I got that red, I got that white, I got that blue. All I need is a U. Damn, they weren't playing at CVS. What is that? Is that the feds? Am I getting ready?
There's been some rumblings. Rumblings of a martial art totally dedicated to brutal close quarter fighting. Most importantly, rumbles of a martial art that I haven't tried before.
Just last one. One more. Just one more.
It's a martial art called
Easy fighting method.
Casey.
Yep.
Okay. I thought it was Casey. I figured like maybe it was like it was the dude from the Ninja Turtles, the one with the hockey sticks. Isn't he Casey?
I don't know. The word itself means from the heart. It's the nickname of the founder.
Oh, okay. Why am I like this?
Yeah, we do a lot of training outside because that's the environment they're assuming you're going to be in.
Okay, cool. That's not scary at all.
This right here is Alan Baker. Slightly super terrifying. Today he's going to be our director of damage, if you will, our manager of mayhem, our liaison of laying people out.
If I were to pick something that was the center of the yard, I'd say it.
Actually, pause real quick. I want you to take a note of how good my hair looks right here. I'll wait. Right? Just wait to see how bad it slowly deteriorates.
Is the pensador, the thinking man. I teach two basic frames in the beginning. One is generally just stacking the hands on top of the head.
Okay.
And you'll put it in different positions depending on what I'm dealing with, what's coming into me. Shape two, I'll offset the hands like this.
Okay.
And I can move that around for the same reason, to try to protect my head as much as possible.
Okay.
In the beginning, it is a technique. That's one of the unique things about Keezy, is that their goal is to make this a living thing.
Yeah.
Let's say you receive, we'll use a basic set, a straight one, absorb.
Okay.
If you receive it over here, you'll have to tilt right. You receive it over here, tilt.
Okay.
So that's the basic three.
Yep.
You know, we have a common response as human beings when we're startled to bring our hands up anyway. So it's built on top of that. I just want to be able, you know, to create something that I can use to either protect myself or deliver some damaging force. Nice. Good. You have windows and doors. I can look out a different window, and I can close them and move them depending on what is coming into me. Also, on the offensive side, I'll form weapons, elbows. Good. Wing in, wing out, right.
Definitely sturdier than any other guard.
And I don't know if you could feel this right here, but the feeling that Alan gives you when he's looking at you,
I do not like that.
It's like the opposite of a good first date. No butterflies over here. Scorpions. I feel like there's scorpions in my stomach.
So the difference is I'm not I'm not going to win, I'm not going to survive.
Yeah.
We want to change that to I do have options.
Right.
I have methods, I've trained this.
Yeah.
And if they are not used to it, they receive. That'll be next. Pull them out. Right. Yes. Good. Right.
We're watching people get arrested. This was titled The Moment of Instant Regret from Code Blue Cam, and I clicked on this video because of this thumbnail that I had. Wow. It looks like it's gonna be a good one. According to the comments, this is a routine traffic stop that gets escalated into that. So, let's start watching.
A deputy was on patrol, which clocked the vehicle traveling 66 miles per hour in a 55-mile-an-hour zone.
Got him.
It appeared the vehicle accelerated to get away from the deputy, with speeds exceeding 120 miles per hour.
Oh,
wow.
What do you mean a routine traffic stop? Okay, someone lied to me in the comment section on this one. Dude's fleeing 120.
On a two-lane?
Yeah, where's he gonna go? Like,
there is literally nowhere
where's he gonna go? I don't think this person that is fleeing is the smartest, not the sharpest crayon in the box. Is that the saying? No.
The 24-year-old male driver, later identified as Jordan, continued to flee at high speeds while driving recklessly.
Jordan, come on, Jordan. What are you gonna do in that SUV?
Jordan?
Look how reckless he's being. Oh, all right, I got a chase going on. Yeah.
Down the only other road, you're not gonna lose him.
Yeah, like there's nowhere to go.
It's just flat, bro.
You can just see everything.
Let me 20 miles down the road, like I still see you, Jordan.
Dude's gonna freaking flip this SUV before he gets away from these cops. Oh my gosh.
The sheriff soon advised to terminate the pursuit due to its nearing city limits.
97 all units, went back off and then look for the vehicle.
So they don't want to chase him to the city, so they're saying back off. Yeah. I mean, yeah, he's gonna freaking run somebody over, driving. Like, they just went through like a little, like all these houses going by. Good thing nobody's kids are playing out. You know, the ball rolls across the street, and all of a sudden you got like a Pet Cemetery movie going on. Yeah, it'd be terrible.
As the deputy continued in the direction of Jordan, he was observed running through many stop signs.
I bet these guys in the car right now are like, he turned his lights off, bro. I think you're losing him. I think he's giving up. Yeah, he's the only one. Go, 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 go. Yeah, we're doing it. Yeah, yeah. And they're like chugging Monster Energy drinks and high-fiving. Yeah.
Playing Fortnite on their cell phones.
Once he went beyond the city limits, the pursuit was reinitiated.
Lost sight of him. Where is he at?
Left out of 35.
No, still got him. He's only got 2 roads he can go, you know.
Jeez. This dude's just hitting every left he can.
Yeah, left turn.
Left.
Block him in, block him in.
Adam Free Victor,
There we
795.
go.
There you go. Oh. Dang.
Oh, he gone.
Almond disabled.
He freaking disabled his own car. Dang.
Wow, that was a tiny bump.
Yeah, it's shook it up.
Oh, we back.
GTA, baby.
I'm back at it.
There he
Cell
goes.
phones.
Yeah, we back, baby.
Still try to get in front of him, hit the brakes. Yeah, slow down. There you go.
Take it, Prairie Moon.
Man, get him. Ah!
Oh, he missed.
Correction, 2 occupants in the vehicle. 2 occupants, Prairie Moon, northbound.
Dude's got his girlfriend in the car with him right now. She's probably like,
As speeds decreased, a deputy was able to perform a pit maneuver on Jordan.
yeah, pit him. Get him on the turn. Get him on the
Cell
turn.
phone Cam Rose.
Gun it. Yeah, got
Oh!
it. Oh my God, was that even a pit? Or the dude just completely stopped? Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Just get that car. Get him.
I took him out.
Revenge.
Yes, bro.
Hands up! Get your hands up now! Show me your hands! Don't move! Don't move!
Hey, I want to let you know right now.
Yeah.
Don't move!
No, I'm not. There's a gun in my pocket.
He advises that got
I didn't know.
Yeah, it's like, just so you guys know, there's a gun. So
I'm not going for it.
I'm not going
don't
for
shoot
it.
me.
Yeah. What's he got his phone up for? Is he filming this the whole time?
He's live, man. It's for views.
Yeah. He's a streamer. He's a kick streamer.
Just give me your phone. Drop it! Don't move! Put your hands up! Put your hands...
All right, now you're trying to...
Man,
you
he
know.
should have got tased right there, I think. But they got the lethal out,
Old
so...
dude back there with the little mustache, you know, you better watch out. Like, he's over there looking at the guy like, oh my God, dude, just don't move.
It's in a holster. I have a valid CCW. Don't know nothing about this.
I don't know nothing about this.
I don't know. I don't know nothing about this chase we just went on.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. They probably had that conversation too with the driver. Like, all right, dude, when we get caught, I'll just take the blame for everything. You know, you're just a passenger. You didn't do nothing.
Still don't move!
Still don't
Do
move.
not move! I mean it!
Got it.
That guy is so ready. That guy drank the monster. That's who had the monster.
Yeah.
I want you to lay on the fucking road right there.
Lay on the road.
Lay there.
Man.
Lay down!
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just a passenger.
I didn't even see nothing either. You know,
I was by the clothes the whole time.
Oh, man. I'm just going to pick up a car.
Hey, man, we can work through this.
Yeah, I know. But I need to be there by 5.
Well, that guy's like...
Did you hear the dude? He said he needs to be home by 5.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Hey guys, I need to, you know, if you home by 5, you know, but watch out, you know, Shakira's gonna pop out. Old girl, she's gonna be like,
Drag his ass off, Mitch!
Get out. Is there anything else in
he's
the car?
just drag him out. I'm so mad right now. God dang, get him.
Get out. Give me your other hand. Get out. Yes, sir, I'm coming. Get out.
I love. And then the whole time he's dragging him out. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I am on my way. Here we
yes,
go.
sir. Here we go. Yes, sir.
No, that guy said I could pull it. I don't need a bullet.
I said if you move, you'll get a bullet. Was I not clear enough with you?
It's not.
My own personal Tiananmen Square.
Shoot me. I didn't do nothing. Yeah.
Do you have anyone?
No, sir. I believe there's a lighter in my pocket. That'd be about it.
Any other guns in the car?
No,
Any
sir.
other people in the back of the car?
No, sir. There was no one. This.
After that run, he's like, no, you guys got me fair and square, 100% cooperation.
Yeah.
Do not shoot me, please.
I'm just trying to figure out what
Hold over.
was the running for?
Yeah, I don't know. Why is he trying to get away? It's the real. Yeah, I don't understand.
This was not his decision. This was me, sir.
Okay, and I respect that. I'll have you step up.
We hear you. We respect what you're saying. Shut up. You have the right to remain silent. All right.
Except the other guy still got the gun on him.
He's reaching. He's
reaching. Shut up! Don't move! Don't you move!
While the deputy was standing by the open door, he detected a strong odor of marijuana emitting from inside.
Ooh, they got the wacky backy in there, Dane. Oh no, that means they're getting life.
Yeah.
That means they're getting life. Small town, weed, death penalty, basically.
In your wallet, bud?
Okay. I'm sorry about this. This is stupid. That was my decision.
It was very stupid.
He's having some trouble. Dad, help! Someone pull him out the passenger side so he can get out of his car. You know, he could just move his vehicle, but
yeah, he could.
The two vapes in the cup holder are mine.
Okay, the one with weed in them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me take it.
Oh, all right.
There you go.
He's really riding for his homie over here.
He
you know
really
what I'm
is,
saying?
dude. He is taking all the charges.
I know they're different brands, but I bought them both. You know, I just like to I like to get high on both sides. You know what I mean?
You know, yeah. The one on his side on the floor that flew out, you know, that's mine.
That
You
was
know,
mine, yeah.
Don't check any DNA or anything like that, you know, and not that you guys, you know, can, and, you know, spend the tax money to do that, but still don't.
Just tell me you didn't run over weed.
No, sir. I ran because I don't have a license and I'm out on bond.
He ran because he doesn't have a license and he's out on bond.
Huh.
He doesn't have a license, or he doesn't have insurance, but it's not because of the weed.
Yeah.
Because he
yeah,
doesn't have a license.
Once you're in there, kick your feet this way. I just want to make sure you don't have anything in your socks or anything like that.
No, sir, just the anklet.
Oh, he's got the ankle bracelet on too, dude.
He's really got to be back by 5, bro. Not his homie. He's got to be back by 5.
Wait, can he even leave the house? Like, what, when you get those, aren't you under house arrest, or is that something else?
Yeah, that's usually for house arrest, right?
Oh my god.
Now, granted, you might be allowed to leave for certain circumstances, but
Not to go pick up your homie and drive around smoking your weed vapes.
that you just picked up.
Yeah.
Your weed vape. While going 120 miles an hour.
In an SUV that's gonna flip over and kill everybody.
Anklet. Is that what you're on bond with, or what?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my legs.
Do you need EMS or anything?
I don't feel any pain.
Okay,
no.
you can flip on in.
All that adrenaline that I got rolling through my body is kind of kicking in. Dude's like, man, I ain't never been this high right now. All that adrenaline I got kicking in my body right now. Whoo, doggy.
I got your coat there. Just hang out.
That one guy is just so mad, dude.
Yeah,
That man right there is so mad, bro.
He is pissed. I mean, rightfully so. They just had to chase this guy all over the place, doing like all these speed, like.
Yeah.
You watch all these movies and, you know, people play video games and stuff. You don't think much about it, like, when you're watching it. But, like, what they did is insanely dangerous. Not just for them, the police officers, but just everybody on the road, you know?
Right, right. And to be honest, you know, the cop probably was thinking, we're doing all this running. This could end bad. You know what I mean? This is...
Yeah.
The whole situation, the chase is dangerous. All of it's dangerous. Even to having to pull the guns at the end. You know what I mean? So I get it.
Yeah, you get like in this situation, I can just imagine like how just high strung everybody is when this is finally over with.
Just want to go get my car, and I don't know how that's going to happen.
All right, he's getting out. Yeah, they're beating the vet together. They're like, look, man, you know, these situations, everybody's getting cuffed and everybody's getting detained. All right.
Not say anything. Go southbound to Fountain City and say, thanks, officers, because and I appreciate you.
He's just giving him a stern talking to. He's like,
Wow.
we're letting you go, so shut up. You can keep talking and you're going to go to jail.
That's the direction I think you want to go. Leave the CBD, though. For me. I don't know about for anybody else. It's not my business. It's not my thing. Oh, okay.
It's a CBD, man. Let me tell you exactly what I was smoking. Like, and they're just like, go ahead, tell us, just spill all the everything you want to tell us, man. Go, you know what? Go ahead. We're trying to let you go, but
And what was your buddy smoking? What was he smoking again?
You know, yeah.
Charged with felony counts of vehicle fleeing, eluding an officer, possession of THC, second offense, bail jumping, ×2.
×2? How did he get it twice?
I don't
Is this
know.
the second time or what?
Misdemeanor counts of operating without a valid license, third one within 3 years, and bail jumping.
Third
At
one.
the time, he was out on 3 bonds for 3 open cases.
3 open cases? God, who
Wow.
who is Jordan?
Right.
He is the law.
A month later, he pled guilty to vehicle fleeing, eluding an officer, All his other charges were dismissed on the prosecutor's motion.
Okay, so he took a deal. All right. 31 years probation, 6 months revoked driver's license, and 31 days of jail credit. Man, I feel like this guy got off like super easy.
Right?
That's probably why he's a repeat offender, is because he just keeps getting off.
Jeez, man.
God dang.
They either threaten to shoot you in Wisconsin, or they just, or they give you a week in jail.
That's the end of the video. Let us know what you think. I hope you enjoyed it. Today's your birthday. Happy birthday. Say hello to my friends. I love you. You see you next time. Bye-bye. So the whole time he's dragging him out. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I am on my
Yes,
way.
sir.
Here we go.
Make sure you check out the new AI-generated Bigfoot is Real t-shirt. This shirt goes all the way up to 5XL for you Bigfoot boys and Bigfoot girls out there. It also comes in smaller sizes for you tiny Bigfoot feet people. This shout-out has gone downhill. Just go check out the new Bigfoot shirt. It's a Bigfoot AI-generated t-shirt, and I love it. It looks awesome. Link in the description, link on your screen right now. Check it out. Hey, what's up? Today we're gonna be doing another You're Stupid video. I know this is one of the most favorite series on my channel, judging it by the views. Anyway, let's get into it. This is You're Stupid number 61. Let's do it! This is where we look at people who are making bad choices in life. Then we let them know. Let's do it! Where's my phone? Got it. Hey, what's up? I think Titanic is fake because how do they record it when they're all dying in water? It's a remake of what actually happened, isn't it? So the people in the movie aren't alive? Why are you two so confused? It's just called a movie. It's not real life. Has this person gone through their entire life thinking that every single movie they've seen is actually a fact? Damn, they must have been really scared when they watched Predator or Terminator. They're like, holy shit, I'm glad this situation has been solved. It hasn't. It's ongoing. There's still Terminator movies being made. Yes, Leonardo DiCaprio. He's still alive, don't worry. Leo's still alive, don't worry. Here's a hole with a pylon on top. Okay, so what is that gonna do? So when they fall in, at least there's like a sharp cone to poke them in the back. I fell in the hole and then I also got penetrated by a not a pine cone, what do I call it? It's a traffic cone, not a pine cone. You know, pine cones and traffic cones, they look alike sometimes. Yeah, you fall into a hole and then all of a sudden you got this thing wedged up your butt cheeks and you're like, wow, great, I'm having a great day. I was like, hey, I'm gonna go for a walk today, actually get some fresh air, get some exercise, and now I'm in a hole with a cone, not a pine cone, with a cone up my ass. That sentence didn't come out right, but I'm not gonna say it again. Fuck it. If wireless PCs existed, we could literally take them anywhere and use them to be even more productive than having to plug it into a socket all the time. You mean a laptop? I think I said PCs very clearly. Yeah, but you see, what you're asking for is like a compact PC. And that's what a laptop is. It's a compact PC. Oh man, this person thought they had this brilliant shower thought when really this is just reality. That's been going on for a while. Go get yourself a laptop. He's gonna buy a laptop and blow his mind. He's gonna be like, wait, the same processing system in this laptop? Is it? I know desktops are more powerful and they can do a lot more, but there's some powerful laptops out there now. Don't worry. Out of the rustling horn, you see a human-looking hand emerge. You know deep down it is not human. Y'all a bunch of city slickers. That is not corn. Yeah, you know, this guy's answer was like, you get out your shotgun and you blow that little corn-stealing thief's hand off. Teach him a lesson. Won't be coming through my cornfields again. Tell you what. Here's someone who, I guess, didn't get the notice that there would be road paving. See, this is what happens when you don't move your car. They continue to work anyway. You don't stop the construction just because you're parked in a stupid spot. They just build around you, and now your car is gonna be stuck or towed or forklifted out of there. I don't know. It's not a good parking job. Or maybe he did this after the fact. He drove over and was like, oh wow, they made a nice little space for me. I knew those construction workers liked me. Here's a jealous wife. Don't call my husband sweetheart. So there was no tip. So the tip they gave was to not call their husband sweetheart. I'm sure it was just in a friendly way. Damn. Was she like, oh shoot, you want to come back to my place, sweetheart? Or was she just like, okay, sweetheart? Wow. You must have some security issues if you think your husband's gonna jump ship because some woman called him sweetheart. I think you were just looking for an excuse not to give a tip. I think every time a waitress is too friendly to your husband, you use this as an excuse not to give a tip. Maybe your husband shouldn't be letting women call him sweetheart, right? Maybe he shouldn't look like such a damn sweetheart all the time. Where you from, boo-boo? New Mexico. For real? That's what up. I'm from Louisiana. Ever heard of that? Do you come to the USA? And then she just started laughing and said, I'm sorry, I'ma screenshot this and post it on my Facebook. And he's like, oh, okay. Damn, I guess my game's better than I thought. No, that's because she's from the US, you see? Oh, here's a dummy. Pump 5 is closed at the Quick Stop due to a pretty big fuel spill. Angela is getting it dried up. Hashtag common sense. Hashtag eye roll. Hashtag jokes. Hashtag humor. Hashtag funny. See, I'm not sure if kitty litter is the right thing to do on fuel. That's not the problem here for me. It's that she's smoking. I'm guessing kitty litter's a good thing to throw on top. Just soaks it all up. But yeah, why are you smoking? Because you want to die? You're out there with a lit cigarette cleaning up fuel. That's the problem. You're out there with a lit cigarette. She's probably gonna throw it into the fuel and out it there. And who's taking this picture? Run out there and slap that cigarette out of her hand. No, don't slap it out of her hand. Just grab it nicely and out it. Maybe not with your finger, but you know, you slap it out of her hand and then it's just gonna fly into the fuel, and then that's gonna be even worse than her just standing there smoking, you see. One little spark hits that fuel and everybody dies. It's not a good thing to do. Maybe she just likes to live dangerously. You know, adrenaline is a hell of a drug. Trick-or-treaters beware. Marijuana candy edibles. They're saying that they're gonna accidentally get marijuana edibles. Absolutely no one on the planet will give away their edibles for free to your children. Please grow up. Yeah, that's funny. Here's a locked up fire exit. Cool, yeah, great. That's okay. So when there's a fire, what do? You just get your crowbar, maybe your lock picking tools. No, what you do is you burn to death. That's what happens if there's a fire and you need to use the fire exit. If there's ever an emergency, you fucked. Someone reposted this and said, oh, she's in for a surprise then. This person posted a video that said, POV, you're pregnant and panicking about how painful labor is gonna be. But then you learn about God's brilliant design for childbirth and realize your body was designed to block pain receptors during labor. Maybe she's gonna be one of the ones that's able to do a natural birth of her own free will. But I have a feeling that 10 minutes into that labor, she's gonna be like, give me that fucking epidural! And they're gonna be like, ma'am, you're too far along. She's like, I don't fucking care. You shove that baby back inside me. I'm getting my drugs. I'm not saying it can't be done, okay? I'm not trying to piss off pregnant women here, all right? I hope her pregnancy goes fine. I hope it's very pain-free for her, but don't go in there with an attitude that it's gonna be easy. Here's some horrible safety right here. You, sir, need to get yourself a ladder. He's not even wearing gloves. He's got no gloves on. He's standing on these flimsy-looking crates working on electrical lines. Oh, shit. Sir, are you trying to get that adrenaline rush too, huh? You have to know this is a bad idea, right? You have to be up there like, yeah, my wife pissed me off. She was like, go fix the cable. And I was like, sure. And I'm up here and she's down there screaming like, oh my God, you're gonna die. And I'm like, yeah, I might. That's very unsafe. These people got themselves a ladder. Yeah, great. Everybody just loves to trust their buddies not to step away for a second. Like literally, if his buddy stepped off that ladder, he would just go straight down. It's not a good idea. I mean, you're making it work, but should you be using it like that? I don't think so. It's probably better just to stand on the railing, no? Get on the roof and do it. I don't know, do something else. Don't do this ladder thing. Don't stand on the railing either. That was also a bad idea. Joe Flaherty, dead at 82. Okay, that's Bob Barker. And just to be clear, Bob Barker did pass away also, but it was last year at age 99. Damn, that man is a legend. But this is Joe Flaherty, okay? Also was in Happy Gilmore, and he died on April 1st. That's like the worst day for an actor to die on, because everyone's just gonna see that and be like, ah, it's a hoax, it's a joke, it's just an April Fool's joke. Or I don't know, maybe as a comedic actor, he was like, no, that's fantastic. This is the best day to die on. Everybody gets a good laugh when they find your corpse. Oh, yeah, wake up. That's funny, Joe. You do that every April Fool. Oh, shit. He's really dead. And that's sad that Joe Flaherty died. But you got it wrong. You gotta fact check. Get your facts right. You can't just pick a picture that vaguely looks like Joe Flaherty and be like, there it is. Article done. Here's a doom door, an elevator to nowhere. You know, this is just so that the staff, when they're pissed off at someone who's not being good in whatever building this is, they can be like, oh yeah, why don't you go to the basement floor? And then they walk right out. Is it just an unfinished building? Like, what's going on here? Why would this possibly be here? This is what I heard, was that the doors that look like this in buildings, it's because of flooding, and it's like so you can get out during a flood. Oh no, snow. That's what it was. That's what the fans said, that those high up doors on buildings are for when there's too much snow so you can still get out of your house. They call them, what was it, mother-in-law doors or something? I don't know. You can correct me again. Is this a mother-in-law elevator? Here's some severe road rage. I don't suggest anyone does this if they're impatiently waiting behind someone who's driving slow. This is not the right choice. I don't know how you can have so much rage in you that you had to push them out of the way. Just go around them in a ragey, unsafe way. Now you're just shoving them? What if they spin out? What if they crash and their car flips and you kill someone? Are you gonna be like, well, they were driving too slow? Oh, okay, fine. It won't be murder then. Oh, all that talk about adrenaline before. This guy is definitely chasing some adrenaline here, okay? He's ghost riding his car. Why? Such a bad idea.
Bro, this guy is really not driving his car right now. He's ghosting it right now. And homie has a mask on. You gotta stay safe while you're not driving your vehicle on the freeway while you're ghosting it.
Okay, well, they made a really good point. Why is he wearing a mask if you're gonna be driving your car like that? I mean, okay, how about this? He's just, you know, he's putting himself at risk, but he doesn't want to put other people at risk. Maybe that's what it is. But you're also ghosting your car on a freeway. So no, you are putting other people at risk. Why is he so proud of himself for this? Damn, you're not even filming it. I kind of respect that he's not doing it to film it. Although maybe the people in the car behind were filming for him and it was like all set up. You never know with these internet videos. Honestly, you gotta question everything on the internet these days. Especially with AI going around. That's one message I'm going to be drilling into my videos soon, is that you have to question everything on the internet. Nothing is true anymore. You got to fact check. Even now, people are posting fake things and putting little fake, like, fact checked on the side. Like, oh, and then people see that little fake check mark and they're like, someone else did it for me. Just, people got to open up their brains and start seeing through the bullshit. Oh, here's one more bad ladder safety. What in the hell? I don't know what these two were thinking, but this is a horrible idea. No, you're putting too much trust in your friend. This is not what ladders are made for. This is bad ladder safety. I bet you on the box it wasn't like other ways to use a ladder. Hang it off the side, let your buddy hold it from some ropes. You'll be fine. You won't fall to your death. And you know this guy is up there probably having those intrusive thoughts too, like, man, I could just let him go right now and it would look like an accident. And all it takes is one of those intrusive thoughts to get through where he's like, okay, let's do it. Whoops, dropped one. Haha, just kidding. I don't know. There's some of my buddies I wouldn't trust to hold a ladder for me, and then there's other ones I would. Some of them are too jokey. They'd be like, dropped one. Just kidding, don't worry. Stop freaking out. Why are you peeing yourself? Just climb back up on the ledge. You'll be fine. Yeah, that's a horrible way to use a ladder. No. Bad idea. Ladder safety. Please. Practice ladder safety. And let's end with this person trying to use a child swing. Oh shit, stop, drop, and roll. Stop, drop, and roll. What were you trying to do? I feel like the fire pit was set up because he was gonna get some air and then jump over it. I'm sorry, you can't go full force on a child swing. You're a full-grown man. And you know what? I'm actually putting together a swing set for my girls in the backyard right now. Yeah, actually, now that I see the bolts that didn't hold up for him, I want to be able to swing on my girls' swings, okay? I want this swing to be a swing for all. A swing set for all. So I'm going to be going with some stronger bolts because clearly what that person was using did not work. I could watch that over and over again. In fact, I did watch it over and over again. Oh shit, someone stomp on his leg. Durability test. You know, it was better it happened to you than one of your children, right? Look, we all learned a valuable lesson here. Let his failure be a learning lesson to us all. Children's swings are not going to hold up. And maybe don't put fire pits so close to children's swings. Although maybe the fire pit saved you by breaking your fall. What if your kid was standing there and you flung a hot coal at their face? Could have happened. I feel like this was that uncle trying to be the fun uncle. They're like, oh, Uncle Steve. Yep, 3rd-degree burns on his leg. That's our Uncle Steve. Yep, burnt off our daughter's eyelashes again. Oh, That's our crazy uncle. Anyway, that's the video. I hope you enjoyed it. Come up to your screen real quick. Oh wait, no, we're not at that point. Check out my Patreon, patreon.com/fluffytalks. Check out the new Bigfoot is Real AI-generated t-shirt. And I will see you again really soon. Come up to your screen real quick. Boop. I'm gonna go get a hot dog.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. This hot air balloon in Australia malfunctioned, causing it to rapidly drop in altitude. After hitting a building, it eventually landed in a tree. A police officer walked in right when a robbery was happening. The suspect obviously was caught and was sent to jail. I just found out that bears can get the zoomies. I guess robots are starting to take over jobs in the cosmetic industry.
I have to go to work. I'm really sorry. Please don't look at me like this. I love you so much. I'll be back and we'll go on a long walk, okay? Please stop it.
There's a national park in Texas where you can see dinosaur tracks on the ground that are millions of years old. This ancient riverbed dried up after a drought, revealing all the footprints underneath.
See claw marks. Pretty good size. Theropod.
Moose aren't exactly elegant creatures. I can't tell if he's having fun or doesn't understand how a conveyor belt works. This guy really found the perfect skipping rock. That is the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Good evening, cowards. Rick Hubbard, 97 Spruce Lane. Nice to see you. A bunch of fat, ugly women. And this... What? What? No, I'm speaking. They're fat, ugly women is what they are. Let's talk about it.
We're not having that.
You don't have to. Bye.
That ain't free speech.
It's called free speech. Bye.
That's not free speech. That's insulting.
That's good.
Okay, everybody, stop. Let Mr. Hubbard speak, please. Enough. Go ahead, Rick.
And we wonder why children are retarded stupid today. We wonder why. We wonder why when we have these pathetic people here called teachers rape the children's mind.
Miss Cass, you also yelled at me the last time I was here for taking off my mask, but here's a picture of you right here on Facebook with a crowd of people.
That's it.
With no mask on. This is my time and I don't interrupt you. Here's another picture with you with a no mask on.
I'm sorry, Ms. Vaught, you are done. If you are going to sit there and disparage a member of our school board, then you can sit down. If you have something effective to say. I am not going to sit here. Can we have a police officer, please? Yes. No, I'm not scared. I don't care. I would like you to either talk about something. You can talk about something that concerns our school board. Is there something about our students you would like to talk about? Then talk about our students. That's my family. That is all. Then fine.
What do you think about our family?
I am not.
Our family is being suffocated today.
I'm done.
Time is up.
She leaves or I leave.
Time is up. Time is up.
I'm done.
You can't deal with the truth. You don't get no.
It's not the truth, but that's not the issue.
You can have my seat. We're coming for them. All of them. Except Dana and Jamie.
Scott, we are vocal because we are our children's biggest advocates. Okay? Choose your own path, Scott. Choose your own path. That was very
Thank
rude of
you.
you to say
Thank you.
parents are selfish. You say
Margaret's next. Thank you. Your time's up. Fuck you. Fuck you.
I am the direct descendant of the North American slave trade. On my mother's side, my ancestors were enslaved in Alabama. On my father's side, we were enslaved in Texas. I am not oppressed. I'm not oppressed, and I'm not a victim. I'm neither oppressed nor a victim. I travel all across this country of ours, and I check into hotels, and I fly commercially, and I walk into retail establishments, and I order food in restaurants. I go wherever I want, whenever I want. I am treated with kindness, dignity, and respect, literally from coast to coast. I have 3 children. They are not oppressed either, although they are victims. I've taught my children they are victims of 3 things: their own ignorance, their own laziness, and their own poor decision making. That is all. My children, we are not victims of America. We are not victims of some unseen 190-year-old force that kind of floats around in the ether. Putting critical race theory into our classrooms is taking our nation in the wrong direction. Racism in America would by and large be dead today if it were not for certain people and institutions keeping it on life support.
Yo, this your boy, We's Testy. I'm out here in LA celebrating 420 right around the block with Nina from Go Global in Westwood. What plant do weed come from?
Hemp.
Damn, I'm gonna have to take your word for it because I really don't know. But congratulations, you won a gift card to, yes, you did. No, I don't have to. We forgot to grab the gift card. We was on the way over here. I was gonna grab it. We're gonna grab the gift card and bring it back, but we're gonna say on the video we just gave it to you.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm gonna hunt you down.
Okay. No, you won't have to do that. So congratulations. You spend that wisely, okay? We celebrating 420. Y'all celebrate, right?
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. What's y'all's name?
I'm Juan.
Juan?
Juan.
Juan?
J-U-A-N.
J-U-A-N? Juan, you don't look you Spanish?
I'm Spanish from Mexico.
Damn, that's what's up, man. Boricua, Boricua.
What's that mean?
What? Puerto Rico.
Oh, Puerto Rico.
We got some giveaways, you know what I'm saying? And if y'all can get this question right, we're gonna give you a little prize here from my friend over at Go Global. You can say it best of the best type shit.
Okay.
So I'm gonna ask you first. True or false?
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, true or false?
True.
I guess. I didn't write the rest of the question down. Hold up. Well, that's good. You got it right anyways. There you go.
Hell
There
yeah,
goes
man.
See what you got in there, boy. Let's see what you got in your little gift bag there. Go.
Wizard trees.
Wizard trees, yeah.
I'll smoke this tonight. Hell yeah.
Damn, I was going to ask, could I try it? But,
Yeah, if you
no,
want, yeah,
no,
for
you,
sure.
you can have it. You can have it. All right, my man. Which of these is not a real weed strain? Dojo, Gelinade, East Side, Egg Roll, Duck Sauce, or Triple Beam OG Banana Blueberry GMO No Homo?
Probably the no homo one.
No, I'm good, boss. I don't do that. That's the black leaf shit. I know the boy that grew it.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, dude. Thank you.
On the strength, yo. On the strength. Good looking, guys.
Hey,
Appreciate
good
y'all.
looking, bro.
Where can we find y'all at? Y'all online or
Yeah,
anything like
was
that?
Epic. It's a channel.
What's it called?
That was epic.
What?
The channel.
It was?
It was.
I didn't see it.
Not anymore. It was though.
Oh, y'all closed it down?
No, I'm kidding. I'm fucking around. No, the channel's called That Was Epic.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
so y'all ain't doing it no more, cause
No, we're still doing it. We're still doing it.
it's still epic.
Yeah, it's still
that
epic.
shit still epic.
Yeah.
Yo, my man. Appreciate y'all. All right.
All right, bro.
All right. Happy
Pleasure to meet
420,
you.
y'all. Yo, my man. What do they mean indica?
Indica? Relaxing. Indica.
Got you. What does sativa mean?
Sativa? Sativa is like a happy, euphoric, you know, feel
That's
good.
me. That's me.
Yeah,
I feel good all the time.
All right.
The strength, yo. My man, how you make out good? They took care of you? What'd you end up getting?
I got a cabin coat.
Oh, you got a new cabin? Can I smell that joint? I ain't smelled them yet.
They're actually fire, honestly.
Dang. Yo, that joint is nice.
Got a lot of wax inside it.
Mind if I take a pool like this?
Good.
That shit is good. My man, you got a light?
I don't.
No? Damn, I appreciate this. Thank you, my man. Thank you. Oh, I can't have that? I can't. Oh, damn, I thought you. Damn, my bad. All right, my man. Yo, enjoy that shit, yo. Happy 420, too. We here with Johanna at Go Global. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I can't complain. Do you think weed should be legal?
Weed is legal.
Weed is legal here?
Yes.
Hold on. Let me find a different question. What's good, my man? Yo, why you gonna do me like that?
That other one, man.
Dang. Yo, y'all see that?
Here, I'll hold on to this. You hold on. Give it like a good squeeze. Yeah?
Okay.
That got red. Perfect. And then we do the little dabs, and that's when mine disappeared.
Yo, I'm done.
Yeah, I gotta.
Yo, he's trickulating my mind, yo. What's your name, Pop?
Robert, man.
Robert, I got a couple questions I can ask for you. All right, check this out. So, my cousin Ruben actually got an STD, and he started smoking weed real heavy over the weekend, and said that it took the shit away.
Oh, shit.
I'm for real, bro. I can't make that shit up. Do you think in the future, cannabis will hear other kind of shit?
I believe so. I don't think they've done enough studies on any of it. You know what I'm
How you
saying?
doing, sweetie? You like weed? Yeah, she like weed.
Yeah, definitely. I think cannabis can be used for a full broad spectrum of different diseases.
What can be used? What does he call it?
Cannabis can be used for a broad spectrum of different diseases. You know what I'm saying? Different.
I'm from the East Coast. What is cannabis?
Cannabis is weed.
Cannabis is weed?
Cannabis.
That's what I'm saying. Cannabis, right?
Cannabis.
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 Yeah. Cannabis. Cannabis. I got it. Yo, that's a tongue twister right there, yo. Hey, what? I'm gonna tell you what, Robert. That's yours right there. You want to crack that open now? Check it out. Whatever, do it. Here go the smell test with Robert. 1 out of 10 on the smell tip. What would you rate it?
Oh man, it's definitely a 9 zone for sure, bro.
Damn.
Yes. Nice and loud, man. I appreciate you.
You mind if I could grab one of
Oh,
those
yeah,
nuggets?
sure.
Yeah.
Take, bro.
Oh man, thank you.
You presenting
Let
me
me get
with
one.
this
Let
shit,
me
my
get one
G.
more.
Appreciate you, player.
Let me get one more small one.
Hey man, go ahead. Test it. I'm gonna test the shit out of it.
Test this shit, yo.
All right, it's not hard.
Okay.
All right, all you gotta do is hold it up.
Okay.
Don't hold it upside down.
Okay.
Like that.
I ain't gonna do that. I ain't gonna do that. How long I got to do it for?
I need you out here for the next 35 minutes.
35 minutes of this shit?
I'm smoking on that weed.
Oh, damn. Here we go. So, you know, we got the munchies. Oh, fire, yo. Hell, that's a it's called a spiral potato John. And it is fire. Yeah, you gotta try it. Very good. Very good.
It's too quiet. Something's gonna happen to me, isn't it?
Look at this.
Oh, there it is.
Look at me. I'm Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer.
Nice to meet you. Very cool name. I'll be honest. Can you call me an ambulance?
Seriously hurt by an 18-wheeler?
Yeah, I think you know that's happened. I think you're aware that's happened.
I hammer insurance company for you.
For me? What? No, I needed that. How am I gonna pay this bill?
An 18-wheeler ran a red light. My client fractured his arm and leg.
I don't need to know that. I feel like that's like an attorney-client thing.
I got him $196,000 in his pocket.
Well, that's how they get you, isn't it? All right, you're hired.
I'm waiting.
Hey, well, watch your tone. I already said. Some people. So I bet you're wondering who that was that just fictionally compressed my ribcage in the last shot. Well, to tell you that, we've got to take a trip to the Lone Star State of Texas, where everything is bigger and better, including but not limited to trucks, podcasts, McMansion to normal house ratios, and yes, even TV lawyers. And that, my friends, is where Jim Adler comes into the picture. I'm sure you've all had the experience of seeing, TV lawyers on like daytime TV, at least here in America. Well, Jim Adler is that, but XXL. He goes by the epic nickname, the Texas Hammer. And actually, he's one of the first people to ever pioneer this style of like aggressive lawyer ad. I've been looking into him, and honestly, he really has produced some of the most amazing works of television advertising I've ever seen. So let's take a look and see if any of them can convince me I need a personal injury lawyer. If he really is that good, you know, I should have my credit card in hand by the end. Let's take a look.
This is a paid advertisement for legal services.
Most insurance companies won't pay without a fight. No matter how bad the wreck is, their goal is to pay you less. And what do?
Well, I know it's not respect personal space. Can I get a bit of distance here? I appreciate the vigor, but still.
I hit hard. My client had a traumatic brain injury.
Jim, watch out. Okay, if you keep doing that, you might get a traumatic brain injury. I don't know what it is. It just makes me laugh that he's like oversharing about this. It doesn't feel like a relevant detail telling me about the state of your client's brainstem. It just feels like some annoying kid on the playground telling me about something I didn't ask to know. Just like, the Stegosaurus is the best dinosaur because it has spikes on its tail. Look, it's cool, man. I'm just happy that you are that excited about it.
I got him $1,913,500 in his pocket.
Damn, all right, that's a pretty nice payout. You know, he might not remember what the money's for, you know, what it is, but he will be rich.
Oh, now, greedy insurance companies are not unstoppable. I am.
Jesus, dude. Hey, look, if you say so, I'm not gonna not believe a person in that position. I just, at a gut level, I get a sort of feeling that I shouldn't really disagree with whatever you're saying.
Bad 18-wheeler wreck? Seriously injured? Debt piling up? Can't work?
Get it!
Oh my God, what the hell is this? This thing reads like a manifesto. You trying to get people riled up or something? You keep getting hit by cars? You've been given a bad hand in life? You thinking maybe it's time to do something drastic? That's what I think. Sure, there might be something deep down telling you not to do it, that it's wrong, but you did agree to that highway robbery. And what, you want to look like a pussy?
Some insurance companies can be difficult.
Now, who is that? Who has just popped up here? You know, the universe of Jim Adler, it's got a lot of characters. It's extensive. You would have had to read the manga to get it.
We go at them where it hurts, in their greedy little pockets. Get it?
My God, this is ridiculous. Was business slow or something, guys? You know, we needed highway robbery to sell legal services to the public. Yellow Pages wasn't cutting it anymore. I like to think this is really how they retrieve your money if you hire them, you know? In fact, I think if it's not like this, I'm gonna feel a bit scammed now. We might have to call that a bit of false advertising, you know? Civil suit? What is that? Sounds frilly to me. Just get the crowbar! So I bet you're asking yourselves, who is the deputy to Jim Adler's sheriff here, you know? Who exactly is this right-hand man? Well, you see, I'll tell you. That there is the Texas Hammer.
And I'm attorney Bill Adler, the Texas Hammer.
Oh yeah, Jim Adler's also the Texas Hammer.
I'm Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer.
Yeah, they're both the Texas Hammer? Now what exactly happened here is what I want to know. Why do they both have to be the Texas Hammer? Was there some kind of argument behind the scenes and they couldn't settle it? Why couldn't have Bill been the Dallas Mallet or something? I'm just assuming because Bill's full name is Bill Adler, you know, he's got the same last name as Jim. I'm assuming that means he's Jim's son? Let's check, shall we? Confirmed. It is the prodigal son. But that still doesn't really explain it, because the timing's a tad early, you know? You can't exactly both be king at the same time. The sledge throne cannot be contested.
If you're hurt, don't just hit the insurance company with one hammer. Smash them with two hammers. Double trouble.
Now, when I pitched to you guys that I should be the third Texas Hammer, right, you said that's no good, but I don't really buy it because you're doing a whole double trouble thing here. 2 heads are better than one. I said 3 heads are better than one. Triple trouble. I could be the third Texas Hammer. I just really feel like I'm being steamrolled here, guys. I'm gonna be the Texas Hammer. I'm gonna be the Texas Hammer. I'm gonna be the Texas Hammer. Can I be the Corpus Christi wrench? And he's gonna be the Texas Hammer. And that's why. Hold on. I gotta take this. Don't do that on you and your phone. That there is a robocall. And you know who can help with that? Today's sponsor, Incogni. This kind of thing, my friends, is the handiwork of data brokers, digital ninjas that stealthily snatch up your information and sell it to the highest bidder. But they don't just use robocalls. They can also track you using people search sites to discover things like your car's license plate. Hold on, watch out for... Do you not see the ledge? That's a ledge! We're gonna... Oh my God! Furthermore, while you're browsing the web to find a doctor for the car crash, a digital snitch is lurking in the shadows. That's right. Even health insurance companies are in cahoots with the data broker mafia, sifting through your online crumbs for reasons to increase your rates. Enter Incogni, your digital protection against the data hoarders. your personal data's own witness protection program. With Incogni, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. You sign up, grant them access to defending your digital home, and then just kick back and enjoy the peace of mind. They'll keep you updated as they keep your data away from prying eyes. So you know what to do. Head on over to incogni.com/JohnTron, punch in the code JohnTron, and bam, you're cruising with a 60% discount on an annual Incogni plan. Nice. That was honestly weird. Anyways, back to what I was talking about, Jim Adler. If you thought those previous showings were impressive, keep in mind the best is yet to come with this superstar, because he can do it en español también.
Soy Jim Adler, El Martillo Tejano.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of legendary. He does all the Spanish-speaking advertisements himself, and it's just the most atrocious Spanish-speaking accent I've ever heard, but you gotta give the man credit, he does it.
Jim Adler.
Trabajar, ¿puedes ayudarme?
Por supuesto, los martillaré. Soy Jim Adler, El Martillo Tejano. Un carro golpeó a mi cliente por detrás.
Listen, they love him over there, and he would have honestly made a killing if they could understand what exactly he was trying to sell them.
Pero no hay dinero para usted. Jim Adler.
Listen, that's fair. Okay, it don't matter what side of the border you're on, you don't want to see that.
Nadie se mete conmigo y mi martillo.
No entiendo, pero bueno! But jokes aside, whatever he's doing is clearly working, because he has made a ton of these. Also, something I couldn't help but notice is Jim Adler clearly has some kind of affinity for dogs, because tons of his ads feature them, including this weird one where he's walking an 18-wheeler on a leash like it is a dog. Yeah, I'm not really sure what that one's about.
Stay! A bad wreck with a company truck can bring out the worst in an insurance company.
I didn't want legal counsel, but now I do. Thank you to the dogs.
Terribly hurt. I'm Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer. When greedy insurance companies cheat car wreck victims, I get angrier than a junkyard dog.
I like how he yells on the first line, then immediately quiets down because he doesn't want to like aggro the dog and make it go all crazy and bite him or something.
It's time to bark. I'll get their attention.
Okay, it's all good again. You know, dog passed the vibe check. He's barking, I'm screaming. I tell you what, you could be good for my company. You want to join? Seeing as you're a dog, I got the perfect nickname for you. You could be the Texas Hammer.
I'm Jim Adler, the tough, smart lawyer. I love dogs. Dogs have been part of my family my whole life.
Thank you for that, Jim. Honestly, that was very touching, but I hate to tell you this. This is Alcoholics Anonymous?
Sometimes, though, it's hard to tell good dogs from bad dogs.
Okay, but what about this one? What about this one, Jim? This is not a good boy. What is that? I don't like that. Why are you over here scheming with each other like you know something I don't? And first of all, in context here in this situation, what could even be funny to both of you at the same time? At maximum, that's gonna be hilarious to only one of you.
Homeowners insurance may pay for your dog bite injuries. Throw me a bone, will you?
It was dog propaganda the whole time! I should have known! This is the last time I fall for it! But that is not all. Jim's firm is apparently prolific enough to the point where they've actually set up their own Law TV network starring Bill and Jim. Sounds important. We gotta see this.
Welcome to Hammer TV. I'm Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer, and this is...
Bill Adler, the Texas Hammer.
We're gonna talk about traumatic brain injuries.
Oh yeah, baby! I've been waiting for this one. This is officially a good season of Law TV. Carcinogenic roof lining episode when? Ooh!
Let's see some of the questions that people ask about the most common causes of traumatic brain injuries, Bill.
Bill, come on, pick it up from here. This is obviously your domain looking at you, and I still love you. I'm still your pops. I just need you to explain to the audience out there what it's like to think in squares like you do.
Well, the most common thing we hear about traumatic brain injuries are, what is the cause of them?
Yeah, that's pretty hard to suss out. I don't know, Doc, do you feel like maybe it had something to do with the way my mom would always give my brother his serving of dinner first most nights, or do you think it had something to do with the lamp that fell on my head?
When I lift this hammer, my brain is telling me to do that. When I put this hammer down, my brain just told me to put it down.
I can't go against my brain. You should be happy my brain spared you. I have the will and the means to create a brain injury. And you can call my son Bill for representation once you have sustained that. But listen, Jim is a professional. You don't get to spend over $100 million on advertising over the years if you're not doing something right. So, he's gonna do what he always has done over the years and adapt to a changing industry. That's right. Jim Adler's on TikTok, where his profile picture is the very current hot coquette meme. Everyone knows that. Relatable, right? Yes, I know what that means, definitely. That makes me want lawyer. This makes me want lawyer. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Is this really pulling in the numbers? 43,000 likes? I guess so. I guess so. Look at Bill Adler over here looking like he just hijacked Jimmy Kimmel's opening monologue.
I'm Bill Adler, the Texas Hammer. Of course I'm not scared to jump on an 18-wheeler in our commercials.
Oh, wait, what? That's the end? Okay, honestly, good move. I see they're going for the humanizing, relatable approach, okay? He doesn't want to admit that he's also not scared in real life. That would make him way too cool and unapproachable. I mean, I get it. I don't want legal analysis from someone who's better than me.
You know, I've been seeing a lot of this nonsense about you being an Avenger.
I'm not the Avenger. I'm the Texas Hammer. A hammer is a more powerful weapon.
Oh no, he's discovered the true extent of his powers. Jim, please, show restraint.
I hit hard.
Are you ready for some fearless justice?
I feel pretty damn good, to be honest, Mr. Adler, besides the fact that you just killed me. Here I go. Oh, by the way, great ads. If I get hit by an 18-wheeler, I'm definitely calling you. Just saying. Okay, here I go. All right, follow me, if I may. You're the Texas Hammer, right? You're the Texas Hammer. You gotta listen to me. This is what the kids are into these days. On TikTok and Instagram, it'd be more relatable to them if I were the Texas Hammer. Guys, you're not listening to me. Trust me on this.
Jay Morrison is the biggest con man in the real estate influencer space. There are over 15,000 victims of his lies and incompetence.
I'm an influencer, but I'm not an influencer.
Yeah.
I'm a real estate guy, but I'm not a real estate guy.
He raised money and claimed his critics were haters, but recently his haters were proven right. He's of course transitioned into preaching about God and religion. He had all the answers in real estate, and now he has all of the answers for your personal life. Behind the confidence, charisma, and charm is a man whose sole purpose was to enrich himself at the expense of others. Jay raised a lot of money from his community because he claimed his mission was to help uplift and enrich the black community through his Tulsa real estate fund. What transpired was something much worse. Amidst all the chaos and drama that surrounded the fund, Jay claimed everyone exposing his mismanagement were just haters and slowing him down. A shocking revelation was exposed 7 months ago, leading to Jay hosting a town hall meeting where the investors could ask him questions directly. His downfall arrived quickly. Here's what happened. Jay Morrison likes to LARP as a real estate investor mogul.
It's an emerging company, just 4 years old the fund and 3 years old our building, but the early success that we've had towards our long-term mission has really been the seeds that we've sown around the country.
Jay has built a large social media following based on the belief that he was a legitimate real estate professional and investor.
Hey guys, here's 3 reasons why everyone should get into real estate, especially starting with wholesaling.
If you dig deep enough, you'll see that Jay never made content about real estate deals he was doing. That's because he wasn't doing any, and he certainly never transacted a wholesale deal.
And I'm gonna teach you guys right now how to make a 1,400% return on investment on a single family rental property.
He was a real estate preacher teaching others how to buy real estate while not doing any deals himself. His social media content helped create the illusion that he was a real estate mogul. He was never invited to speak at legitimate conferences because everyone knew he wasn't investing in real estate like he wanted you to believe.
We have a SEC regulated Regulation A Tier 2 crowd fund launching, the Tulsa Real Estate Fund.
In 2018, he started a fund to raise money in order to buy real estate deals. The premise was to allow thousands of investors who didn't have the capability of buying real estate on their own to pool their money together in order to purchase property.
Tulsa Real Estate Fund is a Regulation Tier 2 crowd fund.
Okay.
It's the largest black-owned crowd fund in the history of America. We partner with 15,000 families from 22 countries, and we're able to raise over $11.5 million together to deploy $9.4 million into projects in 10 different states with 12 different developers, all black developers around the country. We've created over 200 jobs.
As enticing as that offering sounded, there was at least one interviewer skeptical of Jay's fund.
You don't have 500 to see what they're doing with all those questions, with the clarity and disclosure of the fund. You don't have a spare 500, the minimum investment to support the fund.
Nope.
In addition to keeping your money safe, I want to keep your identity safe, which is why I always partner with today's sponsor, Aura. My account receives alerts every day notifying me of all the ways scammers might be trying to find my passwords or personal information. One way they can do this is by buying your information off data broker websites. Data brokers are making a fortune selling your information to robocallers, spammers, and others who want to learn more about you, like where you live. Aura can identify data brokers exposing your info and submit opt-out requests on your behalf. Brokers are legally required to remove your info if you ask them to, but they make it super hard to do. Let Aura handle it for you. AT&T recently revealed that over 72 million customer records, both existing and former customers, were released on the dark web. They recommend those affected use strong passwords, monitor account activity, and consider credit freezes or fraud alerts from credit bureaus. Well, Aura does all of this for me. And best of all, I don't have to download several different apps just because a company couldn't keep my data secure. If my info was compromised in the AT&T data breach, I wouldn't worry because Aura is always on, always doing the hard work of keeping me safe. Aura wants you to protect your private information, which is why they're offering my audience a 14-day free trial. Go to aura.com/Spencer to get a 14-day free trial. How amazing is that? What many of Jay's investors didn't know is that he filed for bankruptcy just a couple years before raising money to buy real estate. I have a video detailing his bankruptcy proceedings and how he was only making $2,000 a month from real estate at the time, even though he was claiming to be a mogul. The man who claimed to be a mogul never had a respectable portfolio of his own. He only started doing deals when he took money from his community. He claims to have been a celebrity realtor at Sotheby's International and Coldwell Banker in New Jersey a decade ago. There's reason to believe his only deal with a celebrity was when he assisted Angela Yee in buying a house, which was mostly just for a TV show.
Yeah, I went viral back in like 2011, 2012. I was a celebrity realtor on NBC. I was a real estate expert on NBC's Today Show. I was working for Prominent Property Sotheby's International Realty, the largest luxury real estate company in the country, in the world. And I was putting some stuff out on World Star Hip Hop, and it went viral. And I was on the Breakfast Club.
He's had a miraculous ability to fail upward in life just as much as the Pug CEO from that podcast in Miami. This guy's life story is meant for a movie where the protagonist ends up in prison. But I want you to ask yourself if this is the person that should be managing other people's money.
Bro, I've been through bankruptcy. I've been divorced before. I've been a teenage dad. My daughter was born while I was in prison. I've been depressed. I made $1 million by 27 and went broke by 30.
I'm still not convinced he's ever been a millionaire. There's zero proof from a guy who's been putting out videos on the internet for a decade. The only time Jay tells the truth is when he's referring to his career before real estate.
I grew up in the streets, like literally was raised in the streets. And my pops went to prison, served 13 years in prison, and was a heroin addict. My pops had, his own demons, if you will. And I had abuse in my home. Was literally fending for myself. I dropped out of high school, ran away from home at 16. Was a 3-time felon by 21. I was facing 3 years of life in prison at 18. I done hustled and sold dope heroin with gangsters like Sex, Money, and Murder of Blood.
I appreciate his transparency and the fact that he doesn't hide from his past, but giving money to an ex-felon is probably not your best decision. This was the most interesting part of his backstory to me.
I didn't see him again until I was 17, and I was selling crack in Somerville, New Jersey. And one of my customers called me and said, "Oh, your dad in town." I said, "That's cool." She said, "You got something?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "What's up?" He said, "We want something." I told him we got the best stuff in town. So from 9 years old to 17 years old, I didn't see my father. My first time seeing my father was me selling him crack.
His upbringing was certainly not as privileged as mine, which I do recognize, and his story would be incredibly aspirational if he wasn't still a street hustler. He's still selling a highly addictive product, the idea that you're going to buy real estate by giving him money.
So I've educated over 500,000 students in the last 10 years.
The only thing Jay Morrison has done in the real estate industry is repackage info he read in a book and instruct people in his corner classes.
Been known for his legendary corner classes. I'm talking about has gone across the country a number of times, educating us for free. 66. And I'm talking about 66.
This whole neighborhood's on the corner, though.
Cities?
He was always a fake guru, but there's nothing wrong with teaching others the basics of real estate for free. He seemed to believe that teaching people basic financial literacy was enough to consider himself a mogul.
I feed him all this financial information for over a decade now, right? I give us game. Can't nobody say I don't give us game. I give us game.
He created the Jay Morrison Academy, which was his only income source in real estate. Unfortunately, that led him to believe he could successfully run a real estate fund. Oh, how wrong he was.
What's one of the biggest things that you've done to help somebody that had money to accumulate, more money?
That's a good question. I mean, I've given a lot of I held a mansion mastermind.
This question and answer was the most telling aspect of Jay's guru persona. After having a fund for 5 years, his only response when asked about making someone else money is that he held a mastermind in a mansion for Carrie Hilson. His course sales were his only income for many years before the fund raised money. The dude claimed to be an expert in real estate business and credit. They claim to have had 80,000 students. If that number is accurate, Jay Morrison probably made over $5 million from being a guru while making $2,000 a month from his real estate empire. Last summer, he spoke at an event in Washington, D.C. where they were charging $300 for a ticket. Social media has been a turbo booster for con men like Jay Morrison to make more money than you could ever imagine. Even with numerous YouTube videos exposing him, people still wanted to believe he was a mogul and paid to listen to what he had to say. In his school community, he posted the other day that he's delivering a keynote address today at Morehouse College at 6 p.m. for a select group of aspiring entrepreneurs. Who is still paying to see this dude speak? Do you not do any research on your speaker and mentors?
Everyone that had loved me had turned their back on me. It was no more DJ Morrison. It was, how far can we get away from him?
This next segment will be a blast as we'll go through all of the comments Jay made towards his haters, and then we'll determine if those haters were correct in calling out Mr. Conman Morrison.
I would not be who I am today and where I'm at today had I not had that trial period, that affliction period, that persecution period.
Yeah.
That was another storm, another test. It's like what you made of. And
Yeah.
what's so vindicating about it for me is like what God shared with me at the end of the whole thing.
Tony the Closer was the first one to begin speaking out about Jay after Conman Morrison stole $100 grand from Tony. No one wanted to believe Tony because of Jay's curated, squeaky clean image as the man helping out his community. Sadly, Jay is too broke to pay Tony what is owed to him.
I've been divorced, I've been bankrupt, I've been like all these different things, right? Parole, work release, house monitoring, ankle bracelet. I got the cliche black man's journey
Yeah.
of everybody.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And God specifically gave me that testimony so I could minister and reach so many people on a real level. So like even going through a social media slander or whatever the case is, God just said to me simply, if you can't handle social media, you can't handle nations.
Jay's ego has led him down a pathway of believing he's meant to be a president of a country. This is a dude so deluded in his own self-righteousness that he's blinded to his incompetence.
It is a fund that went through a SEC investigation, a FBI investigation, DOJ investigation, 18-month investigation, hundreds of thousands.
So they checked everything.
They checked everything. No findings.
The irony is that no findings actually meant that they looked for the properties he claimed to own and they found nothing. He's financially harmed 15,000 people.
But yet my family went through all kinds of slander and defamation and accusations of this and that online the last couple of years.
Somehow, he's always the victim, even though he's caused financial damage to 15,000 people. It must be that mysterious force always keeping him from succeeding.
Bro, we managed over $11.5 million. I spent over $1 million in transparency alone. Third-party annual audits, attorneys, technology, $1 million, bro, in transparency to show you where the money's at.
Thankfully, we were able to see the SEC reports indicating his fund losing money year after year. If you want to see a full breakdown of the fund's lack of performance, watch Pocket Watching with JT's episodes on the Tulsa Real Estate Fund. Both JT and Eli do a great job of commenting on Jay's fund. Julian Gordon is the biggest investor in the Tulsa Real Estate Fund, and he made a video in August 2023 demanding Jay liquidate the fund and minimize losses. Julian highlighted how the fund initially had $11.5 million in capital, but was worth only $4.3 million 5 years later. Somehow, in a major bull market, where an idiot could have picked any property and tripled his money, Jay lost 75% of the fund's money, complete incompetence.
After that first week, I think we raised like $6 million in 24 hours, 48 hours.
Wow.
And several million the first week. And after that second week, I've been called scam since.
Jay was too ignorant to understand why real estate investors were making critical videos of him at the start. Raising money isn't a scam. The problem was the operator is a con man, and we all knew it.
Or break it down to me, why do I see the word scam?
Because you can get more views if you put scam next to my name.
He's too simple-brained to realize that the criticisms were all valid. Losing money in real estate from 2018 to 2024 was nearly impossible, yet he found a way to do it.
We have a new fund coming up, Tref Future Fund, that I'm excited about because we're gonna raise hundreds of millions of dollars, and we're gonna literally continue to show our community what transparent, genuine group economics looks like and the power of what we can do working together.
Thankfully, this isn't going to happen because a post in the Tulsa Real Estate Fund's Facebook group exposed what we expected 7 months ago. Julian Gordon posted on his Instagram that Jay was shutting down the Tulsa Real Estate Fund. Out of 15,000 investors, apparently only 53 were on the call. By now, everyone has begun to realize that Jay is a massive con man who has no business touching other people's money. My favorite thing in the entire world is when someone turns to God after losing everyone's money.
I'm a man of God. I'm called by God to do great things and just whatever it is he got for me.
In case you missed the video I made about Jay, he actually responded to the fake guru allegations by talking to me directly.
Newest one now is a gentleman from the white community who's being supported by the guy that I beat in defamation, the biggest slanderer, who's saying now the new thing is fake mogul, fake guru. I don't know. Whatever. I don't know. Honestly, my team tells me they get all frustrated. They send me these group texts. Somebody said something new about you. I don't have time to watch your videos.
He was referring to Tony the Closer, who he did not beat in defamation court. His attorneys wrongly filed court proceedings and incorrectly served Tony, leading to a technical victory, but he did not actually win.
You're right. I'm not a mogul. I'm a miracle. Wow. Come on. I'm not a guru. I'm a miracle.
The only miracle involving Jay is the fact that he lost 80% of his fund's money during a market that only went up and up and up. Even an idiot could have tripled his money in basically any asset class.
So, but to say that I'm a scam is bait, man. Clickbait talk.
It was never clickbait because all of us YouTubers only focused on facts with Conman Jay. It's not like we're tearing down some upstanding citizen here. This is what he was talking about when he was raising money for a fund.
I got locked up in New York facing 3 years of life in prison. Or I know that how I survived Rikers Island or upstate New York. How I know that I beat 15 years for drug trafficking in Maryland. How I know when the cops pulled my transporter over with 700 grams of coke and 5 pounds of weed.
I respect someone who has overcome a troubled background, but Jay Morrison is not him. From street hustler to social media hustler, from drug dealer to subpar course dealer, from losing the police on the New Jersey Turnpike to losing his investors' money, he's been a con man.
What made you qualified to start a fund and a mission so big?
I got the vision.
If you know how to assess a legitimate real estate investor, then you'd know right away that he was never qualified to manage a fund.
My reputation is actually a small sacrifice for what it is that I know God has called me to do and accomplish. And I mean, everyone from Jesus to Martin and Malcolm and everyone in between has had their reputations attacked. That's why I said if my reputation hadn't been attacked and I had not had these level of attacks on my name and our family and all those things, it wouldn't make sense.
He legitimately believes he's this generation's Martin Luther King or a cultural icon that will be remembered multiple generations later. The irony is he actually will be, but for being a thief.
We raised $11.5 million with just 15,000 people with an average investment of $750. Imagine what we can do with 111,000 people or 1.1 million people under good stewardship, good fiduciary, good management.
What's unfortunate about the fund is that these were mostly unsophisticated investors and likely people who will be affected by the financial loss. You lose money investing all the time, that's part of the game. But funds like this target people who generally aren't in the investor class and can't really afford to lose the money.
That we are not doing illegitimate and fraudulent and self-dealing things in the fund. We're literally working for the fund's interest.
Because Jay was getting called out by his investors, he held a 3-hour town hall meeting answering questions. The first and most important question was around his recent purchase in Atlanta.
Do you, Jay Morrison, own 3900 Demooney Road? And the answer is yes, I do. My address is now out there. I, my family, we own 3900 Demooney Road.
Julian Gordon made a detailed video about Jay purchasing this property with the fund's money and then deeding it over to an LLC that Jay happens to own for $0. If you're interested in seeing Jay's highly unethical and borderline illegal behavior exposed by Julian, Tulsa Real Estate Fund's top investor, I'd highly recommend watching this video. Jay claimed he purchased the property because the fund would have access to develop large apartment buildings on 27 acres, but that came just before also saying this.
I will say that the fund is sub $500,000 of cash and that we absolutely must raise capital to keep the mission going.
The fund had no money because Jay was mismanaging the expenses. He used a bunch of money on his pet project, the Legacy Center, which looks cool and actually functions as an event space, but the dude was losing millions of dollars per year for the fund.
We're already vetted. We're already tested. We've already proven we can go through the fire, through the heat, and still perform.
He ultimately failed to raise more money because he's a bad operator and no one trusted him after the disaster of the last few years. He claimed the fund was performing, but we all had access to the SEC filings showing millions of dollars in losses every year.
My qualifications come from 20 years in real estate and mortgages. Started in mortgages in 2002 as a loan officer and worked my way up to a branch manager of 2 mortgage companies, Liberty State Finance in New Jersey. Also have worked as a developer investor in all those years, licensed realtor for nearly 10 years in New Jersey. licensed realtor with Sotheby's International Realty, the world's largest luxury real estate company, and have just been executing and being an entrepreneur for the last 2 decades.
The fund is closing because Jay was never qualified to operate a fund. He has no qualifications for touching anyone's money or doing any real estate deals. Jay will speak for hours about why the fund hasn't been successful, why the haters are just clickbaiting his name, why everyone needs to find God instead of focusing on their money, and why he's the next Malcolm or Martin. But the fact is, he's just an incompetent ex-convict trying to convince you he's a mogul. Just as I was finishing up this video, Julian Gordon posted a video alleging the Legacy Center is now up for sale. Through sheer incompetence, Jay has somehow lost the majority of the money that he raised during one of the most lucrative 5-year runs in real estate history in a market that appreciated massively. Well done, Jay. You're one of the biggest con men on social media. Thanks for watching.
Somewhere in this mix is Swervo and the other Kia boys, who have cars for sale for $100. In addition to cars for sale, there's also items inside these cars that are being pawned off. In a recently stolen Kia, there were DVD copies found of the Hangover trilogy and the movie Into the Wild, both going for about $20 a piece. Despite obvious differences in music, fashion sense, and of course slang, it's safe to say that this environment isn't unique. Every government housing project in America and the mentality it produces is virtually the same. Us against the world, get out by any means. But the roadblocks of financial illiteracy, the psychic influence of hyper-violent drill music, and the lasting legacies of mass incarceration and residential segregation have led to the genesis of a drastically misled generation who believe the only way out is petty crime or like rapping. The most popular rapper out of the Trumbull Gardens is a rapper named QB.
Gang niggas. All I smoke is dead niggas. All I see is dead niggas. All I smell is dead niggas. Rest in peace, yo, dead niggas. Fuck with all this Facebook shit, cause I heard what he said. Niggas be jazzing, they see me in person, they ducking like they owe me bread.
I know these kind of lyrics are common, but if you think about what he's saying, it's actually pretty fucked up and sad. Anyways, while the motivations of the Kia boys were becoming relatively obvious, one thing I was even more curious about were the motivations behind Kia boy hunter Kevin Morse. I mean, what would cause a 40-something-year-old man to insert himself as a vigilante in the world of Connecticut teenage crime?
He thinks he's a cop.
He think he a cop, like you was a weirdo. You like a Kia boy hunter for real life.
Fuck that nigga and his birthday.
Can you tell us a little bit about your past?
Yeah, so, I was born in Milford, and around 8, 9 years old, I have an older brother that was starting to experiment with substance, alcohol, weed, cigarettes. So at 8, 9 years old, I was smoking weed, smoking cigarettes, and when I was 11, I had gotten alcohol poisoning, 6th grade, which is, looking back, just kind of crazy thinking of that. When I was a teenager playing sports, I caught an injury and was prescribed some Vicodin, which I really loved at the time. And it just kind of spiraled into dealing drugs, doing and dealing drugs. That's pretty much all I did from, 10 years old to 24. I was stealing a lot from people that care about me, hurting the people closest to me. Some would say that I probably got some people hooked on pills back then so we could do bad shit together. Eventually, after about a dozen charges, I had to go do some time. I was sentenced to serve 8 months in jail. I paroled out and pretty much hit the ground running. I mean, I've never looked back, only for growth. And I became a recovery coach. I participated in opening a 18 to 25-year-old intensive outpatient program where I worked at for a couple years. And then all these parents that we started a support group with kept pushing me to start my own business.
It all began to make sense. Kevin is a 12-step recovery guy who got clean through the program and left a life of drugs and crime behind to pursue a life of service, which is the third pillar of the NA and AA recovery model. Kevin mentioned that he himself got people hooked on pills so they could do bad shit together, something he obviously feels a lot of remorse for.
I was stealing a lot from people that care about me, hurting the people closest to me.
The 9th step of the program is to make amends, which means recognizing harm done in the past and trying to repair it. But for those who've dealt drugs and possibly ruined the lives of others, that's not always possible. Many of Kevin's customers, I'm assuming, are now dead. So the program has an alternative avenue called living amends, where you take contrary action and make amends by doing the complete opposite of the bad things that you used to do, in an effort to achieve karmic balance in the eyes of a higher power. In a sense, it seems that Kevin's passion for crime fighting is informed by his own guilty conscience, which thankfully is something he's honest and open about.
That's part of the reason I do what I do. because I feel like I'm always going to be in debt to society for a lot of the crap and shit that I did, right? That I didn't get caught for or whatever. So doing the stuff that I can do with On Scene Media and Lyft, you know, really helps me give back and, you know, heal from the past, I guess you could say.
Do you feel like your experience in jail was able to rehabilitate you?
100%.
So in terms of your kind of long-term sobriety, what do you think is like the main factor that has made it so you've been able to maintain sobriety for so long?
Exposure, putting myself out there. You know, I don't fix what's not broken, so I've always kind of worn my addiction and recovery on my sleeve.
Do you think you would have been a Kia boy?
Hell yeah. Absolutely. At 12, 13 years old, if this was the way things were, absolutely we would have been stealing Kias and Hyundais.
Channel 5 Live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine.
Fuck the authority, Channel 5 News.
Channel 55. We don't fuck with custers. And 5 is the best number.
Fuck that nigga and his birthday.
This is Super Yacht News with E-Sysmon.
Hi, welcome back to the channel. So in last Friday's Yacht Spot, we talked about Joe Lewis and his 98-meter super yacht Aviva, which is worth an estimated $250 million. Well, Mr. Lewis has been in the news recently as he was accused of insider trading by a New York court last year. We covered it at the time. Now, Lewis is thought to have a personal fortune in excess of £5.8 billion, which is over $7 billion, one of the richest men in the UK. He placed his super yacht and an aircraft as collateral for a $300 million bond. At the time, that was in July last year, and he was told he could not use the yacht while the case was ongoing. When charged in July of last year, Lewis pled not guilty. Now, in court papers, the prosecutors said that Lewis had learned secrets about public companies after making large investments. They said that on at least 4 occasions, he tipped off his girlfriend, personal pilots, employees, and friends, enabling them to profit from those secrets. The pilots were also charged for insider trading on July of 2023 and also pled not guilty at the time. Now, the US attorney for the Southern District of New York, where the case was brought, said in a statement that Lewis, on multiple occasions over the course of several years, misused and misappropriated this confidential information to provide stock tips to various individuals in his life, including his employees, romantic partners, and friends, as a way to provide them with compensation and gifts. These individuals in turn traded on the tips provided by Mr. Lewis for vast personal gain. And the prosecutors alleged that in 2019, Lewis even went as far as loaning his 2 pilots $500,000 each so that they could buy shares in Mirati Therapeutics stock before the public release of the clinical results. One of the pilots allegedly then messaged a friend suggesting that he also buy the stock, telling them he thought the boss had inside info. Now, like I always say, billionaires hate to spend money, especially their own, and this seems like it was a way for Mr. Lewis to be able to give them money without actually it being his own money, right? Now, in January of this year, Lewis changed his plea, pleading guilty to 1 count of conspiracy to commit securities fraud and 2 counts of securities fraud under an arrangement with the US Attorney's Office in Manhattan. Lewis addressed the court, saying, "I'm so ashamed and I apologize to the court for my conduct." Sentencing was just last week. The Daily Mail said that the majority of insider trading cases result in prison time. However, David Zarnow, attorney for Joe Lewis, successfully argued that prison would be catastrophic for Lewis given his age and physical health. Addressing the judge before the sentencing, he said, "You have before you a frail 87-year-old man with significant health challenges whose condition has only deteriorated since the indictment." When she announced the sentence, the judge said, "It is clear to me that Mr. Lewis's life would be at serious risk if he were to be incarcerated." Lewis received a 3-year suspended prison sentence on the grounds that his medical condition would have meant prison would have had a negative effect on his health. A personal fine of $5 million. Now, the prosecutor said afterwards that the company, Broad Bay Limited, would pay $50 million in financial penalties. Together with Lewis's fine of $5 million, means it's the largest such penalty for insider trading in the last decade. His yacht, Aviva, was laid up in Malta the entire time he was unable to use the yacht, but left shortly after he was sentenced and is now being cruising around the Med, having covered over 400 nautical miles since the court case ended, suggesting he is back on board. Now, let us know what you think. Do you think he should have gone to prison or not? Let us know in the comments. All right, we'll move on to our next story. This is Fedship's latest build has been launched at the construction shed at the Macken facility in the Netherlands. Fedship press release says about the vessel, this is one reason why the owner decided to build this yacht was to have more spacious beach club in the stern. In fact, Project 1012, that hasn't been named yet, the beach club occupies fully 1/4 of the total length of the lower deck, and the very large fixed platform combines with two fold-down platforms to create 165 square meters of water-level lounge space. That's quite incredible. The press release continues, the propulsion plant and onboard energy management has been developed, incorporating state-of-the-art Fedship technology. She carries full hybrid electric class notation and comprises of 2 main engines and shaft-driven fixed-pitch propellers, coupled with PTO, PTI electric motors of 560 kilowatts each and 1 megawatt of lithium-ion batteries. Now, PTO and PTI electric motors basically means that they're generators that are attached to the main engines via a shaft, or shaft generator, you might have heard that phrase before, and they're powered by the main engines. Now, they have these 2 modes, PTO and PTI. PTO is, it means power takeoff mode, meaning the generator supplies power to the main power grid on board, so they don't have to use the auxiliary generators. So the engine runs, powers that that generator, the shaft generator, and that then supplies power to the rest of the vessel. Now, in power take-in mode, the generator can boost the main engine power, so it helps to turn the shaft of the propeller. Now, Fedship says that in addition to conventional diesel propulsion mode, the E-motors work as shaft generators, as I've just described, and produce electricity to serve the hotel loads or recharge the battery bank, as well as for low-speed navigation, while the generators or batteries generate the required electrical power. So in other words, the E-motors can produce electricity for the main grid, they can recharge the lithium-ion batteries, this is whilst the engines are running while the vessel's underway, or they can actually be used as propulsion at low speeds. So in the last instance, the power to make those generators turn the shaft would have to come from the auxiliary generators, or they could use the 1 megawatt of lithium-ion batteries. Now, these systems are very good when you're in places like the Galapagos Islands, when they want to be as clean as possible when they're moving around. So very interesting equipment there. Obviously, the reason for the shaft generators is to reduce the running of auxiliary generators, therefore using less fuel. Now, Albert Abmer, the Fedship project manager, said that working with the experienced owner, designers and owner's team has been a professional pleasure and has resulted in this modern classic state-of-the-art and full custom new Fedship. And the owner they refer to is, we believe, the Spaniard Amancio Ortega, as this yacht will be the replacement for motor yacht Drizzle. Ortega is now 88 years old, and his source of wealth is, amongst other things, the clothing store Zara. All right, guys, it's time for our Friday Yacht Spot. We've got quite a few today. First on the list, we've got from the Eastman Sea Dog Troy from City Centre Yachts. He sent us some footage of Mark Zuckerberg's new support vessel, Wingman. You can see Wingman here being assisted into her berth in Port Everglades by 2 mini tugboats. Pretty busy bridge there, people on both sides, on both bridge wings, but the captain will most likely be on the starboard side. He may have switched over as the vessel moved through that positioning there. You can probably the starboard side, by the way, is the right hand side as you look forward from the bridge. The next boat on the list is the 96 meter or 316 foot yacht, motor yacht Limitless. This is sent in by Andy Gray. I believe this video is in Corfu, I'm not 100% on that. It's a very rare sight to see this, not because the yacht has a blue hull, but because the yacht happens to be one of only a handful of yachts flying a US flag. They got special permission to be able to go around the laws at the time. If you want to know more about that, the US flag thing, I'll post a link here to a video that we made recently, which talks about the complications of flying a US flag. Now, this yacht was built by Lursen in 1997, has a gross tonnage of 2,200, top speed of 25 knots, which is impressive for yachts, as they're not really known for those top speeds. The yacht is valued at around $100 million and is owned by the American owner, Les Wexner. You must be American to register your yacht in the US. All right, some other quick-fire yacht spots around the world. First one, this is motor yacht Mayan Queen 4 in Carlisle Bay in Barbados, taken on the 16th of March by Greg Cook. We have an unknown sailing yacht in Casablanca in Morocco, sent in by someone who wishes to remain anonymous, but definitely thanks for sending in from that location. We've never had anything from there before. If you know the name of the yacht, by the way, please let us know in the comments. The next boat on the list is motor yacht Sunrays in Rhodes, sent in by Ian Barrett on the 27th of January 2024. And the last one is motor yacht Yerson, spotted cruising off. The guy was on a ferry who took the photograph in Guadeloupe on the 1st of March 2024. Thanks to everyone who sent in photos or videos, and as you can see by the dates, we keep everything we receive, put it into a folder, and then we pull it out for, you know, yacht spot, or if we're going to talk about a yacht, we'll take it from there and then we'll put it on the screen. Now, we'll finish with this video posted by High Rise Trini on X. He says that they brought in the cavalry of firefighters to this yacht, but there was no fire. So I'm not quite sure what's happening here. It's possibly that they were training to, you know, that's why there's so many people there. So there's people teaching, people learning, stuff like that, maybe training. Or maybe there was a very small fire that was put out before any smoke came to the outside. You know, that could be seen on the outside of the vessel. If you actually know for sure what was happening, please let us know. All right, one more thing before we go. We have a new feature coming out on Sunday. Please be sure to watch and share it if you enjoy. The new feature is, well, let me explain, was AIS. But what is AIS? What's it for? How does it work? And why is it so important? You'll find out in this video. All right, so you'll all be experts on the technology by the end of that video. Video will be live on Sunday at 1400 hours UTC. All right, please be sure to join us on Patreon. You can support the channel, and we have extra videos to go with the new feature that's being released on Sunday. And if you can't wait until Sunday to watch the video, that video is already live on Patreon and it's advert free. Now, if you've got any information for us about any of the stories here or any other stories, please be sure to get in touch. You can get us in the email address in the ticket. You can get us on the About page of the YouTube channel, get us on Instagram, Facebook Messenger, on Twitter, and on Threema. Be sure to like this video, very important for the algorithm. Hit the subscribe button, hit the bell for future notifications. All right, guys, thanks very much. Whatever you're doing at the weekend, be sure to have a good one. Be sure to watch our video as well that I just mentioned on Sunday at 2 p.m. UTC time. All right, guys, bye-bye.
Canada was where all the treasured goals of liberalism worked perfectly. It was like NPR come to life. A giant idealized blue state with single-payer health care, gun control, and abortion on polite demand. Canada was where every woke white college kid wearing pajama pants outdoors who'd had it up to here with America's racist patriarchy dreamt of living someday. Problem with thinking everything's better in Canada. It's not. Not anymore, anyway. And again, honestly, Canada, I'm not saying any of this because I enjoy it. I don't, because I've always enjoyed you. But I need to cite you as a cautionary tale to help my country. And the moral of that tale is, yes, you can move too far left. And when you do, you wind up pushing the people in the middle to the right. Canada is what American voters think happens when there's no one putting a check on extreme wokeness. They say in politics, liberals are the gas pedal and conservatives are the brakes. And I'm generally with the gas pedal, but not if we're driving off a cliff. To which liberals say, blaming immigrants for the rising crime rate is racist. Calling it racist doesn't solve the problem. It hands future elections to someone who will solve the problem and who, I promise, you're not going to like. Here's what people saw in America. They saw Trump killing it with the crowd. Then you come to a panel, of 6 people who all just do nothing but dump on him and call him a liar. The people loved him and what he was saying. And then you cut to a panel of 6 know-it-alls who just do nothing but talk about the negative. I'm all in on the negative. No one's been harder on Trump than me. But I get it, and I'm bored with it. And there's a different way to do this. It's not to defend Trump, but to defend the people who still vote for him, because what they see on the other side, to them, is even more dangerous. My kid is coming home from school, and he thinks he's a racist. He's 5. What have you been telling him? Woke mind virus. How did it start?
I was trying to figure out where it's coming from. I think it's actually been a long time brewing, in that it's, I think it's been going on for a while. The amount of indoctrination that's happening in schools and universities is, I think, far beyond what parents realize. Parents are just generally not aware of what their kids are being taught. You know, my concern with Twitter was it is somewhat of the digital town square, and it's important that there be both the reality and perception of trust for a wide range of viewpoints.
Daily Caller Patriots have access to thousands of exclusive articles and interviews, including with such great people as Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, Donald Trump Jr. It's time to ditch the corporate narratives and the media spin. You deserve so much better. Become a Daily Caller Patriot today.
Welcome back to the Papa Beat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down. Today, we're talking about something a bit tragic. Dare I say scandalous. The internet is a cruel and unforgiving place. God forbid you say one wrong thing and then you're strung up by the masses to be burned at the stake like the goddamn witch that you are. And right now, the internet is hanging JoJo Siwa up at the stake to burn like the crisp little piggy she is. Even if you don't know who JoJo Siwa is, you've probably seen JoJo Siwa in some kind of capacity, right? Big colorful outfits, big pigtails, big bows, right, Nick? Dancing around. She drives cars that have her branding all over it and her face all over it. It's very eccentric and weird and very odd. I mean, very odd. I was trying to think about if I was a toddler. It's oddly very self-obsessive. I guess it's branding? Is it branding? She's like a pop star, right? Today's video is sponsored by War Thunder. War Thunder is a free-to-play multiplayer action game that lets you engage in dynamic battles around the world. Available on PC, PlayStation, Xbox, and Mac, deploy naval vessels, aircrafts, and vehicles on ground to conquer all. War Thunder perfectly captures the scale and sensation of fierce battles using military equipment. The graphics and physics of this game are incredible, and fans of military vehicles will be thrilled at how detailed every element of the game truly is. In War Thunder, all advanced military technologies are available, from guided missiles to smoke screens and night vision to drone strikes. And their new update, Alpha Strike, lets you experience Hungarian aviation with new equipment, both modern and classic. Take to their new map, North Holland, and bring your tanks to Red Light District, or have a dogfight just above the shopping center. Download War Thunder for free by using the link in the description. All new players and those who haven't played War Thunder for half a year or more will receive some special bonuses. Rentals for the P-40E-1 aircraft and M4 tank for a week, along with free unique skins for them. A special decorator, Eagle of Valor, 100,000 Silver Lions, 3 premium vehicles for free, a week of premium account, and even more gifts. Hurry up, the American Vehicle bonus season ends soon. Thank you so much for War Thunder for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. Hoorah. If you don't know JoJo Siwa, she got her start when she was 9 years old, appearing as a dancer on 2 seasons of the reality TV show Dance Moms.
Next we have JoJo.
Look at this young JoJo Siwa.
It was good. She was possessed. It was good. Well, if you're so good, you don't really need to be a part of the Ivy League Dance Company. She deserves to be on the pyramid. She was in the group dance. She deserves nothing.
This was so fucking stupid.
Well, if you yell at me, I'm gonna cry. Get out. Let's go. Let's go. Go.
Is there really anything self-redeemable about like child pageantry or child dance shows? What do you think the minimum age for dance show should be for a child? How about 16? You're able to drive yourself to the show at least. You have at least the conscious enough to be able to put the goddamn car and drive and go. And in 2015, she launched her YouTube channel, and after gaining a huge children audience, she appeared on various Nickelodeon shows and movies and made kids music. She exploded into the kids sphere of media and became a goddamn child pop icon.
Make some noise for JoJo Siwa!
Boomerang is one of her most listened to songs with almost 1 billion views on YouTube. What the hell is this, dude? She's rolling up with a goddamn lifted car. This is odd. I don't really care about what they say. I'm gonna come back like a boomerang. You know what's kind of weird is that the Karma lyrics read kind of similar. I don't really care about what they say. It feels like Nickelodeon music. If I was a little kid. Ooh, ooh, ah, ooh, ooh, ah. She's doing her thing. She's gonna come back like a boomerang. And in 2017, JoJo won the Best Viral Music Award at the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Award. I was still surprised to hear that that's like a coveted reward. JoJo has described herself as being a quote-unquote a giant toddler. And up until she was 18, she kept up the leotards and matching bows like a goddamn Toontown character. This is known as the JoJo with a Bobo era. You know, I wonder why a lot of the time I make these videos myself. I'm not sure. It's my job. What am I supposed to do? Her name was so synonymous with bows that she reportedly sold over 80 million bows from her JoJo Siwa product line. How is that possible? How was that actually possible? How much money do you think she gets per bow? How much do the bows go for? If I was in the bow game, I'd be a lot more happy. My net worth would be way up. JoJo's net worth is currently at $20 million after launching numerous merchandise targeted at children. You know, the Jake Paul, the Paul brothers told us back in the day, buy that merch. All I want for Christmas is that Jake Paul merch. The kids got the money. Here's the thing about YouTubers and influencers alike who have children audiences. The parents are so annoyed. It's the next evolutionary step of giving your child an iPad. Is buying them merch just so they'll shut the hell up. It goes, shit out your mom's pussy, iPad, YouTube merchandise, and then you gotta car, you get a driver's license. That feels like the natural evolution to me. For a while now, she has been a big name in the children's entertainment, but guess what? Today's video is all talking about a thing that just happened. And let me show you what happened. I'm just gonna, sorry about this.
Fuck! No! No! JoJo, no!
JoJo showed up to the iHeartRadio Music Awards looking like this, like Gene Simmons or a version of Kiss.
I have already shit every brick possible that I got none left in me.
Looking like this to promote her new song entitled Karma, which came out on the 5th of April. Remember, the 5th of April. Pretty sure that's what Guy Fawkes said. I'm almost positive. After the last few years, she's attempted to rebrand herself as a mature adult and to distance herself from her old image, much like Miley Cyrus, Hannah Montana, and now she's swinging with wrecking balls and she's showing her pussy on stage with Robin Thicke. I might be going deaf, I might be going blind, but maybe I'm out of my mind. Remember when Miley Cyrus twerked on stage with that? I was like, that's not Hannah Montana. I thought we were having a party in the USA. No, Miley, no! Which, you know, Miley has obviously very successfully transitioned from child star.
I used to strip naked, completely naked into Cracker Barrel when I was age of 3 and like roll around on the ground.
Into pop icon, very hard to do. And JoJo is trying to climb that mountain right as we speak. I will say she's trying to distance herself from her old image, but she still narcissistically drives cars with her face on it. I don't know how well that holds up with branding for an adult. That would just have her normal car. Because also, if you're ever a dick in traffic, there's like a video I'm pretty sure of her cutting off someone in traffic.
JoJo Siwa bullying us over here.
People are just gonna know it's you. I don't know. I'm trying to think about if JoJo Siwa ever cut me off. I would fucking smash my car into the side of that dumbass. Is that I can't tell what kind of car that is. Prius. It's not a Prius, dude. I cut her off, dude. Oh, whatever, dude. It looked like she was just merging. People are so fucking over dramatic. But in 2022, she cut off her hair, which meant no more fucking ponytails. The ponytails are gone, Nick.
Good shit.
But no one saw this coming. No one saw this tidal wave of her next evolutionary step, which was a big one. It was that, I would say it was comparable. I know she says in some stuff that she takes influences from Miley Cyrus in that transition, and it was a bold step. With TikTok and the internet, they're dragging that bitch left and right. She dropped the Karma music video. This shit's damn near is borderline explicit. Got this lonely ass island's a CG mess. She's basically, I'm just gonna play this part. It's unbelievable. I mean, the humping is so unnecessary. All right, so the first lyrics to this song are, I'm a bad girl, I did some bad things. Let me tell you something. I really have no easy way to say this, so I'm just gonna go out and say it. I've met some rough lesbians in my day. I mean, they called them in the lesbian community, they called them Rottweilers. I'm a bad girl, I've done some bad things. I can tell already JoJo Siwa has not eaten pussy before. She's come out of the closet, she's talking about this whole album's about queer pop and that she's changed her identity. There's no way that's a rug muncher. I've seen some Rottweilers, dude. Motherfucker's got chapped lips. I'm looking at that, she has the same teeth as like Joe Biden. She's got some crazy veneers for like a 20-year-old. Some crazy.
$50,000 veneers.
They're $50,000 for veneers? That's what in her mouth?
She said.
It's that bow money, dude.
Most expensive thing I'm wearing my teeth. Cost me 50 grand.
Dude, if I had 50 grand, I'd fix these donkey teeth I have. These fucking absolute chompers, dude. This razor wire in my mouth. Hell yeah, I would do that. Are you kidding me? If you're gonna lie about this thing about being a like crazy lesbian pop star and stuff like that, chap the lips up a little bit. Just a little bit. A little more aged. Get a little sandpaper, a little DW40, just right. No big deal. Also, I'm pretty sure this whole song is about how she cheated on somebody.
Karma's a bitch. Getting back at her.
What's that mean? Where so the whole thing is about Karma's a bitch, getting back at her, even though she cheated on somebody? Or she did bad things before and somebody cheated on her. I don't know.
Let's go to genius.com and see.
Should we? Let's look at it, dude.
Ew, good morning. Every single Steven Andrews after this is terrible, baby.
Okay, I was a bad girl. I did some bad things. I swear I did it for fun and it meant nothing. It never happened. It was a secret. Okay. Like when a tree falls in the forest, no one hears it. Another late night, another crazy mood, and I didn't think twice what it would do to you. Cheating. I was a wild child, you always knew it. The bitch sells bows at Walmart. I was a wild child, you always knew it. Karma's a bitch, I should have known better. If I had a wish, I would have never effed around. I would have never effed around. Can't just say f***ed around on her coming out album.
She's not that old. She's 20.
She's 20.
She can't say the F word yet.
If I had a wish, I would have never fucked around. Why not, dude? I like how you kind of squinted, like you were like, no! When I saw the pics of you and her, I felt the knife twist. Karma's a bitch, and she's with you right now. You know what it is? She cheated on the girl.
The first criminal trial of Donald Trump has officially kicked.
The political pundits and partisan hacks who call them.
Seniors have about 45 minutes left to decide if they are going to a UNC system school in the fall. Decision day got moved to today from the normal May 1st, thanks to issues with federal financial aid. The rising cost of higher education has one mother seeking solutions for kids looking for another path in life. WCNC Charlotte's Tradisha Woodard shares her push to increase economic mobility while decreasing crime.
For many, the sound of a school bell at the end of the day represents freedom. But for some seniors like Michaela Bluford, the chime.
Bodies in suitcases, sudden disappearances, and unexplained deaths. The world of crypto pissed off a lot of people. One of them, and apparently, despite their divorce, the relationship remained healthy and amicable. And finance. Indications to suggest that he'd been surfing prior to his death. So, why was Nikolai in the water? Now, it is possible, in combination with his rather apprehensive tweet. Bodies in suitcases, sudden disappearances, and unexplained deaths. The world, the equivalent of $150,000 US, or 120,000 British pounds. To add to this, for now.
I've been to some pretty crazy places in my time, places which are considered both dangerous and wild. But this might well be the craziest adventure yet. This could be the country where I finally push it too far. This is Afghanistan. Sorry, what's going on?
What's going on? What's going on is, mate, we're having a whiskey and a flipping Red Bull before we go to Afghanistan, and some Pringles, which we'll be living on probably for the next week.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, I'm keen, let's do it. Safe to say we won't be doing this in Kabul.
To a successful trip to Afghanistan.
Cheers, mate, let's do this.
Mazel tov.
Right, this is it. Next stop, Afghanistan on Calm Air. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, my friend.
Please turn off the
oh, okay, turn off. Afghanistan Zindabad. Come on, Zindabad. There's Bodhi. He's asleep. Look at the view. Goodbye, Uzbekistan. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Kabul, Afghanistan. We have finally arrived. Here it is. And a nice welcome here. I love Afghanistan sign. And an also welcome from the Taliban. There are Taliban flags everywhere in the distance here, up there, and over here. So that's it. I'm a bit nervous. We are now going to meet the guide who's basically going to be taking us around Afghanistan. He's outside. Let's get in the car and go meet him. Right, our local mate has picked us up. We are now officially in Kabul, Afghanistan. I am buzzing. Bold, how you feeling, mate?
Terrified?
So am I. Now, honestly, people are so friendly. Like immigration, everyone like welcome to Afghanistan. So I'm buzzing. Just got to get through a bit of security. And yeah, we are ready to explore Kabul.
I told you something about Afghanistan.
Oh,
please. I've never seen that in my life. Oh my god. I'm trying to catch my phone. Yeah, everyone has a gun. Whoa!
Oh, Jesus!
Oh my god!
This place is mental. This up here? This is it?
Yeah.
This is apparently the hotel here. We pulled up on the side of the road, so apparently where we're going to spend the next 2 nights. This is it?
Wow, security.
Wow, okay. Assalamu alaikum. How are you, my friend? Blimey. Wow. It's incredible. Beautiful place. I think we spend 1 week here.
No problem. It's 5-star.
We have checked in, we have been shown to our rooms. Welcome to Safi Landmark Hotel here in Kabul, Afghanistan. What a place this is. Very secure. And decent price as well. Our room is down here, right in the corner. Let me show you what $100 a night gets you here in Kabul. Nice and brief. In we go. Here it is. Bold's bed, my bed. Not together. Not in Afghanistan anyway. And a bathroom. Ooh. Yep, can't complain. Aha. So there you go, we're going to get ready and hit the streets of Kabul. Bloody mental here. Guys, this is the local Afghani that has invited me to Afghanistan. Introduce yourself, brother.
Yeah,
Name?
Afghanistan. My name is Mirwais. I'm from Afghanistan.
And thank you for inviting me.
Most welcome, brother.
Mr. Boulder's gone in there to get his local outfit, which is basically this, Sharm al-Khabis, no? Yeah, it is. What is this called? Shama Kavis? No? Salam alaikum. How are you? How are you, my friend? Good, brother. Basically, we need to blend in when we're here in Afghanistan. So Mr. Bald's going to get his local outfit, and I'll go in 5 minutes to get mine. But we are in the centre of Kabul. Here we go. Blimey. How are you?
How are you?
Yeah, mate, good. What's your name? I'm from England.
Thank you very much.
Yes. And you? Afghanistan?
Afghanistan.
Nice, mate. I like it. It's good. Friendly people.
No English.
It's all right. No worries.
Sorry.
I'm going to go over this way.
Okay.
Thank you, brother. Look at this over here. There's about 10 million pigeons just on the side of the street. Bloody hell. Salam alaikum. Wow. Hello. So this is where we're going to buy a local outfit here in Kabul. Got myself a black one. Bold's going for blue. And there's the locals getting their local outfits. I've no idea where you try this on, so... Ah, Bold's going this way.
This also belongs to you.
Ah, that's my trousers.
Yes, trousers.
Wow, look, just found the old Afghanistan flag. This is the old flag, no?
Yeah, this
Yes?
is Afghanistan flag, yes.
This is the current Afghanistan flag?
Yeah.
But it's not the Taliban flag, no? The white one?
White.
Still this one?
Yes. No, white one is from Taliban.
Okay, right. So this is still the flag. Look at that, it's beautiful. It's Taliban. That's Taliban there.
No problem.
Oh, they're friendly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I came in. Salam alaikum, wa alaikum salam. Okay, guys, so for 2 shower kameez for me and Mr. Bold, it's $50. My friend, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, you're a good man. Okay, let's get out of here. I'll climb over.
Can please change here.
Okay. I've paid, mate. $50. It's done. It's sorted. There we go. We're back on the streets. In black. Got my outfit on. Bold's got his blue. Oh, he's been stopped again. Oh, Jesus. Oh, by friendly people. It's fine. Yeah, inside that shop there was Taliban with guns. But they were fine. They were fine. As long as you're respectful to them, they'll be respectful to you. And, you know, this is the main thing about being respectful here. Wear the local outfit. I've got my black one on. Bold's got his blue one on.
You are looking smart, my friend.
Yeah, mate.
Look at you. You just need a scarf like me and our brothers, and you look like real Afghan man.
Well, where can I find a local scarf? Can we get one?
Yes, we have one here. We have one here.
That's a massage parlour, mate. Wow, we're crossing a bridge here in Kabul. Look at it. Blimey. So we go to change money, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. They give good rates here?
Yes.
Dollars
because
to...
it's main market of dollars.
Right, okay.
Yeah, because I bring here, it's main market, okay?
Let's check it out, mate. There's a lot of Taliban here, isn't there?
Yeah.
Everywhere.
Yeah, no problem.
But they're his.
They take it because they are coming for security here.
They protect the tourists.
Yeah, tourists.
A lot of Taliban flags up here, look, you can see left and right. A lot of Taliban here as well. I'm sure it's fine.
Take videos, right?
Don't take video? No problem, right, put my camera away. Basically, we couldn't film that, we just entered a black market here where you exchange money basically on the street. And they were everywhere there, the Taliban were everywhere. So obviously we couldn't film that. And this guy wants to speak to me. Yes, my friend, salam alaikum. How are you? You good, mate? I like your mask. Oh, there you go. I'm going now, I'm going to the hotel. Yes, but Allah Hafiz, my friend. Keep working hard. You got very dirty hands. Okay, mate. Bye-bye. All right then. Assalamu alaikum. How are you? Yes. I told you, Afghan people are the friendliest in the world. Top 3 up there with Iraqis and people from Blackpool. Right, let's get out of here. Where's the car? Oh shit. Bloody hell, mate. I nearly got kidnapped. I'm pretty sure Kabul was up there with one of the worst traffic cities I've ever seen. Up there with Kampala, Manila, Dhaka, Bangladesh. It's honestly, it's mental. It's just constant. Oh, look at these guys. Bold, what about you, mate? Worst traffic city?
Can I just say, you're looking
Oh, look at the Taliban.
where? Oh,
Great. There's 3 of them on a bike.
oh, 3 Taliban together. Uh-oh. Sorry, we got interrupted.
Yeah, mate, carry on. What were you saying?
Got interrupted by Taliban. Kabul or Bombay?
There we go. We got there in the end. Place is mental. This is what happens when you're in Kabul. It's just non-stop. You're looking everywhere.
Wow, traffic.
There's a guy at the top there mounted with a machine gun. And then there's more Taliban at the bottom. What a place. Everywhere you go. Everywhere.
I'm jealous. Because you always get the side with a flipping Taliban. On my side, all I get is like flipping random shops. And wherever you're on your side.
Oh, you got the friendly locals look staring at you.
I don't want locals.
Hello. Salam alaikum, my friend. Oh, he's not friendly. Oh, you got another one coming now.
Ah, he's not the one I wanted, but you have a lovely time.
Oh, they are everywhere. The back of pickup trucks, mounted with guns. It's mental. The plan is to abandon the car because the traffic is shocking. So our man is trying to find somewhere to park. There's nowhere to bloody park here. Jesus. We have been trying to find a car parking space for literally an hour, but it's manic. There's literally nowhere to park in this city. It's chaos. After an hour of trying to find a parking space for one of the busiest cities ever, we finally found one here. Hello, my friend. So we're now just going to walk around and finally explore the rest of the city. Hello, brother. I'm from England. Pomegranate juice. It's juice? Pomegranates? Wow, okay.
Juice.
How much? How much? 300 Iraqi. Afghani. Not Iraqi. England. English. Yes. Here we go, guys. Pomegranate juice on the streets of Kabul. It's good. I like it. Cheers. Kabul, Bandamir, Bamiyan. It's good? Oh, okay. Well, let me knack this quickly. Crowds are gathering here, brother. We need to leave. Let's go. There's a lot of people following us. Oh! Welcome to the top of Kabul. We've driven up the mountains to hopefully come look at one of the biggest flags I've ever seen, and a Taliban flag. It's through here. Hopefully we can get through. There's Taliban checkpoint here. That's them there with their army trucks. So yeah, let's go in and check out this massive Taliban flag overlooking the city of Kabul. Alright then. Wow, look at the size of it. The Taliban are to the right, just keeping an eye on this area, but security wasn't as bad. We just went straight through. You pay a bit of money and you're in. And this is it. Selfies with the Afghan locals. Good people. Alright then. Thank you. Whoa! Careful, mate, careful. Oh, Bold's been approached by one.
Yeah. Taliban flag.
Assalamu alaikum, my friend. I've got a feeling I'm about to be swarmed by about 200 men. Sausage fest. Here. Hello, guys. What's your name? Sibidibidoo. Sibidibidoo? I'm from England, my friend.
thank
Yes,
you.
I'm tourist in Afghanistan.
Okay.
My first day.
You say?
My first day in Afghanistan.
Oh.
Yes.
Nice.
Tomorrow I go
You're
to.
welcome to Afghanistan, bro.
Thank you, brother.
And I'm in Kabul.
Ah.
Where's you from?
I'm from London.
London.
Yes.
Where's
So guys, that ends my first day here in Kabul, Afghanistan. Awesome day, awesome people. These are the friendly locals of Afghanistan. Afghanistan Zindabad. And I'm getting anything here on top of a mountain here in Kabul with the largest Taliban flag in the country. Look at the size of it. It is huge. What did he say? Bad America? I know what you're saying, don't worry. Yeah, they don't like Americans here. But yeah, awesome day, awesome locals here in Afghanistan, and that is just the first video. We are here for 4 more days, so expect a lot more content. Okay guys, thanks very much, okay? Allah Hafiz, Afghanistan, Zindabad. Good guys, thank you.
The defenders of the Ruby Life Shrine are stretched thin, repelling primalist attacks. Please, lend them your aid.
Our flight has much to offer. the time you need.
Hi everyone, welcome to today's lesson here at Active Self Protection. We are sure glad that you're here to join us. I bet you can tell that this is not our typical intro because we ran out of those. And so we're here teaching this weekend in Grand Junction, Colorado, so you get this special intro. I'm your host as always, John Correa.
And I'm your co-host, Neil Widener.
Dude is walking down the street with his earbuds in. Guy on a moto walks up to him. He's dumped his partner off a little ways down the street. And the partner is the one who has the gun, and he's gonna kind of walk up and they're like, yo, dude, give us your phone, give us your wallet and stuff like that. Well, he's gonna stick his hand in his pocket and basically say, no, I'm not giving it to you. And now you look at our armed robber, he's gonna look at him and be like, yo, dude, you gotta give me that stuff, and there's gonna be cars coming, whatever. He's like, yo, give it up. You know, he's gonna kind of point the gun at him a little bit, yell at him some, say, yo, and the guy's just not giving it. I don't have a news story on this one, so if you do, make sure that you add it in the comments for me. Our other guy gets off and he's like, well, give me that out of your pocket. Dude's not gonna give it to him. He's not willing to give it to him, and now a couple cars go by. So watch how nonchalant our guys are, our robbers are trying to hide the gun and those things. And that gives our intended victim a chance to run away from him, and they just decide, oh, never mind, okay, we're gonna run off. I don't know if they ever caught these guys. The victim clearly got away, so that's a win.
MagTech is the only pistol or rifle ammo I use on the range, and I recommend them highly. I've seen their manufacturing and quality control firsthand, and it's incredible, which is why it always performs reliably and accurately. They are operating at max capacity and cranking out rounds for you to keep your skills sharp. Pick up some MagTech at your local ammo retailer or get it shipped fast at luckygunner.com.
Interesting start to this one, Neil. We talk about this all the time. People love to listen to their tunes. I totally get it. Now a lot of times people are buried looking at video in their phone while they're walking down the street. But I really think that robs us of paying attention in our world, which can mean that we don't understand that we're being victimized until it's too late.
Yeah, a big part of being a self-defender is being aware of what's going on, and we hear things so much faster than we see and recognize them in a lot of cases. So if you hear a motorcycle coming up behind you, you hear somebody walking up behind you, or whatever, that's a big part of your self-defense tool system, is hearing something. So there's a few different options you can do. I know a lot of the Apple and a lot of the higher end stuff have that like aware or transparency mode or whatever, or simply just take one of the earbuds out so that you can maintain some form of reaction available to your surroundings. I need better words, but that's what I've got.
And listen, you've got to recognize that you're in a transitional space when you are. That transitional space is anywhere that somebody there can attack you with an element of surprise, that there's valuables present that they would want, and they can get away quickly. And that's exactly what a sidewalk is, right? So they just roll right up behind him, they can attack him, his phone, his wallet, his stuff, that's their valuables, and then they can get away very quickly. So when you are on a sidewalk, walking down the road, you're in a transitional space. Doesn't mean you should be paranoid. It does mean you should be paying attention. Does mean you should recognize that. And of course, am I going to recommend that you be armed? Yeah, I think so. I think having the tools on your person levels the playing field. I don't know what the gun laws are wherever this happened, so good people might not be able to do that. Now, if you're not paying attention, well, what happens is you get to see what's going on first right here. Well, that's not a great place to recognize that you're under attack. Dude on a moto comes up, says, give me your stuff, and you see his buddy over there on the side. Now, I hear this from time to time in the comments section, Neil, that somebody's like, well, if you shoot somebody who's more than 7 yards away, you're going to prison. But this guy's probably 11, 12, 13 yards away, the guy with the gun, and he absolutely is a deadly threat, threatening you with that gun in his hand. And so that would be entirely justified conduct to shoot that guy. So let's be careful with the well if-yous.
Yeah, again, I think that goes back to that everybody has an idea of how their self-defense scenario is going to go. But, nobody knows. And I'd never seen one like this where they dropped the second guy off and he kept that distance like that, which is an interesting take on that. And I think we should watch for more of that. But yeah, if you drew your gun and went to work and got in a fight with that guy, you'd be completely and utterly justified. He's literally threatening your life. So you can defend yourself. The other thing that I go back to, John, is because of those earbuds in, the guy on the moto is literally about a yard away, before he turns his head and recognizes that there's something going on. And now he's got to do all of that cognitive load to figure out, is this a threat? Is this just some dude pulling up to say hi? Is this somebody I know? All of those different kind of things. You've got to be able to do that mental processing super fast, and you've got to radically and rapidly accept what you're into, and then start making a plan to defend yourself.
Boy, isn't that the truth. Rapidly accepting reality and then orienting to that reality and doing something about it, critically important there. And giving yourself more time to do that is a very good thing. Now, I also think here, I mean, success is a heck of a deodorant, Neil, but you recognize that I personally don't love this kind of half-hearted resistance that says, hey, I'm not gonna give you my stuff. I think if you are, this guy's got you on the drop, he's threatening you with a gun, even if he's not pointing at you, he's threatening you with it. He's got to comply, he's got a partner there, an accomplice. Man, in all those cases, if you can get out of this deadly encounter by giving up your phone, dude, give up the phone and go get a new one. I get it, that will be hard to replace, but it's a lot less than the hospital bills will be.
There are, and there's a fair amount of the population that is like, well, I'm just sick of this and I'm going to stand my ground. But essentially what our good guy here is doing is he's calling their bluff. And he doesn't know what their cards are. He doesn't know that gun is unloaded or loaded. He doesn't know how good of a shot that guy is. He doesn't know if he's willing to use it. Now he's had some indicators there, so he's reading the body language of the guy with the gun who's standing off a little bit, doesn't seem like he's maybe that aggressive. So calling the bluff was, while it worked, a little bit scary to me. I would have rather have seen him do something to defend himself.
Yeah, and oh man, good stuff there and good thoughts. Let's make sure, if he's armed here in this case, where's his opportunity? When the guy's eyes are on you with his gun in hand, I wouldn't recommend going for it. I think, hey, maybe you use purposeful compliance, but you're gonna wait for your counter ambush when the guy looks away, which he's gonna do that several times here, right? So as the action starts to continue, you see this guy here starts to get kind of cat on a hot tin roof and starts to wonder, what am I gonna do? Because there's other people paying attention. Now, our guy with the gun gets frustrated, and I love what you said, Neil. You don't know what cards he has. He may have 3-8 offsuit, but he may have a pocket kings, and you're betting that he's not willing to use that gun, or it's not real, or it's not loaded, and man, sometimes those bets pay off. Now here, he has a guy come up and grab a hold of him. Okay, fine. Man, I think here you were in about as bad a spot as exists, and if you are armed in this particular spot, keeping him off your person by handing him the phone probably would have been a better idea.
I think so for sure. Now, part of me wonders if the hand in the pocket wasn't his own bluff to say, hey, I've got a gun too. Do we really want to do this? And the other side of this is, these two guys are two bad guys on the motorbike. Potentially they're younger guys. They are a little bit smaller of stature. So maybe that is playing a role. I mean, we've got to make some assumptions on that. But they don't look like they're real serious about this. But getting off the bike and doing a pat down to see if this guy's got something of value in his pockets, whether it's a gun to defend himself or just the phone that they're after, keeping them off you is an important piece, and I would like to have seen that.
And sometimes you can't. Sometimes the guy's gonna jump on top of you. Now, of course, if you're carrying a gun on your person, you don't want him to discover that gun before you're able to get it out and go to work on it. Now, though, look at what happens. We have our first car that comes by, and I know, Neil, you were the first one that mentioned this. If you are not watching this in the Asp Unlimited app, for all app subscribers, we did a first watch on this one, and you said this is where you would push this guy into the car.
I mean, literally, they're threatening his life, and they have, they've came up and said, listen, if you don't give us our stuff, we're going to use this lethal tool on you and potentially take your life or at least do great bodily harm. A self-defense position here that I would take personally is it's one big step and a push, and that guy is laying in front of a moving car. That gives you an opportunity to skedaddle out of there as they clean up that mess. And I know you're messing up some other dude's car and some other dude's life, but property is not as valuable as life. And that was my initial reaction. I thought the very first time I watched it, I thought that's what he was going to do.
Hi, Mr. Bystander. Can I implicate you in my self-defense encounter and use you to use lethal force on somebody who's a deadly threat to me? Thank you very much. I'm not going to ask for permission. No consent required. Now, the guy's going to go again and look away again. And I note here that our defender kind of has crept back far enough to be able to sneak around this car and escape the danger zone. Of course, if he's armed, look at both the bad guys are looking away from him at this point. This was his opportunity, if he was armed, to get his gun in the fight and make both of these guys pay for it. Also, I still think, Neil, if he times it right, I like your suggestion to use the passing cars to end a threat and get away from him. And also, I will say that the guy in black, they are working in concert. The armed guy, so the gunman and the grabman are working in concert. They're equal threats. And if you can use deadly force on one, you can use deadly force on both in that moment when they're threatening you. So can you do that? Yes. I love what he did here, though, and snuck himself to a place that he can get away.
Yeah, I think that well, as he backed up, as the second car came by, he's already got this plan of, hey, I'm getting out of Dodge. And I really like that, you know, because clearly he's not armed, or I think he would have taken his turn right here. Both guys got their eyes on the car, on the traffic, trying to decide what they do. I think the gunman potentially has given up at that point. The third car's coming by, because you see him already stepping towards the bike, and they're like, well, I guess we're out of here. We're not great at this, so we're going to go find a different victim. But I really like our self-defender taking that moment to get behind cover, and then when both guys are looking away, just dart out of there.
Yeah, I will also say, any of these cars that are coming by, had they seen the gun, had they seen the armed robbery happening, and if they had decided, you know, to swerve into the way and put one of those guys over the hood, that would have been justified conduct as well. But be cautious with that as a third party, because, of course, if you don't know exactly what's going on, you're like, well, that could be a good guy, you know, holding a bad guy at gunpoint or something, and I don't know what's going on, so I'm not going to get involved. That's a good solution as well. But if they had gotten involved, I think it would have been justified. Hey, you know, we say success is a heck of a deodorant, and if something's stupid but it works, it's not really stupid. But this was a low percentage play, okay? And he beat pretty long odds here. Let's make sure that we get into the lessons, so then that way we know the better things to do to cover our asp.
wait to hear about your adventures.
There's magic in everything. All will be well.
have been gone for some time. The craft fair. Ah, the way should be clear. Please head to my office and wait. I hear new students that require my personal attention.
So tomorrow is Pandaria, so I'm not now. And we'll be back for that in not too long.